Chapter 1. Sender, Lakotsi Adelele, at Kingdom of Thessalo.the. Subject, Salutations from the Royal Family of Thessalo. Dear Miss Smith, I hope that my letter finds you well. I, Lakotsi Adelele, Assistant to His Royal Highness, have sought you out high and low over the last few months, at the behest of the most exalted and most curious Prince Thabiso. He has tasked me with finding his betrothed, and I believe I have succeeded. It is you. Because our prince is magnanimous, kind, and understanding, he is willing to cleanse the festering wounds of the past and allow them to heal. In order to aid in this process, please send the following verifications of identity: a scan of your license, passport, or other form of ID, up-to-date medical records. Sender, Lakotsi Adelele, at Kingdom of Thessalo.the. Subject, Salutations from the Royal Family of Thessalo. Hello again, dear Miss Smith. They say persistence is a virtue, and I consider myself most virtuous, as I have now written several times without acknowledgement, and yet I press on. It is the will of the prince that he meets the woman chosen by the goddess Ngoka to be his bride, and I am charged with bringing his will into fruition. It occurs to me that perhaps you fear repercussions for the headstrong and thoughtless actions of your mother and father. But fear not. All will be well. If you are indeed the woman chosen to be the future queen of Thessalo, I am quite sure you are the woman he is searching for. But I must have some proof of identity before we proceed any further. I will not expose the prince to perfidy. So, I beseech you to A, respond, and B, provide me with Sender, Lakotsi Adelele, at Kingdom of Thessalo.the. Subject, forward, Salutations from the Royal Family of Thessalo. To the most kind, most gentle Miss Smith. Perhaps you have not received the electronic missives I've sent over the past few weeks. See below. I cannot believe that you've read my heartfelt pleas and ignored them. If you are worried that the people of Thessalo have forsaken you for your malfeasance, fear not. Despite the rupture in trust caused by your parents' selfishness, the contract of marriage made before goddess and government of our people still stands. As I stated in my previous emails, see below if you did not scroll down at my first urging. Although I believe you to be the rightful recipient of this email, before I can introduce you to Prince Thabiso after this long absence, I will need more information. Please provide a scan of your license, passport, or other form of ID, your current address, social security number. I really don't have time for this, Naledi muttered, the soothing hum of various expensive laboratory equipment masking the aggravation in her tone. She deleted the email with a jab at the trash can icon on the screen of her phone. The first couple of emails had been amusing, a welcome distraction from the rest of her inbox, which was primarily comprised of calendar reminders about study sessions, student loan payment nudges, data sets to be solved, and other evidence of grad school life. The emails had become less entertaining as the subject lines grew more urgent, and it became clear that this wasn't a random occurrence. Somewhere in the world, a scammer had zeroed in on her. The knowledge was disturbing to someone as private as Letty, and triggered a sense of helplessness all too familiar for a woman who'd been bounced through strangers' homes for most of her childhood. Ignoring the emails hadn't worked. The spammer had redoubled their efforts, undeterred by Letty's lack of response. She'd considered blocking messages from the sender, but it seemed scarier not knowing if she was receiving disturbing emails. Letty pushed her safety goggles up onto her thick curls, which she smoothed back and pulled into a puff ponytail, and mentally reviewed her to-do list. She'd already created the media needed for experiments, prepared slides, and input data that morning, so she'd actually be able to get some studying in. She hefted her copy of Modern Epidemiology from out of the backpack at her feet and slid it onto her desk. Balancing her lab assistant job, waitressing, and grad school hadn't seemed overly ambitious at first. Letty had been juggling jobs and school since she was 13. But as tension gripped the back of her neck at the thought of finals and experiments and what the hell the future held, she wondered if maybe she hadn't bitten off more than she could chew. She'd been lucky in that she'd transitioned from foster care to adulthood better than some people she'd been in the system with. But luck wasn't a statistically significant factor in planning her future. Making money, on the other hand, was a proven course of action, and having multiple sources of income was a safety net she couldn't live without. She didn't have family to turn to when times got rough, and one mistake at work or school could have a domino effect on the life plans she had so carefully been setting up. "Hey, Naledi." Brian, the postdoc, was suddenly hovering over her shoulder. Brian was super fun to work with. On her first day, she'd introduced herself, and he'd asked her to take out the trash more frequently. He thought she was the cleaning woman. He often stopped to explain basic concepts to Letty, and Letty alone, during lab meetings, while asking Kevin, the newbie, for his advice on how things should be run. So fun, that Brian. She turned to face him. His dark hair was sticking out every which way, and his face was unshaven. He looked stressed out, which wasn't unusual, but generally didn't bode well for her. "Hi, Brian," she said, trying to find the pleasant but deferential tone that seemed to edify him. She hated that she couldn't just talk to him like a normal human, but apparently there was something about her that had led him to tell Dr. Takitami, the lab's primary investigator, and thus Letty's boss, that she was giving him attitude. Letty couldn't afford to be labeled as a problem. She'd wanted to be a scientist since her fourth-grade teacher had handed her a battered copy of National Geographic. Letty had been fascinated with the cover, a close-up shot of a woman with dark skin, just like hers, peering into a microscope. That scientist had been trying to cure a mysterious disease, and Letty had gleaned from the image not only that she wanted to do the same thing, but also that she could. She hadn't foreseen all the other variables that went into life as a woman in STEM. Politicians who treated her profession with contempt and threatened her future, and the world's. Fellow scientists like Brian, who thought that women in the lab were their personal assistants instead of their equals. "How are you this morning?" she asked him in the tone she'd heard secretaries on old syndicated TV shows use to placate their sexist bosses. Brian smiled. He'd watched the same reruns, it seemed. "Actually, I'm a little behind in my work after getting back from the Keystone Conference." That was when Naledi noticed the sheaf of papers in his hands. This motherfucker, she thought. "Oh, what a shame," she said. "There's this grant application that has to go out, and we're kind of screwed if we lose this funding, since you don't have much to do." "How do you know I don't have much to do?" she asked in the same polite tone, unable to repress the question. Brian cleared his throat. Well, you're just sitting here. Kevin is just sitting here, too. He's clearly watching a movie on his phone, she said, tilting her head toward her lab mate across the room, who was laughing at whatever he was streaming. Her voice was still calm and polite, but she saw Brian's brows drawing together in annoyance. Look, we all have to do grunt work sometimes. It comes with the territory. Do you think you're somehow exempt from putting in the work? Letty sucked in a breath. She worked hard, so much harder than she should have had to, really. That was the problem. When you worked twice as hard all the time, working at the average rate was slacking off. No, she said quietly. I don't think that. Why did I even say anything? She'd learned early on that challenging the people who held power over you made you undesirable, and undesirability meant gathering all of your things into a black plastic trash bag and being sent back to the group home. She swallowed against the brief wave of nausea and remembered the workshop for women in STEM she'd taken. She had to lay down her boundaries, or people would assume she had none. I have no problem paying my dues, but this is the 4th grant you've asked me to help with, she said. And let me guess, it's due this week? Brian nodded stiffly. Kevin has never done one of these for you before, she said gently, though she was tired of being gentle. She was just plain tired. All the more reason for you to do it, Brian insisted. You won't make beginner's mistakes. And there it was. If she continued any further, she'd be pushing. And as much as she'd heard about leaning in, when Letty pushed, she was usually met with a brick wall exerting equal and opposite force. She should have just taken the forms with a smile and kept her mouth shut. Sure, I'll get right on it. Sorry. She put her textbook away and took the papers, somehow managing not to crumple them into a ball. And Brian walked off without saying thanks. Letty took a deep, centering breath. Asshole postdocs are temporary, but scientific discoveries are forever. When she opened her eyes, Trishna, her lab mate and a fellow public health student, was watching her from across the work table. Her long dark hair was pulled back, and her safety goggles magnified the annoyance in her eyes. He's such a jerk, Trishna said, and Letty allowed herself a brief moment of camaraderie before shrugging it off. It's not a big deal, she said brightly. She smiled at Trishna and hoped her expression wasn't as murdery as she felt. It is a big deal. Fuck Brian, Trishna said. Then her brows lifted behind her goggles. He's probably jealous of your practicum with Dr. Krillick's disease task force this summer, you know. It sounds so badass. Task force. Like that meme with the dude with sunglasses. I'm here to cure diseases and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Trishna grabbed 2 test tubes and pointed them menacingly around the lab. Letty might have laughed if Trishna hadn't brought up yet another one of her bumper crop of problems. She shuffled through the grant papers Brian had just left her without really looking at them. Yeah, I'm looking forward to learning a lot this summer. What she wanted to say was that her advisor, Dr. Krillick, had stopped responding to her emails and phone calls, and she actually had no idea what was happening with her summer field work. But sharing that kind of info would have been un-Letty-like. The task force seems to have a great dynamic, she added for effect. If you said inane things with a smile, people couldn't tell they were being stonewalled. They did a great job containing the recent outbreak of Legionnaire's disease. Being outwardly friendly while keeping people at a distance was second nature to Letty. She thought of it as her social phospholipid bilayer, flexible, dynamic, and designed to keep the important parts of herself separate from a possibly dangerous outside environment. It had been working for the prokaryotes for eons, and it would suffice for a broke grad school student, which was only slightly higher on the evolutionary scale. "When are you starting?" Trishna asked. "Still waiting to hear back about that. Dr. Krilig is pretty busy." Both of those things were generally true. "Ooh, maybe he's busy with some kind of epidemic," Trishna offered helpfully. "Apparently last year, when cases of Zika started to pop up, he was MIA for a few days." Letty wouldn't wish an outbreak on anyone, but that might explain why it had been over a week since she'd heard from him. A week felt like forever when her practicum, her resulting thesis, and perhaps the path her entire career would take were on the line. If only Dr. Krilig were as motivated as her Nigerian, or Thessaloian, to be more accurate, scammer, she wouldn't be in this situation. "What about you?" Letty asked, changing the topic. I leave for Maine the week after exams." Letty's phone vibrated, and she saw a text from her friend Portia pop up on the screen. "We're having an opening at the gallery where I'm interning tomorrow night. Free wine and cheese. You love free wine and cheese." Smiley face. Letty loved free food and drink of all kinds, but if she went to this opening, she'd have to squeeze into the trendy art gallery with 100 other like-minded people to obtain it. She'd also likely have to deal with drunk Portia. Drunk Portia wasn't on Letty's miles-long to-do list. "That sounds fun, but I have to work at the Institute until 9 tomorrow." Sad face. "Aw, boo, maybe we can meet for drinks after?" Fingers crossed emoji. Maybe, maybe not. Portia was her best friend, but Letty was too exhausted to deal with alcohol-fueled hijinks. She wanted a glass of wine after a long day so she could unwind, not as a prelude to a night of debauchery. She didn't have anything against debauchery, but she had no time for it, or for the spike of anxiety each time Portia flagged down a waitress or headed back to the bar. Portia was the perfect example of why Letty's social cell membrane existed. Once someone slipped through, Letty couldn't help but worry over them, and worrying had no concrete results in the real world except draining her much-needed energy. "Oh, did you check your My Gene screen results? I'm 83% African and 17% European. I have to break it to my mom that we are not, in fact, descended from a Cherokee princess." Yikes. Hold off on that conversation, though. You know I don't believe in the accuracy of these tests. Portia had received a couple of the DNA test packs from some promotional event for social media movers and shakers, and had given one to Letty. Letty had been momentarily seduced by the possibility of knowing more about her background. But when the email announcing her results had arrived, she deleted it. What did it matter? She was 100% New Yorker, and that was all she needed to know. Sure, the genetic database linked you with possible relatives, but what? She had survived a not-so-great childhood. She was on her way to being a pretty damn great epidemiologist, and she didn't need any scientifically shoddy data to introduce more confounding factors into her life. She was fine. "Everything going okay with the grant stuff?" Brian called across the lab. "You understand everything?" He gave her a thumbs up that was somehow a question. She wanted to reply with her own one-finger salute, but instead she gave him a wide, fake smile. "Everything's under control," she said brightly, and wished it was true. Chapter 2. Cinder. Lakotsi Adelele at kingdomofthesolo.the. Subject, urgent, marriage contract. To the esteemed Miss Smith, I email again, hoping against hope for a response. Despite the past infractions of your parents, you maintain the benevolent blessings of King Lurumo and Queen Ratmadla of the Kingdom of Thesolo, and your contract with their son still stands. It is imperative that you contact me immediately regarding your betrothal to H.R.H. Prince Thabiso. Letty cursed the spam filter gods again as she stepped into her cramped Inwood studio apartment later that evening. She also cursed herself for forgetting to throw out the trash before sleepwalking to the university library that morning. Her place smelled like the cheap Chinese takeout that she'd eaten 2 nights before. She dropped her backpack on the floor and pulled the tied-off plastic bag emblazoned with an enthusiastic "Thank you" from her doorknob. The sounds of her neighbors' lives echoed in the hallway along with her footsteps as she headed for the trash compactor. Mrs. Garcia across the hall, the widowed retiree who DVR'd her telenovelas and watched them at top volume every night when she got home from her volunteer work. Jaden and Ben, the children in 7C, who always seemed to be laughing maniacally about something. Boca, the parrot that cursed in Lithuanian every time someone passed the door of 7H. She could also smell her neighbors. Dinners prepared in the style of at least 4 continents, plus the hazy contribution of the hipster stoner who had moved in a few weeks before. The trash compactor room took all the communal smells, then fermented and magnified them. She held her breath as she entered the small room, used her sleeve to open the bacteria-covered trapdoor to the chute, and dropped in the remains of her egg foo young. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, and in a flash of irritation, Letty considered tossing it in, too. That would be a temporary solution to her annoying spammer problem. However, and she'd worked much too hard for the phone to consider it disposable. She'd lucked into a rent-controlled apartment right out of high school, and her part-time job at the Institute's upscale dining hall paid a great hourly wage for waitressing work. But the phone had still been a big chunk of her budget, a chunk that could have gone toward paying off the remainder of her undergrad loans, or at least some of the interest. She'd had a good rate locked in, but then her loan had been sold to some random company intent on fleecing every sucker who hadn't been able to pay for their college education on the spot. The thought of all the money she owed and would owe to various government entities made her want to put the phone safely down and jump into the compactor chute herself. And who would really notice if you did? Except for bill collectors and Portia. She headed back to her apartment, scrubbed her hands in the sink of her tiny bathroom, and then collapsed onto her futon. She winced. I really need to get some memory foam in my life. She had had enough money saved to make the futon upgrade, but her brain rejected the expenditure, placing it on a pedestal as something the future Letty, who had enough money to make such purchases without triple-checking her bank account balance beforehand, could buy. Letty didn't know how much money would be enough, but she was sure she was nowhere near that goal. She stretched and closed her eyes against thoughts of money and her uncertain future. Her body ached from hours on her feet waitressing at the Institute, and her brain was mush from studying and trying not to worry about her practicum. She told herself not to get too excited when Krillick had offered her the summer internship, because excitement was just another name for expectation, and expectations were the fastest route to disappointment. But then she'd read a blog post on girlswithglasses.com about minimizing your accomplishments. It had asked readers to leave their latest accomplishment in the comments, and under the guise of web community's semi-anonymity, she'd posted, "I got a fucking awesome internship." She'd reveled in the likes and encouragement from fellow commenters, but now she felt like she was paying for it with the torture of waiting for Krillig's response. And then there was the spammer, who thought Letty was delusional enough to believe she was princess material. Frustrated squeaking from the corner of her apartment broke through her daze, and she sprang out of bed, spurred by the quick, sharp guilt of disappointing someone, or something, dependent on her for survival. Sorry, shit, you must be starving. She hurried to the small cage near the room's sole window, which provided a spectacular view of the brick wall of the adjacent building. It wasn't much to look at, but Graham P. and Graham N. had once been destined to become slides under some researcher's microscope, so she was pretty certain they appreciated it. The two white lab mice hopped up excitedly, their small pink hands pressing against the glass as she approached. It was a Friday, which meant she'd brought them some high-fat chow from the lab. "Yep, it's the good stuff," she said, grabbing the sandwich bag from her backpack and dropping the pellets through the mesh at the top of the cage. They squeaked appreciatively and ran to gather their meal. "What do you guys think?" she asked, leaning on the wall beside the windowsill. Two sets of beady pink eyes looked up at her. Graham P. stopped chewing the pellet he held in his paws, as if waiting for her to go on. "Do I look like princess material to you?" Graham N. turned his back to hunt for more chow, and Letty had to agree with him. She didn't know why the Thessalonian scammers had decided to target her, of all people. She looked around her tiny apartment. Clean, but obviously second-hand furniture she'd acquired from Goodwill stores and curbs on garbage night. Postcards and cheap prints she'd framed to give some personality to her living area, and one really nice painting that had been a gift from Portia. Like most of her life, her interior decoration had been born of other people's scraps. The scammers obviously needed to refine their search criteria. Or maybe they were right on target. The selfishness of your parents. She hadn't thought about her parents in so long, but the emails from this Lakotsi had made her start to wonder again. She'd almost replied, almost, then reminded herself that this was how they lured people in. Maybe there was some database of kids who had aged out of foster care without being adopted or reunited with family members that these assholes were trolling for victims. Letty took a deep breath around the jumble of emotions coalescing in her chest. A sensation she hadn't felt since she was 17, and sitting in her college dorm room, watching parents of every kind move their kids in. She'd lied and said her parents had already left when people asked where they were. It was easier than dealing with the pitying looks she got when she told the truth. Several of her undergrad classmates had graduated thinking her parents were alive. It hadn't mattered. Those people had been part of the outside environment of college life. Letty pushed away the aggravating thoughts. The emails were more than mere annoyances. They were a reminder of what she had lost. She was an adult now, making her way in the world and doing a damn good job at it. But part of her would always be the 4-year-old hiding in the closet of an unfamiliar foster home, unable to process that she'd never see her parents again. She remembered her father's dark skin, and the way his smile seemed like it made the world turn. She remembered that her mother smelled of flowers and cocoa butter, and the way it felt to be squeezed tightly in her arms. But that was it. apart from a few shards of memories that sometimes came in dreams and splintered if she grasped them too tightly. She didn't know who they were, or who she was, and each one of the emails reminded her of the heart of the matter. She was alone. Graham P. squeaked and hurried to the side of the cage closest to her. He pressed his paw against it, as if sensing her sadness. She gave the glass an appreciative stroke with a fingertip and sighed. "It doesn't get more pathetic than this," Letty thought, pushing off of the windowsill and taking the few short steps that carried her to the kitchenette. Being comforted by mus musculus. Her phone vibrated, but she ignored it, knowing it was either another annoying email or Portia texting to see if she'd changed her mind about meeting for drinks. Both possibilities held the same appeal for her, since Portia still considered The Hangover her template for a fun night out. Letty glanced at the phone, the glow from the screen catching her attention. Maybe she should go out. She hadn't done anything fun in a while, and hanging with her best friend was healthier than talking to mice. But the thought of fake banter with strangers at a bar, or worse, Portia asking her what was wrong, made the decision for her. Talking about what was happening with Krillick and with her spammer would make it too real. And Portia would of course try to fix things because Portia was invested in fixing everything that wasn't herself. Letty reached for the freezer. She'd spend the night with Ben and Jerry, who didn't ask questions and stayed off the sauce unless you were talking rum raisin. They wouldn't drag her into any shenanigans, and they certainly wouldn't judge her for indulging in the childish fantasy that maybe, just maybe, the scammer from Thesolo was telling her the truth. Letty awoke from dreams of Bonferroni correction rates to the sound of jackhammering. Her alarm hadn't gone off yet, meaning it was way too early or too late for any kind of construction to be happening. She could call 311 to complain, but they wouldn't do anything anyway. It was the placebo pill of emergency numbers. She pulled the pillow over her head. The sound started up again just as she was drifting to sleep, and she realized it wasn't outside. The pounding was coming from inside the house, so to speak. "Letty, I have to use the bathroom," a familiar voice called outside her front door. Oh, fuck. Portia. At Letty's door in the middle of the night instead of at her own Brooklyn apartment. Again. Damn it. There goes my REM sleep. She was so tired that she almost cried at the loss of precious sleep. She could pretend she wasn't home, but doing that would have two possible outcomes. One of her neighbors would be woken up instead, possibly resulting in a scene. 2, Portia would wander off, leaving Letty to worry whether she'd made it home okay. Both outcomes resulted in loss of sleep, so opening the door would save her time and energy and maybe a visit to the ER. That's what friends are for, right? She crawled out of bed and undid the column of locks on the door. The distinct odor of old Irish pub smacked her in the nostrils when she opened the door, and she scrunched her nose. "Are you okay?" she asked out of habit. It was the same thing she replied first thing in the morning after waking up to drunk texts. Portia looked okay, though. Better than okay. One day Letty would do a case study on how her friend was always so pulled together, even at her hot messiest. Portia's slim-fitting ivory pants only sported a few stains, and her tailored brown blouse was just wrinkled enough to be fashionable. Her earrings, necklace, and bracelets were a mix of refined classic and chunky boho chic that suited her perfectly. Her rust gold ringlets were popping. Her edges were flourishing, and her light brown skin was clear and smooth, apart from a smattering of freckles. The only thing off was her eyes. They were full of the wariness that often arose after a few drinks, even when she was supposedly having fun. It was something that Letty hadn't been able to understand in all their years of friendship. She hadn't been able to persuade Portia to talk to someone whose job it was to understand either. "I'm fine. I hope I'm not bothering you," Portia said in a soft, only slightly slurred voice as she squinted into Letty's studio. "I just hadn't seen you in a while, and I got worried when I was texting and calling and you didn't respond. The after party wasn't too far from here. Well, the after party, which was just me and the artist at his apartment. So I decided to stop by and see if you were still alive." Portia grinned and shrugged, and a bit of Letty's annoyance dissolved. A tiny bit. A microscopic bit. Letty had been too busy to meet up for the last few weeks, despite Portia's persistent requests for dinner, drinks, and invitations to various artsy events. And Portia had been worried. No one besides her had really worried about Letty since she transitioned from foster care to living on her own. But showing up drunk on a friend's doorstep in the middle of the night wasn't cool, even if it was well-intentioned. And this wasn't the first or even the 5th time it had happened. Letty had talked to Portia both as a friend and as a soon-to-be healthcare professional. During each discussion, a chastened Portia promised to take it easy with the partying, and a frustrated Letty explained that she wouldn't keep dealing with drunken hijinks. Both of them swallowed the lies easily, because what was the alternative? "Letty," there was the slightest twinge of panic in her friend's voice. Letty sighed. "It's the middle of the night, so yes, you're bothering me. But since you came to make sure I didn't get serial killed, it's okay, I guess," Letty said, stepping aside to let her in. "It's not okay." Portia stumbled into the apartment, making a sharp right to maneuver herself into the bathroom that had seemingly been built for a contortionist. Letty walked over to her tiny kitchen. She filled a bottle with water and dropped in an effervescent multivitamin that would help stave off a hangover. She stood for a moment, watching the bubbles through the clear plastic and listening as her toiletries were knocked off of their shelves in the bathroom. The weight of a question she tried not to ask herself too often settled over her. Wouldn't it be nice if someone took care of me instead? In her experience, unless they were getting a paycheck, no one was interested in that particular task. The toilet flushed, and there was the crash of something hitting the tile floor. Letty cringed. "I also wanted to make sure you were okay after the whole Clarence thing." Portia continued their conversation seamlessly as she stepped out, rubbing her hands on her pants. She pulled out her sleek phone, which was at least 3 generations ahead of Letty's and double the size. "I have to replace your candle. I'll order one now, and it'll arrive tomorrow. And you really need to get some new hand towels. I'll add those to the order." Letty blinked. Candle? Okay. That's what the breaking glass had been? Towels? The ones she had were fine. Clarence? She'd already put that short-lived relationship out of her mind. An ill-timed pop-up text from his side piece had revealed his true nature. A few weeks of freedom from his boring finance industry stories had proven what a blessing Melissa, I'm naked and waiting, S, had been. Thanks, but Clarence is history. He's been filed away in the annals of the Journal of New York City Fuckboys. She handed Portia the bottle, along with 95% of your hookups. Good. Portia ignored the poke about her own dating life and instead flopped onto the futon and began scrolling on her phone while sipping from the bottle. "Should we kill him? I'd help you hide the body. You know my family owns land all over the Northeast. Oh, look at these hand towels with little microscopes on them." She held up her phone toward Letty. "No need to kill Clarence. Having to live with himself is punishment enough," Letty said, and then leaned down to examine the phone. "And the towels are cute, but I can buy my own." "Why? I said I would pay for them. And we should still shank him," Portia said around a yawn. Letty shook her head. Portia might kill for her, but she would do it with some kind of fancy steak knife from Tiffany's or wherever rich people shopped for cutlery, not a crude shank. Or if she did use a shank, it would be some artisanal weapon she'd crafted at one of her workshops, made with salvaged beach glass or something. Portia was a perpetual student, trying anything that interested her, then moving on when the next thing caught her fancy. She could afford to coast, choosing where and how seriously to pursue her studies on a whim. Letty tried not to resent that, and mostly succeeded. Portia hadn't asked to be Richie Rich any more than Letty had asked to be a little orphan Annie. Letty climbed into the bed beside Portia, jerking a portion of her blanket from under her friend. She could sleep for a little while longer. She'd be having biostats for breakfast with her study group, and then a long shift at the Institute awaited her, with more studying capping off her night, and more grinding her teeth about her internship if Krillick didn't get back to her. "Letty." Portia tugged the blanket out from beneath her and pushed it toward Letty. "What's up?" "I didn't really bother you, did I?" Letty was still annoyed, and she didn't want to encourage bad habits, but part of her was glad Portia had stopped by. She'd been consumed with school and work, and she'd forgotten how good it was to interact with someone who had nothing to do with either. "No, you didn't." Portia responded with light snores. She was already asleep. Letty sighed and stared up into the darkness. She was wide awake. She hadn't given much thought to her most recent breakup, but now she wondered why Portia had worried Clarence would return. Letty had never expected him to hang around to begin with. She was like a faulty piece of Velcro. People tried to stick to her, but there was something intrinsically wrong in her design. 20-plus years of data, starting from that first foster family, supported that hypothesis. Hell, Portia's late-night drunk visits were worrisome, but Letty was still shocked each time that her friend cared enough to stop by. "Is that why you put up with it?" Letty shifted on the futon, rolling away from the uncomfortable thought, but not quickly enough to evade another one. It had been a relief when she'd found out about Clarence's cheating. He'd proven her Velcro hypothesis correct, and when he'd shrugged and said, "It's not like you love me," he hadn't been mistaken. Her social cell membrane had kept her heart intact. Still, she wondered, what would it be like to let someone in? Not Clarence, who'd been a break glass in case of emergency kind of boyfriend, but someone who might actually prove her hypothesis wrong. That would be terrifying. Letty tossed and turned, as if wriggling free from the thoughts that threatened to bind her, and Portia grumbled on the other side of the bed. She was fine on her own. She always had been, and if no good guy ever made it past her barriers, well, that'd be fine too. Just fine. She stared at the ceiling, willing herself to sleep. Her brain had other ideas, taking her on a guided tour of all the work she had to complete, and explaining how inability to do so would result in complete and utter failure. Finally, like a rat on a wheel going full tilt, she exhausted herself with all the ways she could fail and the repercussions of each possibility, and began to slide into sleep. Oh, God. Yes. This is so much better than sex. Who needs a man? She thought as she was tugged into the sweet darkness of slumber. And then her phone vibrated. She groaned into her pillow, her body heavy with fatigue, and reached for the phone. Sender, Lakotsi Adelele at Kingdom of Thesolo. .the. Subject, time is of the essence. Miss Smith, I know that you have received my messages. I can see that they have been read. I do not know why you ignore my attempts at contact. It is imperative that you respond at once or... Motherfucker, she growled. This time she didn't delete the email. They wanted a response. She'd comply. Sender, N. Smith at webmail.com. Subject, time is of the essence. Fuck off. Chapter 3. Your Highness. Thabiso opened his eyes, his position on the massage table ensuring that his personal assistant's Italian leather loafers were in his direct line of sight. They were hours into the flight to New York City, but he was sure that if he looked up, Lakotsi would still be sporting her tailored suit jacket, vest, and tie, and her shirt would still be as crisp as if it had been freshly ironed. He had long ago resigned himself to never being best dressed in the palace. He didn't look up, though. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the masseuse's nimble hands working his body. Her fingertips pressed into his muscles, which were still tight after 3 days of stressful trade meetings in Lichtenberg. Her work was an exercise in futility, given the additional meetings that awaited him in New York. But Thabiso took pleasure where he could. The tabloids that conjectured on the daily lives of royalty would be sorely disappointed if they knew that Africa's most eligible bachelor spent most of his time stressed about work and trying to get a quick dose of relief, like most mere mortals. Sire, Lakotsi pressed. Thabiso sniffed in aggravation. He had wanted just this brief moment of repose before their wheels touched the ground and the onslaught resumed. He was tempted to press his hands against his ears and scream like he had when he was a child. His tantrums had been legendary, and the king and queen had often remarked that he was lucky he was the sole heir to the crown with the way he tried their patience. They remarked on his being the sole heir, often. No pressure. The sound of one loafer tapping against the carpeted floor added an agitating backbeat to the relaxing music the masseuse was playing. Thabiso knew what that tap meant. Lakotsi had something important to tell him. Perhaps something to do with the African Union trade agreement. They make fools of us with this offer, Prince Thabiso. We must decline it. Or maybe there had been another skirmish with the South African farmers who had been encroaching on Thessaloian lands. If the crown will not protect our lands, we'll be forced to protect ourselves, Your Highness. There was also the corporation that wanted to mine Thesolo for the rare earth minerals needed for their cell phone screens and hybrid cars. With the way they pressed, one might think those items were more important than the ecological future of a small African kingdom. This will be very lucrative for Thesolo's coffers, Your Highness. I am the finance minister, and I know more of these matters than you, trust me. Or, most worryingly, perhaps his parents had finally made good on the threat to find him a bride, since he wasn't taking serious measures to further the Mashushu royal line. Son, You have put off this duty for far too long. Our subjects are worried about the future of the kingdom, and there are whispers of bad omens. It seemed that everyone wanted or needed something from him, and the number of people who saw him as both provider and protector was ever increasing. It was like quicksand, his responsibility. It had been sucking him down bit by bit from the moment he was born. Sometimes Thabiso was certain the pressure would crush him. He was a prince who would be a king, and there was no retiring, no respite from his duty to his people. He so badly wanted a respite. That option wasn't available to only sons, though. Thabiso pushed against the resentment that had started to grow like an insidious weed in the more shadowy corners of his mind. Resentment of his parents for not bearing more children, of his people for expecting him to be more like a mythical prince than a flesh-and-blood one. Everyone had forgotten there was a Thabiso following the word prince, so much so that sometimes he forgot too. My prince. He could evade his responsibilities no longer. He lifted his head from the massage table to meet Lekotsi's eyes. Instead of being dimmed with worry, they were wide and bright. In her hands, she clutched the sleek tablet she used to coordinate every aspect of Thabiso's life. From dental appointments to dating, to drafting political accords. There is news, she said. She tugged at her tie, a cardinal sin, and a tick that showed just how excited she was. His curiosity was piqued. That's quite enough, Trudy. He barked over his shoulder to the masseuse. She bowed and slipped away to the service area of the private jet, likely to gossip with the steward. That was my Linda, Lekotsi corrected. Trudy was fired 2 weeks ago after you had an unfortunate reaction to her massage oil mixed en route to Kenya. You nearly had her banished from the kingdom, if you'll recall. What I recall is the rash that plagued me throughout the meetings in Nairobi, Thabiso said irritably. I had to have make-or-break policy discussions with the heads of major nations while trying not to rub my buttocks against my seat for relief. Trudy was lucky I didn't have her thrown into a dungeon. Lekotsi waved her tablet back and forth. I have important news to share, unless you wish to continue discussing this grave injustice. Thabiso scowled at her mockery, but deigned to let it pass. Lekotsi knew very well just how much she could push him, and it was further than most, in part because he admired her, but also because he wouldn't survive a week without her, and they both knew it. Your grandfather fought off colonizers with his bare hands, and you can't function without an assistant, Ngoka wept. What is it? More directives from the finance ministers? More unrest from my subjects about whether I dress too much like a Westerner, or smile too little, or smile too much? Thabiso swung his legs over the edge of the massage table and sat upright, trying to look dignified while wearing nothing but his boxer briefs and scented oil. Complaining about what was part and parcel of his exalted position wasn't exactly dignified either, but he was exhausted. Lekotsi glanced up at him, concern in her eyes. Are you quite sure you're all right? Yes. He was a prince. Of course he was all right. He had to be. Get on with it. Lekotsi nodded, and her worried expression quickly changed to one of self-satisfaction. The Palace Department of Culture and International Relations recently told me that they'd received a hit from that genetics testing site, one of the few off-continent matches, and I grew suspicious. Using my formidable internet skills, I was able to narrow down the area to North America. Licozzi paused a moment, as if to bask in incoming praise. Thabiso stared at her, and she sighed and continued. 2 countries out of the entire world made my search much easier, sire. And perhaps it wasn't entirely above board, but I obtained the user's login name for the genetic site and found a match on a web forum for nerds. Hey La Hoop is quite active on a site called Girls with Glasses. Hela Hoop, aka na Lady Smith, ni na Lady Ajua, has an IP address in New York City. Na Lady Ajua. He was starting to feel something other than agitation. Excitement. He hadn't felt that emotion in some time. Being groomed to lead a kingdom generally lent itself to emotions like frustration, anger, and panic, if one really cared for one's subjects. Thabiso cared quite a bit. His fingertips pressed into the underside of the massage table. You told me you had some information, but you hadn't updated me about this development. Well, I didn't want to get your hopes up, and until 5 minutes ago, there was nothing new to report. With a click of her heels and nod of her closely shaved head, Licozzi began to crow as if she were announcing before the Thessaloian court. She has finally responded, Your Majesty. Your missing matrimonial match, your beleaguered betrothed beauty. Thabiso grabbed the tablet before Licozzi could continue with her horrific attempts at alliteration. Prince, shh! Thabiso made a shooing gesture in Licozzi's direction. His head was suddenly strangely light and his body heavy. Since he was a boy, he'd heard tales of his bride-to-be and the wicked, selfish parents who had stolen her away. Each nanny had placed his or her own twist on the tale, and some had even conjectured about their inevitable reconciliation. The will of the goddess cannot be denied, my prince. Do not fret. A photo of their betrothal ceremony had hung in the palace living quarters. 2 chubby-cheeked toddlers, dressed in brightly patterned garments, flowered garlands crowning their heads. Her eyes radiated with happiness as she played with the petals surrounding them, and he gazed at her with earnest adoration. Unfortunately, he hadn't mustered that emotion for any of the other women who had come into his life since then. He'd had friends, and he'd had lovers, but no one who'd made him feel like that besotted younger version of himself, preserved for posterity. Their story had become his own personal fairy tale, or like the Mills and Boone's romances he'd sneaked from the Queen's library as a teen. And like those fairy tales, he'd put Naledi out of his head as the realities of adulthood had set in. And then a few weeks ago, he had come across that photo again, and in the midst of budget planning, wheeling and dealing ministers, and pressure from his parents, a longing had opened in him like a fissure. It had surprised him, the desperate, childish hope that was unbecoming of any man descended of the Moshushu warriors. But it had been there all the same. And the only way to get rid of such a foolish hope was to snuff it out. He'd needed to find her before he could achieve that goal. And now Licozzi had. Would she be like one of the silly girls his parents kept presenting him with? Women programmed like automatons, eager to prove how subservient they could be? Or like the women he wined and dined while traveling, so blinded by proximity to power that they never noticed there was a prince beneath the crown? Your objective was to rid yourself of this weakness, not indulge in it. If she's a twit, all the better. Your Highness, Lakotsi said, hand moving toward the tablet as if she wanted to snatch it away. I'm sorry, but in my excitement, I failed to relay that her response was less than optimal. I believe that her parents have poisoned her against you. There can be no other explanation for this crass response to my perfectly polite messages. Thabiso scrubbed his thumb over the screen, and his betrothed's words slid into sight. Fuck off. The smile that tugged his cheeks upward wasn't controllable, and the laugh that followed was ridiculous. Royalty shouldn't laugh like a hyena from a Bush story. His deportment teacher would reprimand him. But he read the two words out loud and laughed until tears streamed from his eyes and caught in his beard. As a child, he'd imagined Naledi in some tower far away, being held by an evil sorcerer. He'd imagined she'd need saving and he would be the one to do it. Fuck off. Oh no, Naledi didn't need his help at all. Prince, Lakotsi's loafer was tapping again. I don't know what spurred this attempt to find your betrothed, but now that she has responded, how would you like to proceed in light of this unsavoriness? Lakotsi's nose scrunched as if she smelled burned mealy pap. That was okay, because Thabiso had always liked the burned part of the cornmeal porridge. Perhaps because it was one of the few imperfections that made it through the many quality filters surrounding a prince who was the sole heir to a kingdom. It seems that this Naledi may have been worth the wait. I would like to meet her. Now. Lakotsi glanced pointedly out the window of the jet, then back at Thabiso. Well, I don't expect you to summon her 30,000 feet into the sky, Thabiso said. When we land in New York City, have her brought to me immediately. Lakotsi raised her brows. Well, that would be considered kidnapping in the U.S., Highness. You are protected by diplomatic immunity, but perhaps we could save that perk for a more important matter. We can ask her to come to you, but given her response, I'm not sure that she will. An unfamiliar annoyance pulsed through Thabiso. He wanted something, and it wasn't guaranteed he would have it. That was rare indeed, and it whet his desire to a sharp edge. Fine, then I will go to her. Lakotsi gasped, but when Thabiso looked at her, she had schooled her face back to bland acceptance. Whatever you think is appropriate, she said. I don't have a home address yet, but I believe I've located her place of employ. It seems that she might be, another wrinkle of the nose, a waitress. What a life her parents' thoughtlessness has condemned her to. In Tisolo, she would have lived a life of luxury. Her hands would be as smooth and soft as Lakotsi. She flinched and straightened her tie. My apologies. You said you could locate her. Get on with it. I could use a diversion on this trip, and I believe I've found it. Yes, sire. Thabiso sat still on the massage table, any relaxation Melinda's work had provided forgotten. His muscles were taut with excitement and fear. No, that wasn't it. It was the same sensation he got before making an important speech or having to make a decision that would impact his people for generations. I'm nervous, he muttered to himself. Life had been nothing but a series of mundane duties for so long. Even the occasional trip to a hot new club or date with a Nollywood starlet had become just another part of his job. He hadn't been this nervous about a woman since his first time making love. But he'd had some idea of what to expect then. Naledi was a mystery and perhaps a mistake. Part of being a good prince meant he avoided mistakes at all costs, but this time he didn't expect a happily ever after like in the slim white romance books of his youth. He expected excitement, and it looked like Naledi could provide just that. Chapter 4. Lady, I know you're busy, but... She whipped around and glared at Dan, also affectionately known as Fuck My Life Dan, and Shit I Have a Shift with That Asshole Dan, to her and her coworkers at the Institute's dining hall. Letty was regretting having agreed to work in the weeks leading up to finals, and his presence wasn't helping. When she'd walked into the Institute's kitchen, he'd been dramatically scribbling in his moleskin with his shiny Mont Blanc. Of course, he'd had to share the profound spoken-word poem he'd written, entitled Macchiato Mama. And now he wanted more of her attention. I am busy. Her words came out sharp as the steak knives on the plates she balanced on her forearms. She was already covering 4 tables to his 1. The group of astrophysicists was keeping her on her toes with their requests for detailed explanations of every dish on next week's special tasting menu. The mathematicians lingering across the dining room kept forgetting to eat their food as they debated some theorem or another. Letty had already been chewed out by Eves, the Swiss chef, for bringing their meals back to be reheated twice, as if she wanted to destroy the textural integrity of his precious swordfish. Even better, all of the guests had to be out of the dining room within the next half hour so she could finish prepping for a VIP event that night. A new employee was supposed to come in and shadow her, which would have been great if she had been working with someone besides Dan. Dan, who couldn't manage the simplest task without having to come back for re-instructions several times. I was setting up for the event, and I think I'm having a quarter-life crisis, he said. She thought he was joking until she saw his expression. He was completely earnest and also looking at her as if she was his therapist instead of his coworker. Fuck my life. Dan. She exhaled slowly and tried to think of a response to this bullshit. The life expectancy of the average American male is 78, and you're 30-something, so this would be closer to a midlife crisis. Shit. Dan's eyes went wide. You're absolutely right. Letty's forearms were strong, but the large cuts of fish and fine dining ware were heavy. She hadn't dropped a plate since she'd first started waitressing in high school, and if Dan made her break her streak, she'd significantly reduce his lifespan. Is there anything else? She asked, voice strained. Her arms were beginning to feel shaky. It's just, I didn't think this would be so hard, he said, plucking at the wrinkled tuxedo shirt that all servers at the Institute dining hall had to wear. Unfolding tables, carrying trays of dishes, cleaning up after these people. I mean, aren't they supposed to be geniuses? They're slobs. I thought this job would be easy. This motherfucker, she thought. This job is easy, actually, she said, trying not to let her frustration show. She needed to manage whatever meltdown he was having and get through the rest of the night. It's physically demanding and sometimes emotionally, but unlike the work they're doing out there, it's not rocket science. Dan's mouth sagged into a grimace. I thought this gig would really help me get into the mindset of the hero of my novel. You know, getting my hands dirty, but everyone is always expecting me to do something for them." He glanced at her as if he pitied her. "I know you wouldn't understand anything about creativity, but this place is killing my muse." Only the knowledge that Eves would fillet her if she asked him to make another swordfish steak prevented her from flinging one of her plates into his face. She was used to people thinking she wasn't capable of comprehending things, but it was the pity in Dan's voice that grated on her. She didn't need anyone's pity, and the patrons could be a bit odd, but they were actually changing the world. While Dan scribbled lines about eyes like spots of caramel. Eves peeked out from his office. "If I have to reheat that fish one more time," he growled and made a slitting motion across his neck. Letty wondered how people had ever mistaken the Swiss for a peace-loving people. They had invented those knives, and they knew how to use them. She took a deep breath and remembered that this was a job that paid her well and provided insurance to part-time workers. Dan wasn't worth losing her access to low copays. "Just give me a minute and we can talk this through, okay?" He nodded, but his gaze was past her, as if he was still mulling his napkin-folding-induced crisis. She hurried the food to the mathematicians, making it to the table just as her arms were ready to give out, with a gentle reminder that they needed to actually eat it this time. They nodded and dug in without looking up at her, but as she headed back to the kitchen, one of the astrophysicists flagged her down, asking her to bring him some more of the kale that had been used as garnish on his plate so that he could demonstrate a wormhole theory. "It's in the curl of the leaf, you see," Dr. Zayatara began, and launched into a complex explanation of matter folding in on itself. Letty couldn't grasp everything he was saying, but it was still fascinating. It was moments like this that reminded her why she loved working at the Institute. Great minds had to eat, and sometimes they shared some of their greatness within earshot. She appreciated that he made eye contact with her, including her in the conversation. Researchers in her own field sometimes gazed past her when explaining things, as if assuming she wouldn't understand. But then she remembered all the work looming ahead. "The dining room is actually closing soon, sir," she said when he finally took a breath. "Excellent," he replied, taking more paperwork out of his backpack and dropping it decisively on the table. "We can work in peace once those ridiculous mathematicians leave." He and his colleagues glared across the dining room. Letty groaned and hurried back to the kitchen that was much too quiet. There should have been the clang of metal as Dan moved tables out from the back storage room, or at least the sound of the expensive Italian espresso machine as he freeloaded yet another cappuccino. "Dan?" The end of her question ended in a yelp as she stepped on something slippery and almost lost her footing. She looked down to see an abandoned tuxedo shirt beneath her sensible work shoe. Of course. He couldn't just quit like a normal human being or wait until after his shift. He had to make an artistic statement. He was probably walking shirtless to freedom and planning to use that as the final triumphant scene of his novel. Fuck. Just like that, the calm she had been struggling to maintain began to crack. An unusual pressure beat at her sinuses as each individual task on her to-do list seemed to multiply before her eyes like a neurovirus. Dan had left her to set up and wait on a party of 40 people alone. She had hours of studying ahead of her when she got home, or she'd fail her bench exams, and her first year of grad school would be an expensive bust. Her thesis was floundering, and her advisor was MIA, and her awesome summer practicum was uncertain. And she just knew that the mathematicians were going to ask her to reheat their fish again. Fuck, she exhaled. The doors leading from the dining room opened, and Letty tried to pull her features into a smile. It was probably Dr. Zaitara coming to check in on his kale. But instead of a peeved researcher standing in the doorway, there was the finest man Letty had ever seen outside of a social media thirst trap pic. For a split second, she was hit with the sensation of greeting an old friend after a long absence. But she was mistaken. She didn't know this guy. He was tall, with the broad-shouldered, well-defined V of a body that announced swimming was part of his workout regimen. He wore a forest green t-shirt and straight-legged black jeans that fit snugly, but not enough to advertise his eggplant emoji. She would have thought the pants were tailored, but who would waste money on tailored jeans? His skin was a rich, dark brown, slightly darker than her own, with hair that was shaved on the sides and twisted into short, perfect dreads on the top. A well-maintained beard framed his lush lips and highlighted the sharp angles of his wide jaw instead of hiding them. That beard made her fingers itch to stroke it, or to grab her smartphone and photograph it for posterity. She wasn't as good at social media as Portia, but she'd rack up 1 million likes within the day for sure, if not some kind of award for heroism on behalf of male-attracted humanity. She said. Her general reaction to men she met in her daily life was indifference or intolerance at best. But something about this man sent her thoughts spinning far, far away from lab work or serving or studying. The only data she was currently interested in collecting was the exact tensile pressure of his beard against her inner thigh and the shift in mass of his body on top of hers. He cleared his throat, and she realized she'd been crouching and staring up at him with an intensity that might have made him fear for his well-being. She doubted it was a new experience for him, but it was for her, and her face heated in embarrassment. She kicked Dan's discarded shirt under the metal table and pulled herself up straight. "Can I help you, sir?" It felt strange to address someone near her age so formally, but at the Institute, you never knew who was a VIP. The most important researcher often came to the dining room in his bathrobe and nothing else. Besides, he had an air of authority about him. "There's a man outside who says he's in need of kale. He's quite insistent." Oh, he had an accent, too. Kind of British, but with something else just as charming layered over it. Kale? Somewhere in the back of Letty's mind, a connection was sparking, but all pathways were currently occupied trying to process whatever was going on with the hot guy in front of her. He smiled, the kind of smile that made little crinkles around the corner of his eyes, and Letty felt it all throughout her body. "Yes," he said in that deep, accented voice. "Kale. A leafy green, quite good in a Morocco mash, but I imagine you don't serve that here. Maybe you do, though. I haven't had a chance to familiarize myself with the menu." Familiarize? Menu? Letty's scattered deductive reasoning skills slowly pulled the pieces together. This was the new hire. She felt a brief pang of regret as her beard versus thighs fantasy collapsed like one of Eve's soufflés. Now that she knew she'd be training him, he was firmly in the coworker zone. "Oh, you're already helping customers? That's great, showing initiative," she said. Her brain had registered that he fell into a group labeled Nope. But all of her cylinders still weren't firing, She was trying to sound bright and in charge, but her vocabulary center was stuck on, damn, he fine, making forming sentences a bit difficult. Here. Letty grabbed a fistful of kale from the chopping board on the counter and shoved it toward him. He looked from the greens to her face and back again, his brow furrowed in obvious judgment. "You're right, I should be wearing gloves," she said. "I, of all people, should be enforcing that. Public health, germs are the enemy." She was fairly certain that the look he gave her as she dropped the kale onto the cutting board and snapped a latex glove onto her right hand was the same one she doled out to subway preachers with questionable knowledge of biblical texts, ranting about the apocalypse. "No, that's not it at all," he said, shaking his head, and everything clicked into place for her. How had she made such a silly mistake? "Oh, right." She turned and grabbed a small round bread plate, slapped a thin paper doily on it, and then placed the kale on top, giving it a few gentle spruces before it went off to be used as an educational aid. "Nice catch. Presentation is always important," she said as she handed it over to him. "I'm usually more on the ball, but it's been a long day, a long week, month." She reined herself in. "You seem to have some experience already, so you can take this over to the table, okay? Remind them that the dining room will be closed to members in 20 minutes, and they have to leave. I'll go get you a tuxedo shirt to change into, then we can start training." She made finger guns and a little tongue-clicking noise at him before she could stop herself. What the hell? Where did that come from? She turned and speed-walked away, seeking refuge in the walk-in fridge. She was sure steam was rising from her face, and that wasn't the only thing that needed cooling. "You're an adult," Letty chided herself. "Just because the finest, most lickable man you've ever seen in real life is going to be working next to you all night is no reason to start acting like some classic 90s movie character." The problem wasn't just that he was attractive. Hot guys were a dime a dozen in New York City. It was that she was attracted to him. And it wasn't just physical. For a moment, she'd had the ridiculous feeling that she knew him. Had felt a connection that was as improbable as it was impossible. It would be hard to forget a man like that. She felt a brief surge of panic. It was just her luck that the new guy had some kind of viral effect on her. Her social cell membrane had collapsed. Her defenses were down, and she still had the whole rest of the evening to get through. She was in deep shit. She dropped her chin to her chest and let out a loud groan of mortification. The door to the walk-in opened and Eve stuck his head in, his silver eyebrows raised in curiosity. "Everything all right?" His gaze darted suspiciously around the small space. "Don't ask," she muttered, sliding out past him. "I keep count of the zucchini," he called after her. Chapter 5. Thabiso stood in the middle of the orderly stainless steel kitchen holding the plate of kale, staring at the space Naledi had occupied before giving him an order and rushing off. This was the woman who should have been his bride, whose destiny had been entwined with his by religious divination and royal decree. The woman whose family had broken their promise and brought dishonor on themselves and on the priestesses who had fasted and sweated and prayed for days before choosing Naledi as the future queen. She should have been bowing down and begging forgiveness. Instead, she had thrown greens at him and ordered him about as if he were a peasant and not a prince. His people would be incensed, his parents aghast. Thabiso was intrigued. Naledi. Her eyes were large, her deep brown irises fringed with long, long lashes. Her skin was a smooth, radiant brown that gave her an aura of innocence, as if she'd yet to encounter anything in this life trying enough to crease her brow in worry. Her mouth was another tale entirely. Wide, lush lips that left any thoughts of innocence far behind, even though they were bare of makeup. Her accent was not quite like the New York accent from films he'd seen, but captivating all the same. She was more beautiful than the photos Lacazzi had poached from her barely used social media accounts. She'd been reserved in the photos. The pictures hadn't captured her energy. There was a solid air about her. She seemed like someone you could trust to get a job done. Then why was she here and not in Thesolo as her betrothal demanded? He could have just asked her that, point blank, but something had stopped him. It was the way she had looked at him. There had been heat in those lovely eyes of hers as her tongue swiped over her luscious bottom lip. But more importantly, there had been no sign of recognition. He had been slightly annoyed as he'd watched and waited for a reaction from her and realized none was forthcoming. He had imagined dozens of variations on their reunion. Her apologizing at the very least had been a recurring theme. There had been no Cale in any of them. But the way she had looked at him, as if he were just another man, was like a magic door opening up beside the one he'd thought was his only way forward. She doesn't know who I am. Thabiso was used to being regarded as His Royal Highness, was bored of it really, but the thread of lust that had spun taut between them like a strand from fate's loom had been inspired by him, and him alone. Thabiso had wanted to tug at the thread, pull her closer until she was in his arms, and he wanted to enjoy just a bit more of her time before he became Prince Thabiso, and she became another Thessalonian project to be managed. Because that was what any talk of betrothal and marriage would be for him. Work. There was something else that had held him back. Her eyes. The aura of joy and happiness from her childhood photo was gone. She'd been friendly, but there was a wariness to her that gave him pause. He had been trained to read body language, an invaluable skill when negotiational prowess could decide the future of millions of people, and she was as cagey as any diplomat he'd ever encountered. But in the moment when he'd first caught sight of her, she'd been vulnerable, frustrated, a woman at the end of her rope. Thabiso had often wondered how his life had been impacted by her absence. He'd spent a lifetime being told what could have been if his betrothed hadn't disappeared. But what had her life been like without him, without Thesolo? He'd meant to sweep into her mundane job and dazzle her, a task made easy when you were royalty. But nothing had gone as planned since he'd walked into the building. When a riverbed takes a sharp curve, the water follows. Thabiso looked down at the Cale, then turned and walked out of the double doors toward the table of rude people who had assumed he was a waiter. Naledi had believed this as well. Was there something about him that exuded a sense of servility? He had thought his shirt becoming, but perhaps he would have to tell Lacazzi to retire it. Thabiso dropped the plate onto the table with a loud ceramic thunk. The man who had requested it took it up in his hand without even looking at him, continuing to converse with his compatriots. He had just been waited on by royalty and couldn't even manage a nod of gratitude. Son of a two-legged antelope. Thabiso waited a moment longer for the recognition owed to him and then snatched the Cale back. "I beg your pardon," the man said, clearly confused as he finally turned his gaze toward Thabiso. Your pardon is denied. I just performed a task for you. The correct thing to say in this situation is thank you. Thabiso imbued each word with the disdain learned from years of etiquette lessons. The man sputtered, eyes wide behind his glasses, then stammered out a thanks. Thabiso returned the kale to him. You are welcome. He clapped his hands together. Now, you must leave this place, as I've been informed that there is work to be done for a later event. I give you permission to take this plate with you, as it's obviously of inferior quality and will not be missed. The man and his group of friends quickly gathered their things and shuffled out. He crossed his arms over his chest and watched them go. Do I ever thank my servants? He couldn't remember explicitly doing so. His servants had always been there, like the photos of ancestors on the walls and the furniture handed down for generations. Surely they didn't feel affronted when he waved or beckoned without a word. He was a prince, after all. He had expectations that commoners couldn't be expected to understand. A familiar censoring tap on his shoulder reminded him of Lekatsi's presence. If I may be so bold, Your Highness, what exactly are you doing? I'm working, Thabiso said. He was feeling rather pleased with himself. Not only was he an excellent negotiator and a shrewd businessman, but having completed the tasks assigned him, he was well on his way to becoming a master waiter too. The goddess really did shine on all of his undertakings. It appears I have acquired a job. Lekatsi's mouth gaped in dismay, and she shook her head. No, sire, you have a job, princing, and you also have a business dinner with the Omega Corporation in 2 hours. Thabiso had thought he would show up, make Naledi rue the day her family had slunk out of Thesolo like minks, and then continue with his trip. But she hadn't known who he was, and he wanted to know more about the intriguing, if somewhat strange, beauty. Thabiso shrugged. Omega can wait. Lekatsi's mouth went tight. The finance ministers made very clear how important this meeting is. The finance minister sent me here to sell our country's well-being to the highest bidder. But he couldn't tell her that. She knew his most intimate details, but not that he'd agreed to allow the minerals to be extracted from beneath people's ancestral lands. There would be relocation, paid for, of course, but it still didn't sit well with him. The people will understand that the well-being of a nation comes first, Prince Thabiso. Sometimes a prince had to do unsavory things, and sometimes plans changed. The goddess has presented me with the chance to know Naledi, and I cannot pass it up for Omega Corps. Is that what you wanted, sire? To know her? Thabiso hadn't thought so. What had he wanted when he tasked Lekatsi with finding her? A reckoning? An outlet for his frustrations? Something, anything, other than the 1,000 worries that beat at his shoulders like the noonday sun. It didn't matter. Now that he had seen Naledi, he wanted to know her. It may have been a whim, but that was his want, and it was the very least owed to him. Naledi has mistaken me for a new co-worker. Can you think of a better chance for me to learn about her and why she left than to observe her from the same lowly level she occupies? If I tell her who I am, as planned, she would immediately change her behavior, and we might never learn the truth. He was being selfish, and for a very simple reason. He'd never had someone ask him to do something simple like deliver a dish of food. No one would ask such a thing of a prince, not unless they wanted to be shamed. The demands usually made of him were much more strenuous and always came with a price, no matter how deferential the person was when they asked. Naledi had ordered him to do something without blinking, without a hint of brown-nosing, and he found that he wanted her to do it again. Lakotsi drew herself back in horror. "You wish to engage in deception. By Ngoka, goddess of truth and virtue, I cannot allow it." Thabiso dropped his gaze to the ground, not because he was ashamed, but because he had long ago learned how to bypass his assistant's innate sense of honor. He caught her eye and grinned at her, then glanced around the room conspiratorially. "Why, Lakotsi, don't you wish to solve the mystery of the missing matrimonial match? To discover why her parents abandoned their lives, friends, and family? Why they fled from their duties and her birthright?" "Well, yes." Some of the stiffness went out of Lakotsi's shoulders. "And do you think if I tell her who I am, she'll just reveal that secret? Especially in light of her response to your email campaign." Lakotsi paused, pursed her lips. "Perhaps not. Then it is settled. I can get close to her through this job and find out her secrets. It will be an undercover adventure like in the Suncatcher novels of our youth." Just then, a lanky young man walked into the dining room, his hoodie and faded jeans indicating he was a student. He hesitated, and seeing no one else around, he turned to Thabiso and Lakotsi. "Hey, I'm Jamal. I'm supposed to start working here this afternoon. Sorry, I'm late. My train was stuck in a tunnel for like 45 minutes. You know how it is." Ah, the source of their misunderstanding, and the man who had allowed him to gain closer access to his betrothed. The priestesses often said that Ngoka took many forms to shepherd believers onto their true path. Thabiso took such sayings with a grain of salt, but perhaps Jamal was one of these shepherds. "The position has already been filled, Jamal," Thabiso declared. "But you will be reimbursed for making your way here. Lakotsi, please, pay him for his troubles." He glanced at the kitchen doors, through which Naledi could emerge at any moment. "Outside." "Wait, hold up," Jamal said, taking a step forward in protest. "You can't just go back on your word. I need this job, man." The pleading in the man's voice took Thabiso by surprise. Who would be so upset over the loss of such trivial work? But then, Thabiso remembered the charts about joblessness in American youth that he had studied. Jobs were not plentiful in this country, and colleges were not free or affordable as they were in civilized nations like this Solo. "Give him $15,000, Thabiso said, his gaze still on the kitchen. 20. Just do it away from here." Jamal stood still, mouth wide open, the hands he'd thrown up in annoyance dropped to his sides and smacked against his jeans. "That isn't funny." His brow creased. "You serious?" "You question my honor?" Thabiso asked, slitting his gaze toward Jamal. "People don't go around slinging cash like this. Is this a joke or—" "If you want the money, follow Lakotsi and she will give it to you." Thabiso could tell Lakotsi didn't approve of this expenditure. "You're high—" "I've spent more on shoes and you've said nothing. Get the young man his money and I will see you at the hotel tonight." She gave a brusque nod and made for the exit, with Jamal quick on her heels. "Thank you," he called out over his shoulder. Thabiso headed back to the kitchen, to Naledi. He'd been trained to run an entire country for most of his life. How hard could serving dinner be? Chapter 6. Serving was hell. Thabiso had thought he was fit and had stamina, but he was drenched in sweat. He'd pulled something in his back while attempting to lift a heavy tray, and he was ready to throw in the towel on this little scheme. Perhaps I didn't think this through. The initial setting up had gone well. He knew what a proper place setting looked like. The fastest way to expose one's gaucheness was to pick up the wrong utensil, and all fine dining setting configurations had been drilled into him. He'd basked in the lady's praise as he swiftly laid down silverware as she put out the glassware. They'd worked smoothly, in tandem. Her arm had kept brushing against his as she reached past him to place a wine glass here or a bread plate there. He'd never realized how much grace there was in such work, and it had felt like some kind of choreographed dance. She hadn't said much about herself as they'd worked, and had politely rebuffed any attempt at chit-chat related to her personal life. He didn't know where she lived, where she'd grown up, what school she went to, or whether she was dating anyone. But he learned all about the history of the Institute and the scientific advances that had taken place there. The people who eat here can be kind of strange, but some of them have made incredible discoveries in their research, she'd said, something like awe in her voice. Years of study and focus, obsession, on one crazy specific thing, all for the nearly impossible goal of changing the world. "Is that what you want to do?" he'd asked. "Change the world?" She lost a bit of her enthusiasm then. "I don't know if I'll ever be in a position to do that with my work. Besides, in this work you're usually reliant on someone else with money or power, and I've seen how they operate. Cutting the funding of important research or trying to make money instead of helping people. It's like they forget that out of everyone in the world, they've been trusted to do what's right." She'd gazed at him with clear emotion in her eyes, then a few blinks, and it was gone. Not gone, hidden. "Do you think it's easy having such power?" he'd asked. He was truly curious, and it was perhaps the first time he could get an honest answer without having his royal title taken into account. Letty had laughed. "Easy? That depends. If you want to use your power to exploit people and gain personal wealth, then yes, it's pretty easy. But if you want to change the world for the better, not so easy," he'd said. He knew that to be true. He'd thought of the countless meetings where his initiatives were shot down, called wastes of money. He had the same education, more than his ministers, but he was the playboy Pan-Afrique, after all. Sometimes he still pushed for things, but more often than not, he gave in. Giving in was easier, and he wondered if it wasn't worse than exploiting. That was at least taking action. He'd grown complacent. She shrugged, clearly done with the conversation. "I'm going to go fill the water pitchers while you finish up here." It was when the guests had arrived that everything went downhill. There had been no further getting to know his betrothed. From that point on, Thabiso was simply trying to survive. He had been to countless catered events. They made up a good portion of his meals when he was away from Thesolo, and at home, when they had functions for visiting dignitaries. He knew the drill from the guest side. Mingle, have a drink or two, then everyone is seated, and the food is brought out course by course. Thabiso had never thought about the logistics of this, though. It had just worked, in the same way that his watch ticked along without him thinking of the gears. The gears were quite important, it turned out. Plating up food correctly and serving it to the right person without error was not quite as simple as he'd imagined. Letty and her chef, a grumpy Swiss guy who reminded the Bisso of his former headmaster, had already prepared the salads, so it had just been a matter of carrying out large oval trays of them and handing out the plates. After the first tray the Bisso tried to heft onto his shoulder went crashing to the ground, Letty had flashed him an understanding smile and handed him 2 plates, one for each hand. "I'll carry the trays tonight," she said. "Just grab plates from mine and things will go smoother." Things did not go smoother. The Bisso managed to elbow one attendee in the ear and learned that "get it yourself" was not an acceptable answer when a guest asked for something, even if you were clearly busy. Next, they'd had to help the chef do up the dinner plates, which had been another exercise in humiliation. He thought he had an eye for design, but while Naletti's plates had looked like dishes from a trendy restaurant, the Bisso couldn't get his vegetables to cooperate, and his plates were smudged and splattered with sauces and jus. "Is this what happens in the kitchen at every function I've attended?" he'd asked himself. He'd never given much thought to how dish after dish came from the kitchen, perfectly presented. It had just always been so. No matter where he traveled, it seemed impossible that so much work went into making a plate of food that was about to be masticated look like a piece of artwork. He'd also failed on the serving front. Naledi whirled through the crowd of people who planted themselves in her path like stubborn donkeys, tray balanced on hands that seemed too small and wrists too thin to support its weight. His own hand shook as he lowered plates to tables, and he'd slid a portion of salmon and a butter thyme reduction right into a guest's lap. Naledi refilled water from a pitcher with one hand and poured wine with another without spilling a drop. The front of Tabisso's shirt was splashed with a middling Pinot Noir. Worst of all, the interest and respect that had flashed in her eyes earlier in the night had all but disappeared, replaced with disappointment and fatigue. "Oh, my!" a woman shouted as an ice cube bounced off the rim of her glass and into her cleavage as he refilled her cup. The Bisso debated what to do. He'd removed the salmon from the man's lap earlier. Was he supposed to retrieve the ice? Naledi slid in front of him before he could act, smoothly grabbing the pitcher and filling the woman's glass without incident. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Here's a fresh napkin for you to dry off with." She turned to him with a grimace, distorting those lovely lips. He knew he was making her job harder, but it galled to see her look at him like he was a worm that had slithered to the surface during a heavy rain. "Jamal, can you come with me for a minute?" she said, placing a hand on his arm and guiding him back into the kitchen. Her touch felt good, even though he knew what was coming. If anyone in his employ had made even one of the errors he'd made, they would have been out of a job and likely banned from working anywhere else in the kingdom once word of their ineptitude spread. Ineptitude? If that was the word springing to his mind, what must she think of him? The back of his neck tingled with warmth. What was this sensation that made him want to hide his deficiencies away where Naledi couldn't see them? He passed a stainless steel fridge, and his hunched shoulders and deferential expression shocked him. He recognized what he was feeling then. He'd seen it in so many people he'd dismissed from his presence over the years. It was shame. He was a moshushu. Shame was not supposed to be in his range of emotions. Would she dare to point out his weaknesses, this woman who had abandoned her duties and denied him the path laid down for him by the goddess? Everything in him bristled, ready to lash out at her in a preemptive strike. Let her try to belittle him. He'd tell her how she demeaned herself like a common peasant. He'd tell her exactly what orifice she could place any of her critiques of him. He was a prince, damn it. Her hand lingered on his arm, warm through the material of the cheap tuxedo shirt, then slipped away. She looked up at him, brow wrinkled, but instead of a reprimand, Naledi gave a fatigued laugh, the sound almost drowned out by the noise of an oven vent. It wasn't fake or forced or condescending. In fact, it was comforting. She grabbed a cupcake from a picked-over dessert tray and handed it to him. "Are we allowed to eat this?" he asked. "Is this not stealing?" "It'll go in the garbage if we don't eat it. I try to take leftovers and give them to the homeless when I can. It's technically illegal, but I hate seeing good food thrown away." Oh. Thabiso never gave much thought to waste. He was used to having too much to eat, to taking a few bites and waiting for the plate to be taken away and the next dish to arrive. He took a bite of the cupcake. "So, I'm starting to think maybe you lied on your resume," she said as she chewed. "Actually, I only lied about my identity. I'm sure Jamal's resume is correct. It seems I am not fit to complete the tasks you have given me," he said. His body was suddenly tense. His response had unwittingly echoed the one he'd given his mother just the week before. "Whether you believe you are capable or not does not matter, my son. You are the heir to the throne, the sole heir." That had been a less encouraging response than Thabiso would have liked. "It's okay. Shit happens," Naledi said. "No," he said. His fist closed around the cupcake and a few crumbs dropped to the floor. "You do not understand. Failure is not an option for me. I should be able to do this easily, and yet I have done nothing but make a mess. You have lost confidence in me. My people will lose their confidence in me." "Look, stop stressing yourself out, okay? It's not that deep." She took a bite of her cupcake. "I'm in grad school right now, for epidemiology." "You wish to help people with skin problems?" he asked, glad that she was finally opening up to him. "Yours is quite beautiful, so." She sighed. "No, that's dermatology. Epidemiology is a public health field. I study infectious diseases." "Why?" he asked quickly. This was the first thing she was purposefully revealing, and he didn't want to lose the opportunity. When disease strikes, it's always the most vulnerable populations that are hit hardest. I want to do research that helps make the world safer for them. She said it like it was a simple thing. Thabiso's grandest wishes were to be left to his own devices for just a few hours and to have a good glass of scotch, in that specific order. He had been born with the task of saving his people. Letty had too, according to the priestesses, but she didn't know that. "So you do want to save the world," he said. "That is quite honorable." "It's a job," she said, smoothly dodging his praise. "But that's not my point. So I'm a research assistant in a lab, too, when I'm not working here. I've been doing this since undergrad, and the first lab I ever worked at was studying the spread of venereal diseases. One day, after pulling 3 all-nighters in a row to study, I was asked by one of my postdocs to transfer some samples of gonorrhea. I was totally out of it and dropped the samples all over myself while not wearing protective gear. "Oh," Thabiso said. Americans were known for oversharing, but he didn't know why she chose this particular moment to disclose such personal information to him. It was odd, but admirable, he supposed. "I'm sorry to hear that. I know these diseases carry a stigma, but it is nothing to be ashamed of." He'd been giving that speech to teenagers since he was a teenager himself, and the face of Thisolo's youth sexual health education campaign. It had been his first initiative, back when he hadn't been completely weighed down by his role. Naledi gave him a strange look. It wasn't contagious, Jamal, though I appreciate your support. I didn't know that, though. I freaked out and activated the emergency shower, getting water everywhere in the process. I shorted out the centrifuge and ruined experiments that had been weeks and months in the making. Thabiso suppressed a smirk, imagining the woman before him, who seemed so in control of her surroundings, flailing about and wreaking havoc. Perhaps you've chosen the wrong profession. You're quite good at serving. It might be a better path for you. Her eyes narrowed. Excuse me? If you have a choice, why choose to do something you aren't good at? He asked, and that didn't seem to improve her mood. Who said I wasn't good at it? Sweat began to form on Thabiso's temples. No, why are you telling me this? I don't know, Letty said, tone short, then shook her head. I guess the point was that people mess up sometimes. I'm an amazing lab assistant now, so amazing that my postdoc wants me to do all his work for him. Her brow creased in consternation for a moment, then she met his gaze. It's not your fault that we're understaffed and you don't have a chance to get trained in an easier situation. You'll get the hang of it eventually. He hadn't been expecting this. He'd been a thorn in her side the entire night, and she had given him cupcakes and a gonorrhea anecdote and support. She was looking at him, Thabiso, at his very worst, and telling him that she believed in him. Thank you, he said, his voice low and rough. The cupcake must have been dry. She smiled and patted him on the arm. Look, just hang back for now. Maybe you can help with something that doesn't require touching the food or interacting with customers, like changing the burner under the chocolate fondue. It was pretty low last time I checked. Ask Chef Eves to give you a new burner and a lighter. Can you do that? It was somewhat comforting for someone to ask if he could do something in such a tone. She was doubtful, but throwing her support behind him anyway. At home, no one was allowed to doubt whether a prince was capable of something, not even the prince himself. Her lack of surety made him all the more eager to please her. Of course I can do that, he said. Good, she said. I'll go do a round and make sure the guests are okay. She held up her fist to him expectantly. Black power, he guessed. He had just watched a documentary about the civil rights movement, but wasn't aware that Americans used it as a form of salutation. He had kept abreast of the latest social justice movement in the States and supposed it was related to that. He lifted his fist high into the air. She laughed, that tinkling laugh again, but this time it didn't anger him. It made him want to know what he'd done to cause it so he could create the sound again and again. That's not what I was going for, but yes, that too. Chef is in his office. Thabiso marched off toward the chef's office, invigorated by Letty's belief in him. This is ridiculous. You've climbed Kilimanjaro. You've told the Prime Minister of Belgium to get stuffed. You will not be defeated by a chocolate fondue. When he arrived at the chef's office, it was empty. He waited, but as the minutes ticked by, he grew more agitated, knowing Naledi must be thinking he'd not been up to the task. I can figure this out. Of course, he hadn't been quite sure what Naledi had meant by burner, but he marched up to the dessert table with purpose. He possessed deductive reasoning skills, didn't he? He noticed a decorative candle holder on the buffet table. Instead of a wax candle inside, there was a wick with a small plastic reservoir filled with kerosene. He'd seen those used for all manner of things back home. It didn't match the small metal can under the fondue, but it should work just as well. Thabiso placed it under the fondue dish and smiled. He would get the hang of things. He wouldn't be a disappointment to Naledi or his people. He turned to search her out in the crowd to see what else he could accomplish that would ease her burden. It was after 3 steps that he felt the burst of heat at his back. "Oh, looks like they're going with flambe," one of the guests said. "Maybe there will be bananas Foster." Thabiso turned to discover flames dancing around the metal fondue pot, racing across the tablecloth and devouring the napkins and decorations strewn across its surface. Dread and a crushing sense of failure froze him for a moment, but then he grabbed the closest thing to hand, a suit jacket hung over the back of a chair, and began batting at the fire. Ah, goddess, what a catastrophe! The flames were undeterred by his attempts to smother them. They climbed up the jacket and nipped at his hands, but he was focused on stopping it before— "Out of the way, Jamal!" Naledi charged past him with a fire extinguisher, fierce as Mujaji, the rain goddess. It was over in a few seconds. She blasted the flames, and him in the process. The party attendees clapped, and everything went back to normal, minus the chemical-covered dessert table. Thabiso was still on his ass, coughing up flame retardant when Naledi held the melted gas reservoir in front of his face. "This isn't a burner." Her eyes were wide, and her chest heaved with quick breaths. She had looked at him with disappointment before, but now she looked at him like he was a fool, like she had been wrong to believe he could ever handle a seemingly simple task. Shame raced through Thabiso's blood, quickly followed by indignation. "Well, how was I supposed to know what a burner is? Aren't you supposed to be training me?" "I have been training you. I've also been cleaning up your messes, and Dan's messes, and the guests' messes. I shouldn't have to worry about you starting a fire while I'm busy with that." Her words came through gritted teeth as if he were the one at fault. "You really shouldn't talk about cleaning up after others as if it's something to be proud of." His indignation flared, higher perhaps than the flames that had nearly singed his beard. "Only a dog seeks reward for performing lowly tasks for others. Fetch, pour, serve. You're no better than a Saint Bernard." He leaned forward into the charged space between them, ready to continue their battle, but Naledi's expression had gone completely blank, even those expressive eyes. Regret washed through Thabiso as his anger sapped away yet another unfamiliar emotion. Maybe there was something in the water in the U.S. causing these fluctuations. Fluoride? He'd read about that, too. He had started this subterfuge in the name of getting to know his betrothed. But he'd made a mess of it, like the buffoon in a fairy tale before the prince comes sweeping in. Except he was the prince. "Did you burn yourself?" she asked quietly. "Only a little. I'm fine." "That's great," she said, "because now I won't feel bad about firing you. Get out." She turned and walked away and then stopped. Hope flared. Maybe he could fix this. "The tuck shirt costs $20. Make sure you leave it on the counter because I'm not covering anything else for you tonight." Thabiso stood there, hands throbbing, ego badly bruised. His ruse had failed in every way. He'd wanted to learn more about Naledi, and he'd wanted to learn one thing specifically, that his life had been better off without her, that her leaving hadn't mattered. But as he watched her walk away, he didn't feel relief, or like his curiosity had been sated. He'd need a new strategy. Chapter 7. If you will not take my advice as your assistant, then please take it as a woman. This is a bad idea, very bad. Lakotsi shifted, and the overstuffed couch she was perched on squeaked in protest beneath her tailored pants. "Why is this couch wrapped in plastic?" she asked, nose wrinkling as she poked at the uncomfortable clear covering. "There is absolutely no reason to preserve this floral print monstrosity, and this wallpaper." Fading evening rays of sunlight from the window in the small kitchen highlighted the overstuffed couch and its outdated print, the mix of plastic flowers and real plants that occupied shelves and corners. The place was nothing like the penthouse suite in the hotel they'd reserved for the trip. That room commanded a view overlooking the city. This apartment looked out onto cracked sidewalks and a combination beauty salon and barber shop across the street. "The place has a vintage look I thought would appeal to you," Thabiso said from the bedroom down the hall. "I'm honestly surprised you haven't already staged a photo shoot for Instaphoto." Lakotsi carefully crossed her leg over her knee so as not to wrinkle her pants. "I was waiting for you to play photographer, Your Highness. My arms are long, but a selfie would not capture the majesty of this unorthodox rental you've chosen." Thabiso smiled as he hung his clothing in the closet Nalady's neighbor Mrs. Garcia had cleared out for him. Lakotsi had insisted she unpack for him, but Thabiso was trying the method-acting approach. A common man would hang up his own clothing, no? Mrs. Garcia had been reluctant to accept the all-expense-paid trip to visit her family in Puerto Rico and to rent him her place while she was gone. But once Thabiso learned her hometown had been severely damaged in recent storms, he'd offered a substantial donation to a local rebuilding fund. The Solo already had people on the ground helping with the rebuilding efforts, so a bit more money for a good cause wouldn't hurt. She'd accepted, her people would benefit, and he'd gotten what he wanted. All good, right? He did feel a pang of conscience. There was something at least a little untoward about bribing the old woman who lived across the hall from the woman you were trying to get to know better. "Stalking," Lakotsi said. The couch squeaked in agreement. "Like, just a hair-breadth away from it, really. This behavior is unbecoming, and to a woman of Nalady's cultural background, you could be seen as a threat." "I am no threat," Thabiso said. "I just need a way to continue observing her without her knowledge or revealing that I lied about my identity when we first met." The only response was the chew of Lakotsi sucking her teeth. He should have chided her for forgetting her place, but he was in Jamal mode, so he let it slide. "I certainly wouldn't like it if a strange man pursued me in such a way," she said tersely. "I'm not a strange man," he bit out as he hung up the linen shirt. He was Nalady's betrothed. But still, Lakotsi's words had some truth to them. He wouldn't like a strange man pursuing Lakotsi, who didn't desire the attentions of any man. Wait. He strode into the living room. "Do you think perhaps Nalady has the same predilections as you?" "Predilections?" She tilted her head to regard him like he was a jumping spider she was tracking before she stomped on it. "How should I know if she enjoys her popcorn with salt instead of sugar?" Thabiso's face scrunched into an expression of contrition. "My apologies. I meant, in your research, was there any evidence that she might be attracted to women? Well, exclusively women." He'd felt sparks of heat from Letty several times during his ill-fated attempt at serving. That is, before he'd put off sparks of his own and nearly set her workplace on fire. but perhaps he'd read too much into her reaction to him. Lakotsi burst into laughter, her hand slapping her knees as she doubled over from it. "Your Highness, while I admit that you are a fine specimen of a man, being a lesbian is not the only possible reason a woman wouldn't respond to your attentions." That bit stung, mostly because it was the truth for a normal man. For all of his life, people liking him or desiring him had been a predetermined thing, inextricably tied to his royal status. He'd thought himself so clever when he decided to go along with Naledi's misunderstanding and pretend to be Jamal. But maybe being a prince was the only thing about him that would interest a woman. "I am determined to get to know her, Lakotsi. That is my right." He just needed a second chance. He couldn't let things end as they had. Just thinking of his petulant behavior brought heat to his face. Another Mchu. "Seriously, sire, I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't have loaned you that book everyone was passing around the palace. I know you have never had to work for female attention, so let me be clear. In reality, women don't like when strangers show up at their jobs and track their every move under the auspices of getting to know them. Please keep in mind that just because you have the money to do things doesn't mean they should be done. Enough." Thabiso waved her and her common sense away. He had a plan, or the beginnings of one, or the seed of the beginning of a plan, which would have to suffice for now. "I thought you said you were going to go grocery shopping. I might like to visit one of these American markets." Lakotsi pulled out her tablet, eyes glued to the screen as she spoke. "Actually, there is a delivery service I thought would be perfect for you. It's quite intriguing. They send you recipes along with the correct proportion of gourmet ingredients so that there is no food waste. Apparently, even a simpleton can use it." "Really?" Thabiso thought about the last meeting he'd attended before leaving Thesolo. He thought of Naledi holding her cupcake. "I hate seeing food go to waste. I wonder if the agricultural minister would be interested in such a program. I've heard that the lower-income citizens who receive assistance from the kingdom sometimes eat little more than mealie-pap. A program like this could be converted to something that gives them more choice. Production and delivery would create jobs, and we could contract the local farmers to provide ingredients. Oh, and perhaps the Minister of Culture would like to get involved, providing recipes that have started to fade from memory. Mark that down in my agenda for the next ministerial session." Lakotsi glanced at him with pride. "This is an excellent idea," she said as she tapped away. "I'm sure the ministers will be happy to see you more involved than you have been of late. I added it to the notes for next week's meeting." Next week, his UN summit and meetings with Pharma Mundile, Omega Corps, and various dignitaries wouldn't take longer than a few days. He hadn't scheduled an additional time for getting to know his betrothed. After the incredible display of ego he'd put on after she'd saved him from a fiery demise, he had only a week with Naledi. A week to what? Make her fall in love with you. No, that had never been the plan. He was curious, that was all. He'd spent most of his life feeling the loss of a person he'd never truly known. He wanted to know her. And after that? "Highness," Lakotsi pulled him away from his thoughts. "I am here as your assistant first and foremost, but I am insubordinate enough to consider myself your friend as well. I cannot make you stop this madness, but I can ask you to be careful, yes?" Thabiso paused for a moment. He'd been told to be careful all his life, but he sensed Lakotsi wasn't talking about tarnishing the image of the kingdom of Thesolo. She was talking about him, Thabiso with no royal title attached. He cleared his throat. I will be Kotsi. Now feel free to take your leave. You may have this evening for yourself. Thanks, sire. She put away the tablet and pulled out her phone. One of the women I swiped right on, located 0.3 miles away, has requested that I meet her for a drink. Perhaps you shan't be the only one with an American conquest. She executed a little shoulder shimmy. The lady is not a conquest, he said gruffly. Every woman is a conquest, Your Highness. That's a direct quote from you during our visit to the Miss West Africa pageant 6 months back, Lakatsi said cheerily before grabbing her houndstooth suit jacket and slipping into her brown and white spats. I told you to be careful. Pretending this is anything other than an itch to be scratched could be dangerous. For you and for her. You make me out to be some kind of heartless beast. I manage your correspondence, sire, so I get to be the heartless beast when it comes to the women you date. She gave him a smile that was actually an indictment. But I'll be sleeping at the hotel, possibly not alone, so don't wait up and don't get into too much trouble, she said with a wink, then glanced mistrustfully at the couch. And be careful not to get a heat rash from that thing. With that, she was gone, ready to conquer the NYC dating scene after shivving him with the truth about himself in just a few sentences. He was known as the Playboy Pan-Afrique in certain tabloids for a reason. He was rich, he was handsome, and he had been known to go through women like a zebra through the fresh grass of the veldt. He walked over to the couch and sat down slowly so as not to pop the cushion like a balloon. Somewhere down the hall, he could hear the slap of tennis shoes as children raced up the steps. He looked around the small, clean apartment that would be his home for the next few days. Mrs. Garcia told him she'd lived there for 30 years. 30. She'd raised children there. In a place that was barely the size of one of his walk-in closets back home. The walls were crowded with frames of various shapes and colors. Some of the faces were familiar to him, as the older counterparts had shown up and shook his hand before climbing into the limo. They'd all radiated a thankfulness that Thabiso wasn't sure he'd ever felt. No, that wasn't true. He'd felt it just yesterday, when Naledi had touched his arm and told him he would get the hang of things. It had been a lie, of course, but one made in kindness to assuage his fears. Keys jingled in the hallway, and Thabiso rose from the couch, slowly, to avoid any untoward sounds from the couch. He crept to the door and looked through the peephole. Before him was Naledi. At least he was fairly sure that the cloud of thick curly hair and the spectacular bottom that poked out from beneath a heavy backpack belonged to her. She fumbled with her keys and then dropped them. He could tell by the way she bent to retrieve them that she wasn't clumsy or drunk. She was exhausted. The urge to go to her welled up in him, but he found he couldn't move. Lakatsi's chastisement rang in his ears. Stalker. What had he been thinking? Moving in across the hall from Naledi? Peering at her behind without her knowledge? Just a few days before he'd had to reprimand a palace guard for sniffing after one of the maids. Was he any better? She looked up suddenly, apprehensively, and Thabiso jumped away from the peephole. Sweat broke out on his brow and his stomach tightened. Had she seen him? What was he going to say if she had? That was one of the many parts of this plan he hadn't thought through. He had recently completed an exhaustive 10-year outlook for Thisolo's projected growth, but he couldn't think of a single thing to say to Naledi that could ensure their next few hours. He heard footsteps and a male voice. This one had an accent like he'd heard in films. The approaching man was what had caught her attention, not Thabiso's peephole creeping. "Did you order yellow spatula dinner on demand?" "No." There was a thread of apprehension in her voice, as if she wanted the man to leave her alone. "It says here there's a delivery for 7 p.m. for apartment 7M. Silence, followed by the shuffling of paper. "No, that's an inn, Mrs. Garcia's apartment." The tightening in Thabiso's stomach transformed into a sick pulse of fear as a heavy knock sounded on the door. Thabiso took a step away from it as another knock fell. "Look, I can't hang around. It's dinner time and I got a ton of deliveries to make." He heard Naledi sigh. "I'll get it to her. She's always home at this time. La Mujer Morena is on right now and she never misses her stories. Here, hand it over." Footsteps echoed in the hall, and then there was another knock at the door. This one was quiet, tentative. "Mrs. Garcia." Another knock, a little more insistent this time. "Mrs. Garcia, are you there?" The concern in her voice was unmistakable. He could hide there like a coward and let her think her neighbor had suffered a heart attack, or he could open the door and face her. That was the point of the whole ridiculous plan, wasn't it? He took a deep breath and exhaled. "One moment," he called out. He'd meant the words to be a warning, not Mrs. Garcia. But when he opened the door, fear rippled across her face. She shuffled away from him until her backpack bumped into her own apartment door. Thabiso remembered that this was supposed to be a surprise to him, too. He gasped. "Naledi, what are you doing here?" "What am I? What are you? Where is Mrs. Garcia?" He didn't miss the way she readjusted the fingers of her hand holding her keys into a fist, with one pointy key sticking out from between the knuckles. Stalker. "She went to Puerto Rico to visit family," he said. "I'm renting her place while she's away." "About yesterday." Naledi didn't relax the grip on her key. "She didn't mention any trip, and she hates having strangers in her apartment. It came up quite suddenly, and apparently my renting helped her afford her hotel accommodations," he said, shoving his hands in his pockets. That was true, somewhat, but he still felt like a creep. "She betrayed you, the priestesses, and your people. A lie or two won't harm her compared to what she's done." "I'm sorry if I freaked you out. I didn't mean to," he said. That part was completely true. "Freaked me out? Last night you flew off the handle like you have anger control issues when you were at fault. Left me with fire damage to clean up, ruined my mood for the entire day, and you called me a dog. I'm more than freaked out. I'm pissed. I can't even escape asshole coworkers at home now." Thabiso had spent the entire day recriminating himself over the fire and his behavior, but he hadn't given much thought to cleaning up either situation. "My behavior yesterday was unacceptable," he said. "I'm not used to failure, and I took my frustration at myself out on you." "Well, what's done is done." She shook her head, then pinned him a sharp look. "Though I'm not sure Mrs. Garcia would have let you stay if she knew about your pyromaniac tendencies." "My flirtation with pyromania was a one-night event," he said calmly. "Well, aren't I the luckiest Saint Bernard in the world to have witnessed it?" Apparently, he'd struck a nerve with that insult. He cursed his big mouth and wondered how one handled such things. His relationships with women never generally reached the point where there was arguing and making up. He tired of them, bade them adieu, and then Lakatsi handled anything that came up after that. He wasn't quite sure how to apologize to her. He supposed it couldn't be much different than dealing with a head of state who felt slighted. Thabiso caught her gaze and held it. This was the moment on which the rest of his week rested, and perhaps more. I called you a Saint Bernard as if it was something bad. But they're a breed known for their intelligence, loyalty, and keeping their wits about them in touchy situations. I should be so lucky to have anyone think me so useful. Naledi stared at him, those large eyes wide with indignation. But something else, too. Something startled but pleased. He imagined she'd look that way when the man she loved pulled her close against him with no warning. Expectation. That's what it was. And she wasn't the only one feeling it. A path was forming between them, brick by brick, spanning the width of the hallway and the length of the time that it separated them. Something drew him to her, a force that made his body go taut and his breathing slow down. Her lips parted, and the tug between them grew stronger. She cut her gaze away from him, and when it met his again, there was a distance there, like the bridge connecting them had fallen away. Or she had demolished it with a controlled explosion. There was no coldness. She was warm as ever when her mouth pulled into a smile. But that distance left him feeling miles away instead of across the hall. Was that supposed to be an apology? She asked. Because if it was, I'm assuming you've never spoken to a human woman in your life. Thabiso let out a brief laugh of relief. She hadn't told him to fuck off. There was a chance he hadn't blown this entirely. He stepped forward tentatively, leaning forward at the waist to reach for the box she clutched in her arms so that he didn't crowd her in front of her door. That wasn't my apology. He plucked the box from her hands. But this could be, or the start of one at least. What is it? She asked suspiciously. Dinner, he replied, and then scanned the receipt taped to the box. Specifically, lemon sage chicken thighs with a cucumber quinoa side. She stood still for a long time. I'm trying to calculate the probability of this encounter we're having right now, but I don't even know where to begin, she finally said, shaking her head. This is a really weird coincidence, don't you think? I don't believe in coincidence, he said. He hated that something so true was wrapped in a lie, but loved the way her lips parted at the words. I was completely out of line yesterday. He rushed on. You should have let me burn to a crisp, but you didn't. I'd like to thank you for that, and nothing more. Her gaze skittered away from him. If you can put up with me for the amount of time it takes to cook and eat this, of course, he added. The sound of her stomach growling echoed in the hallway's strange acoustics. She sighed, but released her grip on her key and pulled out her phone. I'm telling my friend I'm having dinner with some asshole named Jamal, who is definitely an arsonist and may or may not be a serial killer. So if you try to make lemon sage Letty instead, the police will be here before you have time to book it to LaGuardia. The shift from hope to fruition was a tangible thing that Thabiso felt in the pounding of his heart and the surge of joy that forced the corners of his lips into a smile. That she called him by another man's name wasn't ideal, but the fact that she was talking to him at all was some kind of miracle. He bit back the diplomatic immunity joke on the tip of his tongue and turned back toward the small flat that suddenly seemed to contain a world of opportunity. I'm not a serial killer, he said, and I'm no chef either. When he turned back to look at her, her gaze lifted from his butt. She had been caught in the act. For a moment, their gazes held, and there was that same flash of heat that had simmered beneath her rambling talk of kale when they'd first met. Don't expect any help from me in the kitchen. I can't cook, she said suddenly. And don't expect anything else either. I'm extremely frugal and tired of eating ramen, which is the only reason I'm accepting this invitation." Thabiso was definitely not used to this type of talk from a woman. He very often had to ask them to stop helping him, and those who shared a meal with him were generally expecting more themselves. But he liked her laying out what she wanted from him: food and nothing more. It was a start. "I'll take care of this," he said, mustering his confidence as they entered the apartment. There was a recipe that must be simple enough to follow, and no candle wicks were going to be involved. Still, his gaze scanned the room and settled on the small fire extinguisher in the corner of the kitchen with relief. Confidence was good, but he was learning that knowing one's limitations could be useful as well. Chapter 8. Letty glanced at her phone just as Portia's reply came through. "Whoa! You're having dinner with a strange dude? Checks horoscopes to see what planet is wildin' out right now." Letty rolled her eyes. It wasn't that weird, was it? "This is totally weird, but I'm intrigued. Fill me in tomorrow. Check in when you can, though." Okay. It was totally weird. But Jamal didn't really feel like a strange dude. The sense of familiarity had hit her as soon as he'd walked into the kitchen at the Institute. And though she was used to dealing with assholes, she'd spent the day angry and uneasy over what happened because the way their night had ended had felt wrong. She certainly hadn't felt the same about Dan. Worse, when Jamal had opened Mrs. Garcia's door, some part of her had been glad to see him. It must have been her soft, stupid nucleus, the reason she needed a social cell membrane for protection to begin with. Now she was closing the door behind herself and getting ready to share a meal with him. "You probably share more than some quinoa," if he asked nicely. Her gaze slid over the flex of Jamal's muscular back beneath his shirt as he placed the box onto Mrs. Garcia's dining table. She imagined feeling those muscles bunch beneath her palms as he pressed into her and then clutched her hands into fists at the explicit image that flashed in her mind. Her body warmed as she watched his lithe movements and understood that though she had only agreed to dinner, she was hungry for Jamal, too. No, he's an asshole. Focus on the free food. "So how did you rent this apartment of all places in New York?" she asked as she examined Mrs. Garcia's family photos lining the walls. She looked away, hating that her first reaction to the photos was envy. "A friend made the introduction, and the situation worked in both my and Mrs. Garcia's best interests," Jamal said as he scanned through the printout that he'd found inside the box. As he pulled each ingredient out, he cross-referenced it with the list, then brought it into the small kitchen. It wasn't the most efficient method of transport, but she got to watch him walk, so she couldn't complain. He moved with a grace she wasn't used to. Many of the guys in her neighborhood had swagger, but Jamal walked as if he expected everything to fall away before him, and like he was justified in thinking it. He had the bearings of a rich boy. She knew that well enough from years of dealing with Portia and clients at the various catering gigs she took on in addition to serving at the Institute. But he'd seemed unsure of himself as he stood before her in the hallway, chagrined. She told him what an ass he'd been, and he hadn't even tried to turn it around and explain to her how she had made him behave like an ass. And now he was trying to make it up to her. She wondered if this was some new species of fuckboy, an evolved version that was more effective at luring women into its trap before showing its true nature. If that was the case, it was working. She was still wary, but some part of her was already lowering the drawbridge and inviting him in. He'd make quite the efficient virus if he weren't approximately a gazillion times too large. As she watched him try to figure out how to light the gas stove without letting her know he had no idea what he was doing, the figurative drawbridge shuddered to a stop and reversed course. "Seriously?" She trudged over to the stove and nudged him out of the way. "Have you never used a gas stove before?" "I've seen one used," he said stubbornly. "Let me rephrase that. Have you ever used any kind of stove before?" "The ones back home are electric. Honestly, it can't be that difficult," he said, holding the match to the wrong burner again. Letty rolled her eyes. Of course, a hot man offering to make her dinner would turn into more drudge work for her. "I'll do it." "You said you couldn't cook." His deep voice rumbled next to her as she grabbed the box of matches, struck one, and held it near the burner, the correct burner. "I meant I can't cook for you." Once someone knows you can do something for them, they'll want you to do it all the time. She turned the knob on the stove and pulled her hand back just as the gas ignited with a whoosh of blue and orange. She'd learned to cook early, not because she'd been a mistreated Cinderella, but because it had made her useful to her foster parents. People didn't get rid of things they found useful. In theory, that is. "You know, that is true," he said gravely, pausing to strike a contemplative pose as she used her fingertips to push him out of her way. He didn't resist, simply stepped back. "My parents constantly say that I have to lead by example. But once I do one thing and it succeeds, people expect me to do more and more. Such is the tragedy of being marginally talented," she said. "I'm great at doing grant applications, it seems, so my lab's postdoc has decided I should do all of his." "You mentioned this man yesterday. He makes you do his work for him?" "It's fine. It's how things are. It just seems that he thinks I'm his personal assistant instead of a fellow researcher. Why don't you say no?" His tone was serious, as if he was presenting her with an option she'd never considered. "Because men make life harder for women who say no. Especially women who look like me," she said. "STEM is already hard to navigate. Being marked as someone who doesn't work well in teams or contribute enough could tank my career." He didn't respond, and Letty sighed. This was why she was single. She needed a bearded hottie who wouldn't be flummoxed by the simplest conversation about what she experienced every day. Clarence had told her to stop complaining and work harder when she'd brought up Brian. He'd thought his own success meant that anyone who failed just wasn't trying hard enough. "Ah, this is like the research indicating that a woman who speaks once or twice in a professional or academic setting is seen as monopolizing the conversation. Tell a co-worker no once or twice, and that is all he remembers of you, I suppose." Letty almost dropped the chicken thighs she'd been seasoning. When she looked at him, he was leaning back against the window molding. His fingers stroked his beard, and for a moment he looked like the thinker, but dipped in a smooth, dark chocolate shell, and judging from the folds at the crotch of his pants, packing a bit more heat. "Yes," she said carefully. This was a new thing for her, and she didn't want to make any sudden movements, but she would push him harder. There was no need to give him the benefit of the doubt. "And there's also the gaslighting." "Gaslighting?" He looked quizzically at the light switch in the kitchen. "It's when you point out something that upsets you, or you try to set boundaries, and the other person tries to make you feel like you're overreacting or it's all in your head. Like when I tell Brian it's not fair that he's offloading his work on me, and then he acts like I'm the one being difficult." "I thought that was called being an asshole," Jamal growled. This Brian is an asshole. Letty laughed. Somehow she could laugh about it now, that Jamal sat looking so angry on her behalf. And yesterday I was just another man making things harder for you, he said. I was the asshole. I don't like that. It wasn't great for me either, my guy, Letty said. She'd pushed, and instead of revealing himself for the fuckboy he was, he'd surprised her. Just don't blame other people for your mistakes, and stop embellishing your resume, and you'll be all right. His low laugh seemed to caress her even though he was across the room, and even though she was feeling a surge of residual anger at him as she recalled his behavior at the Institute. How apt, was all he said in reply. Do you want me to take care of this co-worker so that he doesn't bother you again? Letty's head whipped around. Had he really just casually dropped that into the conversation? I thought you said you weren't a killer. I said I wasn't a serial killer. This would be a one-off thing. The corner of his mouth stretched up into a grin, and she relaxed. But seriously, he has made you afraid to refuse him because you fear for your career. I have associates who could make him understand that he should also fear for his. Was she supposed to feel slightly giddy that a near stranger was leveling threats at her coworker? Surely there was something wrong with her. I'm gonna have to go with no thank you, though I appreciate the offer. Well, I'm glad that you're not afraid to say no to me, he said. Maybe next time he tries to tell you what to do, you should summon the Naledi who fired me in no uncertain terms. Maybe I will, she said. She took the recipe from his hands and scanned it. Rinse chicken thighs, sear, melt butter. It was like following experimental procedure, but with more delicious and edible results. She glanced over to find Jamal staring at her. Where did you learn to cook? He asked suddenly. From your parents? She couldn't tell if he was being purposely nosy or just making idle conversation. I don't have parents, she said bluntly. I invited a divine being over for dinner? Brilliant. We need some wine to go with this, if you want to work your magic on the tap water. He smiled a little, but it was the weird, tight smile people deployed when something you said had worried them. She realized too late that he wouldn't be around long. She could have just lied and said yes and been done with the conversation. Now she'd have to talk about that. Well, I did. Then I didn't. I was too young to cook when they were around. I don't even remember what my favorite food was as a kid, or much of anything about my childhood. Your parents left when you were very young? Jamal's accent made the words seem heavier somehow, like something from a Shakespearean tragedy instead of her everyday life. She put on water for the quinoa, salted it so she wouldn't forget when the excitement of the boil distracted her. They died. She'd underestimated how tired she was. That was the only thing that could explain why she'd just blurted out her sad orphan story. She hated talking about it and couldn't even remember the last time she had. Oh, he sucked in a breath. I'm sorry. His voice had gone deep and strained, as if their death meant something to him. Most people were brusque and changed the subject, allowing her to follow their lead, but it didn't bother her. Her emotions were at pH 7.0 when it came to her parents. She'd made sure of it. But the sincerity of Jamal's apology nudged something inside of her, changing the balance that she had maintained so well. Car accident. I barely remember it, or them, she said, shrugging away his kindness as she stirred the food. That is quite unfortunate." When she looked at him, hoping her glare would remedy his nosiness, he was staring down at the ground, lost in thought. "And I assume you had no relatives to take you in." A pigeon sat on the rail of the fire escape outside the window behind him, tilting its head and staring as it schemed how to get at their meal. "Nope. I got put into the system. I was a layaway foster kid. A few families put a deposit on me, but none of them ever made the final payment, so to speak. They were nice, with a couple of exceptions. Just never clicked enough with any of them to do the whole forever family thing." She refrained from telling him about her defective Velcro theory. "Do you need help?" he asked suddenly. "I noticed yesterday that you have issues with delegating. Rather, you delegate the easier tasks and take on the harder ones for yourself." "Well, maybe you also noticed yesterday that sometimes it's easier for me to do things myself because I'm better at them." He let out a short, sharp laugh. "Well, yes, but doing everything yourself isn't really sustainable, is it? Please, delegate." She stopped stirring the quinoa. "Come chop this cucumber, dice it so it's in cubes. Don't cut your fingers." He stood next to her and fumbled with the knife a bit before getting into a chopping rhythm. "What's layaway?" She stopped with her fork over a thigh that needed to be flipped. "Are you some kind of trust fund baby who got his allowance cut off?" She'd asked the question because she was curious, but the contempt in her voice sizzled like the meat in the pan. He was probably the kind of guy who paid cash up front and thought Sally Mae was a country singer. There was a pause in his chopping. "Something like that." He wasn't going to elaborate. Well, good. She didn't feel like elaborating anymore either. Letty flipped the pieces of chicken and pulled out a small cast-iron pan to make the sauce. "Chop the sage next," was all she said, "and then juice the lemons." Jamal's bicep brushed against hers as they worked quietly. The fresh green smell of sage mixed with the scent of the meaty caramelization of the chicken. Someone drove by with the latest ever-present pop anthem playing at full blast, but they prepared their meal in silence. The pigeon cooed outside the window and stepped closer to the glass, and Letty thought of a study she'd read that described how well the birds remembered human faces. They were more observant than people gave them credit for. She wondered what she and Jamal looked like to it. Paired-off humans who chose to cook dinner together each night and to share other parts of their lives, too. It's just a free meal, and the pigeon isn't thinking about jack except how to get in on the quinoa action. "My parents expect a lot from me," Jamal said. Apparently, he was one of those people who found chopping meditative. "They pin their every hope for the future onto me, so they also want to decide everything for me, down to how I do my job and who I marry. But at least I have parents, so I shouldn't complain." Letty dropped the sage leaves into the citrus butter, then removed the pan from the heat. "We can stop talking about parents and the lack thereof now," she said as she poured the sauce over the chicken. She didn't look at him as he moved around behind her. She focused on taking up a small bit of quinoa, blowing on it, testing its give between her teeth. When she finally turned around, he stood next to the table, hands in his pockets. On each of Mrs. Garcia's bleach-stained plastic placemats sat a perfect dinner setting. The silverware wasn't as fancy, but he'd apparently retained some of what she taught him at the Institute. He'd even folded some paper towels in the elaborate way she'd shown him. She shouldn't have cared, but it was the look in his eye that got her. She'd been in his position, standing beside a set table, hoping that somehow that small gesture made her foster parents happy, showed them how useful she could be. Letty gave a grunt of approval and turned back to the food. She knew he'd expected a different reaction from the way she caught his shoulder slump from the corner of her eye. He couldn't know that the coarse sound had been the result of whatever strange reaction was happening in her chest, and happening because of him. Fluttering and fizzing and fluffiness, all kinds of F-words. Feelings. Good ones, that couldn't be solely attributed to the high of getting a free meal. She moved away from the stove as he stepped back into the kitchen. The cooking area was bigger than her measly Pullman, but suddenly much too small for the two of them. When she looked up at him, his gaze was on her face in general, and specifically homed in on her mouth. And then his eyes lifted to hers, and the fluttering and fizzing spread from her chest to a portion of her anatomy that she was fairly certain wasn't part of her respiratory and circulatory systems. She'd have to double-check her anatomy books, because the pulse between her legs felt as strong as a heartbeat and as natural as breathing. Men had looked at Letty with lust in their eyes before. The way Jamal looked at her was something entirely new to her. No, that wasn't true. She'd seen it before. It was the look on Charming's face when Sleeping Beauty's eyes fluttered open. The expression of awe that Eric sported when he woke to find Ariel cradling him on the beach. It was the look that she thought only existed in Disney cartoons because it seemed so highly improbable that anyone would ever look at her that way. And yet, there he was, gaze sparking with mischief and want, corners of his mouth turned up in a hopeful smile. She considered giving him whatever a smile like that would cost her, but she knew all too well how things would turn out. Defective Velcro. Phospholipid bilayer activate. I have to go, she said suddenly, washing her hands and then grabbing her backpack and slipping the heavy load onto her back were autonomic functions. Letty! She was heading for the door and kept walking, ignoring him. I'm really tired and I have to get up early to run some tests at the lab. Letty! This time his voice was commanding, a tone that wouldn't be ignored, and she turned to face him before she realized it. Here! The open cabinet behind him revealed a treasure trove of Tupperware, and the one in his hand held a portion of the meal they'd made together. Thank you for preparing dinner for me, he said, as he handed her the warm plastic rectangle. No, that's okay, she said, taking a step back. His gaze narrowed. What wouldn't be okay is you leaving here without some portion of the meal you made, he said, and pushed the dish into her hands. He opened the door wide enough that she could pass through it without having to touch him. I had fun. Thank you for spending time with me. He wasn't looking at her with Disney eyes anymore, but the smile he gave bathed her in warmth, like the first ray of sunshine to slip over her after hours spent in the lab. What the hell are you doing, for real this time? She rushed out the door, tossing her thanks over her shoulder as she fumbled her key into the lock and let herself into her apartment. He didn't linger like a weirdo. His door was closed before she got hers open. She doubted he was watching through the peephole either, although she did just that when she closed her door behind her. Naledi ignored the delicious smell coming from the Tupperware. Home, alive-ish, she texted Portia. She fed the Grams, took a shower, and then oiled her scalp with the fragrant mixture she had made after watching several YouTube videos, even though her stomach growled. She pulled her hair up into a bun atop her head and tied on the silk sleep scarf with I Heart Science printed all over it that Portia had gifted her. When she finally picked up the food, it was barely lukewarm, but as she took the first delicious bite, she wondered if Jamal was doing the same just a few feet away. She regretted denying herself the sight of him biting into the tender chicken, of the grease and sauce making his already perfect lips shine enticingly. She silently cursed Mrs. Garcia and whatever fluke of statistics had brought Jamal much too close to the nucleus of her small world. It didn't matter in the end. She was going to be so busy with work at the Institute and studying that she doubted she'd see him again. And that was exactly how she wanted it. Chapter 9. Letty had already groggily pulled on her black trousers and was halfway through rebuttoning her tuxedo shirt when the phone rang. She was annoyed for a moment. People who called instead of texting were a plague on humanity, but then felt a brief flash of fear. Portia had never responded to her text the previous night. Maybe she'd had too much to drink again. Maybe. But when she grabbed her phone, the name Eves lit up the screen. "Hello?" Eve's angry voice hissed through her phone. "Don't come in today. We're closed for a few days at least," he growled. "What happened?" Letty asked. "Several people got sick after lunch yesterday, and they're saying they can trace it back to this kitchen. My kitchen." "Oh, no." Letty's hand went to her stomach as she imagined all the possible bacterial agents she might have been exposed to while working. She didn't have time for food poisoning, but she'd likely already be sick if she'd eaten anything contaminated. "See? I told them not to order that prepackaged salad shit and to keep buying from the farmer's market, but they complained about costs. Now we're paying for it." Letty held the phone away from her ear. "You should see the emails flying back and forth on the Institute's listserv. Diarrhea this and projectile vomit that. Everyone is acting like I wiped my ass with the bib lettuce before serving them. Yavla fan. The only way I could keep this kitchen cleaner is if I took a blowtorch to it." That didn't seem outside the realm of possibility to Letty. He might take a blowtorch to the Institute itself if they kept allowing people to besmirch his kitchen. "I'm sorry, Eve. I know cleanliness is a priority for you." That earned her a hum of approval. "So I shouldn't come in at all?" "No, I'm sorry, but your shifts today and tomorrow are canceled. I'll give you a call when things settle down. But I know you're leaving for your internship soon. We'll play it by ear, yes?" She felt a new surge of panic as he said his goodbyes and hung up, this time thinking about her bank account. She reminded herself that she was fine. She scrimped and saved so that she wouldn't have to freak out in case of emergency, or at least not freak out a lot. As frustrating as it was, not having to work was one of the nicer things to happen to Letty in a long time. Besides the hot dude across the hall, that is. She thought about Jamal and the meal they'd cooked the night before. She'd been annoyed at having to take over the preparation, but working side by side had actually been kind of cool. She was used to impersonal dates, movie theaters and coffee shops, and possibly a few hours in the guy's bed, if that long. She never brought men to her place, let alone cooked with them. She'd certainly never shared so much about her past. She told Jamal about her parents. It didn't seem like much in the current terrain of social media overshare, but it was way more than she'd ever told a stranger who didn't work at child services. And it hadn't felt like talking to a stranger, which made it all the more uncomfortable for her. Her phone vibrated in her hand, and she fumbled it, watching with horror and then relief as it landed on the less hard than the floor surface of her bed. "Hey, I'm on my walk of shameless. Your date with guy next door went well?" Letty smiled. "It was fine. I ended up bringing my dinner back to my place, so not much of a date." "Wait, what? Was he a weirdo?" He was cool. Cool enough that you left before sitting down to eat with him? Yeah. Did you guys talk? Yes. And you liked talking to him? Yup. Eyes and C emojis. You see what? Letty began unbuttoning her tuxedo shirt, passed her phone from hand to hand as she tugged it off by the sleeves. She wondered what Jamal was doing across the hall, and then reminded herself she didn't care. You've sucked it up through some of the shittiest, most boring dates known to humankind. But you left before eating with the cool guy last night? Eyes and C emojis. Letty rolled her eyes and tapped out her response. I worked at the lab all day and then the institute. I was tired. Sure. In other news, I have off from work today. Wait, what? Which work? Both. Oh my God, I can go back to bed. Happy face. She eyed her textbooks and notes. Yes, don't even think about studying. Go get some sleep. Letty felt a little giddy at the possibility of a block of time with nothing to do but recharge. Maybe we can get lunch at that Brazilian restaurant you mentioned when it opened. My treat. And my former co-worker at the Museum of New York City posted that they have an exhibition about historical epidemics. Friend date? Letty knew this was, in part, Portia's way of making up for her late-night wake-up call, but also because, despite her flaws, Portia was a caring friend and wanted to give her a reprieve from her daily grind. Letty wanted to see her, to actually have a conversation that was coherent and would be remembered by both of them. But it was always uncomfortable when Portia made offers like this. The Brazilian restaurant was Michelin-starred. Lunch there would cost way too much. But Letty thought maybe that was the point. She wasn't the only one who confused being useful with being indispensable. How about we get some pizza? That's more in my budget. Hey, you can take free food from some weird guy but not your best friend? I got you. I'll pick you up at your place. Letty sighed and brushed away her annoyance. She had a nap calling her name. Letty had changed into less formal attire by the time Portia arrived. Straight-leg jeans, bright pink slip-on sneakers, and a black scoop-neck sweatshirt that hung off her shoulders. She had nice shoulders, and she suddenly had the urge to show them off. Look at you! Portia gave Letty a pleased once-over paired with an encouraging nod. You look so pretty. Is that mascara? And lipstick? It's lip stain, Letty said. I actually found it on Regina's website. Girls with Glasses has a great makeup for all shades and budget section. The site has really blown up. You must be proud. Yeah, Regina always succeeds when she puts her mind to something, Portia replied, her gaze becoming distant, as it always did when Letty brought up her twin sister. Letty knew twinhood could be a fraught thing, but when your sister ran one of the most popular geek sites, it was bound to come up from time to time. Do you want to do the museum or get drinks instead? Portia asked suddenly. The museum? It's like noon, Letty said. Your liver sent me a text asking for the day off, too. Portia was silent for a long moment, apparently not appreciating the not-quite joke, and the fun day that Letty had imagined began to slip through her fingers. She didn't feel like arguing. She wanted to enjoy her brief window of freedom. Portia seemed to shake off whatever was bugging her and smiled. You're right. And I'm kind of excited about this exhibit. I can introduce you to the curator afterward if you want, and you can talk about science shit. Oh, maybe they'd want to have you come in and do a talk. Letty's tension disappeared as Portia launched into some grand plan for Letty's future as a world-renowned public scientist. She was always trying to push Letty toward better things, even when she seemed to have no idea what she wanted from her own life. Letty grabbed her favorite purse, which was shaped like an amoeba, and declined to tell Portia which website she'd spotted it on, as they headed out into the hall and she locked up behind them. Letty had always been extra perceptive of her surroundings, or for as long as she could remember at least. It was a necessary skill when you moved from one stranger's house to another and had to adjust to new guardians and siblings on a somewhat regular basis, no matter how caring they were. Maybe that was why she was already staring towards 7N when the door swung open. Jamal stood still for a moment, looking as good as ever in a V-neck tee, patterned with swirls of black and gold, a dashiki of sorts, and those perfectly fitted jeans of his, in dark blue this time. "Howdy, neighbor," he said with a grin, as if that was a completely normal thing people said to one another. "Well, hello," Portia replied, her amusement clear. "Did you just move here from Mayberry?" "They play reruns of that show where I'm from, too," he said, flashing his smile. "We're no New York City, but not quite as provincial as that." "And where are you from, exactly?" Portia asked, but Jamal had already transferred his gaze to Letty. She remembered how he'd looked at her the night before, but could find little trace of it now. Only a reserved friendliness. He bent forward at the waist a little. "Is he bowing?" "How was your dinner?" he asked. "Mine was delicious. There was only one thing that could have made it better." Ah, there was the look. Heat rose to the surface of Letty's cheeks and neck. "Paprika," Letty guessed. "I thought it could have used some paprika." He shook his head, and his gaze quickly traced the curve of her shoulder before returning to her face. "Not paprika." Two simple words that sent up blooms of sensation in her breasts and belly. "My dinner was good," Letty said, suddenly regretting not staying the previous night, which was a sign she'd made the right decision. "Probably not as good as the packet of ramen I would have eaten if you hadn't been here." He laughed, his eyes squeezed shut as he did, and it was a relief. She had boundaries. Everyone needed those. But when Jamal looked at her, she could feel just how tightly closed in on herself she was, and how tiring it was to always be that way. His gaze made her feel like opening. She took a deep breath to center herself, and something floral, sweet, and grassy green hit her scent receptors and kept going. It made a beeline for her brain and rustled around in her memory, nudging at shadowy outlines that she couldn't quite make out. There was a flash of yellow against brown skin. And was that a smile? But more than that, there were feelings. Again with the feelings. Happiness, belonging, the knowledge that she was loved. Jamal closed his door and stepped fully into the hallway, and she realized the scent was coming from him. What the hell? Letty backed away from him a bit, not because the scent was cloying, but because she had no idea why it evoked the burning at her eyes or made her want to be held. "Oh, you're the one who made Letty dinner. The possible serial killer?" Portia's gaze flicked speculatively between the two of them, the glance pulling Letty from the memories and emotions that hovered just on the periphery of her perception. Portia was zeroing in on Jamal, and that was a problem. Oh, God, no. Portia had offered to help kill her ex the other night, and although it had been hyperbolic, her friend could be a bit overprotective when it came to men. Men and Letty, that was. She showed no such discernment for herself. Letty began to drag Portia away. "The Institute is closed because of an emergency, so I'm going to actually do something fun before studying this evening." "Closed? Was it because of the fire?" he asked, walking alongside them as they headed for the stairwell. His expression was so contrite that Letty couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. A little. No, the restaurant survived your arson attempt only to be felled by nature's greatest asshole, the bacterium. He looked confused. Food poisoning. His confusion changed to worry, and she remembered that he'd recently eaten there too. She'd let him figure out that he was fine on his own as a final repayment for his behavior that night. Wait, what fire? What are you talking about? Portia asked, turning back to look up at Letty. That was when Letty realized that she was walking next to Jamal instead of her friend. She hopped down a step so that she was next to Portia. Nothing, Letty said. At the same time, Jamal announced, I set fire to the fondue station. Now it was Letty's turn to look up and back. I'll never forget the sight of you racing to save the day, he continued. The white of his teeth broke up the uniform blackness of his beard as he smiled. You were like... He began to move in an exaggerated slow motion, mimicking the pivotal scene in just about every summer blockbuster. He pointed an imaginary fire extinguisher in Letty's direction. The fondue! He yelled in a voice that he also slowed and deepened as he pretended to spray an imaginary extinguisher that threatened to slip from his control. Not on my watch. When he finally stopped and met her gaze, his arms still raised as if they held the extinguisher, they both burst into laughter. Letty didn't know what was happening, but her stomach hurt from the heaving, and she had to stop and hold on to the banister with one hand and her chest with the other. That's not what happened, she managed to gasp. I'm the one who nearly set himself on fire, Naledi. It is quite literally burned into my memory, and also my left forearm, he said. Trust me on this. And then they were laughing again, and Letty realized she felt the same way she had outside her door when she caught a whiff of his cologne. Happy, like she belonged. I don't get it, Portia said, her thin brows furrowed, and Letty saw the slight hunch of her shoulders. Unlike Letty, who was perfectly happy on the sidelines, being out of the loop was something that made Portia uneasy. You had to be there, she said as they touched down on the landing. She slipped her arm through her friend's and headed for the exit. Standing in the vestibule was someone dressed in a suit that made Jamal look like a beggar. Tan slacks with a crease so sharp, Letty would find her jeans fashionably slit if she walked too close. A dark brown suit jacket that tapered at the waist. Oh. The besuited woman was texting with a dreamy little smile on her face. Who is that? Portia whispered. That outfit is everything. I don't think she lives here, Letty whispered back. But let's jump her for those spats. I think I can fit into them if I cut off a few toes. When they pushed through the door, the woman glanced up from her phone, taking hold of the door as they passed through, like their very own dapper doorwoman. Her gaze locked on Letty, and for a moment, Letty was sure that she knew her from somewhere. The woman looked at her as if they were old acquaintances. She said nothing, but gave a nod of acknowledgement that made Letty feel almost regal. I really should wear this lipstick more often. Then she was looking past Letty and Portia, and her expression grew more reserved. Hi, man, she said to Jamal. She had an accent similar to his, but with the something else more pronounced. It was closer to the lyrical English of the women who braided Letty's hair every now and then. I regret that I have distressing news about, stuff. Things, you know. The smile she had sported while engrossed in her phone screen was gone. Stuff and things, quite. Jamal turned to Letty and Portia and gave another of his little bows. "Well, ladies, I hope you enjoy the museum," he said, then turned to talk to the fabulously dressed woman. His demeanor was suddenly serious. He seemed taller, more rigid, more in control. Letty liked this side of him, too. "Bye." Portia was a bit too enthusiastic with her farewell. Letty glanced back as she walked out of the building. She wasn't jealous. She didn't know him well enough for that. But still, curiosity bloomed. This woman was well acquainted with him, whereas Letty knew nothing about him at all, beyond the fact that he smelled good and didn't want to disappoint his family. There seemed to be something more going on beyond the story Jamal was feeding her, though. It wasn't that she wanted an excuse to see him again, or anything, but she had to make sure he wasn't doing anything that Mrs. Garcia wouldn't approve of in her apartment. If she had to meet up with him again, she was just being a good neighbor. That was it. Chapter 10. "It appears that you've crossed the fiery gulf that lay between you and your betrothed?" Lakotzi's voice echoed in the vestibule. She pulled out her trusty tablet from a perfectly aged leather satchel, swiped in her passcode, and began scrolling. But her eyes lifted from the screen to him every few seconds to let him know that she was awaiting a response. "Things are amicable between us," he said, thinking of their dinner yesterday. Fabiso had rarely cooked for himself. When he had, on a whim, he'd had the backing of the entire palace kitchen staff. With Naledi, it had been fun, intimate. He wished he had been able to impress her with his skills, but he had shown his deficiency yet again, and she hadn't heaped invective on him. After she'd left, he'd sat alone at the dining table and wished for a knock at the door that never came, and that he could bypass the messy part of his plan, the telling her who he really was part, so that they could move to the stage where his lips moved against hers and his hands traced the shape of her body. He tried not to let his mind stray too far in that direction, but even the food inspired lustful thoughts. Although gourmet cuisine made up much of his diet when he was abroad, the simple chicken thighs were the most delicious thing he'd tasted in recent memory. As he'd savored the citrusy sage sauce, he'd wondered whether Naledi's essence itself weren't mixed in, giving it some extra addictive quality that had him licking his fingers. Thoughts of her essence had led to a night sleeping on his back, painfully hard but unable to pleasure himself in Mrs. Garcia's frilly pink bedroom without feeling like even more of a pervert. He'd looked up the term gaslighting instead, and then layaway and foster child, and a deep sense of sadness had spread through him as he thought of Letty alone in her apartment with not even memories of her family to keep her company. He'd rarely ever been alone. If his busy but attentive parents hadn't been with him, then a nanny or advisor or tutor or coach, and eventually Lakotzi, had been around. His lack of privacy had always been a bother to him, but now, without romanticizing his past, he could see that it had been a privilege, one he hadn't asked for, but benefited from nevertheless. He'd thought of the smiling little girl in the picture from their betrothal, then imagined her in an enormous country like America, and a huge and frightening city like New York, all alone, shuffled between people who knew nothing of her homeland. In Thesolo, when a child was orphaned, they were placed with relatives, or with a family who couldn't conceive, or in one of the communal orphanages that tried very hard to reproduce the feeling of a family and usually succeeded. He'd looked at the high brick buildings outside the window and the dirty concrete sidewalks. Manhattan didn't seem like an easy place to be an orphan. "Sire, what's wrong?" Lakotzi asked, breaking his reverie. "Last night, I learned a little about Naledi's life after she came to the States. You know the location of the traitors Labiko and Kimbe. I had no luck finding them during my search, and she had no information listed on the genealogy site. Lakotzi's eyes narrowed the way any good Thessaloians would when Letty's parents were discussed. It had never bothered Thabiso before, but he hadn't known Naledi then, or what had happened to her parents. They are walking with the ancestors, Thabiso said. They died when she was very young, perhaps not long after they arrived here. She was placed into the care of the state, raised by strangers. Lakotzi gasped, her eyes wide and suddenly glossy with emotion. The reverence of the ancestors was ingrained into every Thessaloian. Whether they were a beggar or a king, the remembrance of those who came before you and the passing on of familial knowledge was something sacred. To not even know one's parents or one's roots? Thabiso understood Lakotzi's sudden upset. It was horrifying to think of someone being denied that birthright. "Highness, does she know who she is?" she asked in a low voice. "Where she's from?" Thabiso looked over at her, feeling the weight of Letty's loss as if it were his own. It was, in a way. "I don't think so." The vestibule was suddenly stifling. Lakotzi swung the door open as if she sensed it too and let in some fresh air. Fresh by New York standards. If her parents died soon after they arrived, Lakotzi looked anguished. This changes everything. This means they never returned because they did not have the opportunity. This means they never communicated because they could not. This means... Lakotzi's expressive face contorted in confusion. Thabiso nodded. She says she does not remember her family at all. I assumed her parents had changed her name to Smith to avoid detection. But it could have been done by the state if they didn't know who she was. It is a very common name here. I will look into it, sire. Lakotzi had a determined look in her eye, and that usually boded well. Just, perhaps you should tell her who you are now. How is the penthouse? Thabiso asked, changing the subject. And I believe that you never wear the same suit twice in a row, but what have we here? He tugged at her lapel, which bore a red stain of some sort. Lipstick. There is a term native to this region. I learned it last night. Nunya. Nunya? Nunya business is the full colloquialism. Lakotzi got a faraway look in her eye and smiled as she said it, as if there was some joke in the words that Thabiso couldn't decipher. I understand, I think. I will stay out of your affairs, but I'm glad to see you smiling like a schoolgirl. Lakotzi was quite the bachelorette back in Thesolo, though she too had lost her taste for dating of late. Many disappointed mothers hoping to have the prince's right hand, and eventually the king's right hand, as a daughter-in-law, had been sorely disappointed. Bah, she said, brushing past him to step aside. There are matters of more import than my love life. He was going to point out that love was a rather strong word to use so quickly, but then he saw how grave her expression had become. What is it? He asked as he stepped outside behind her. A group of teenagers bopped past the front of the building, their posturing reminding Thabiso of the students who attended the high school that bore his name. Youthful braggadocio was the same worldwide, it seemed. She sighed and shook her head. There has been a report from Lek Hamani. The wife of one of the elders has fallen ill. His stomach lurched. Who? Annie, Lakotzi whispered. Annie Jerami was a legend in Thessalonian politics, and her husband Makalele was just as respected. They were keepers of knowledge, those who had lived through generations of change in the kingdom and who told tales at times of festivity. They'd both been old for as long as Thabiso could remember, but Annie was hardy, like the twisty trees that sprout on the windiest mountain and bear the brunt of the gale, leaning but never falling. Annie was also Letty's grandmother. Ngoka makes no mistakes, Highness. For Annie to become gravely ill now? You must tell Naledi who you are and who she is soon, Lakotsi said, in case the worst comes to pass. Thabiso gave a quick nod. The burden of the secret he was keeping seemed to grow heavier by the hour. But there were other issues at hand. Will Annie's sickness impact the tribal representation at the land stewardship meeting? Yes. Makalele refuses to leave Annie's side, so Finance Minister Alec is going to represent them. He is cut from a different cloth than his parents, as you well know. That was Lakotsi's delicate way of saying the man was greedy, stubborn, and didn't care about the well-being of his tribe, only about lining his pockets. He was the primary push for the Omega Corps deal, which was reason enough for Thabiso to distrust the company. Alec had convinced the majority of the other ministers, though, forcing Thabiso's hand. He had always wondered why the goddess had punished Annie and Makalele with not one dishonorable child, but two. Though now everything he thought he knew about Labiko might be wrong. This is disappointing, but hopefully Annie will recover before the council meeting. What ails her? That's just it, sire. No one is sure. Thisolo has the best doctors on 7 continents, unless there's a crack team of penguins we've yet to discover in Antarctica, Thabiso said, letting his frustration get the best of him. What do you mean no one is sure? Lakotsi nodded. You have not spoken falsely, sire. The doctors are working hard to find the cause of the problem and to ensure that she recovers quickly. Unease slithered around Thabiso's ankles like a cobra, and he was worried that the venomous strike would come sooner rather than later. The timing of this is unfortunate, but she's elderly, so it's not entirely unexpected. Elderly, but not frail. The way Lakotsi's brow creased convinced him that she thought the same. Keep me updated of her status and have the doctors send us their initial findings. His thoughts went to Naledi. He'd looked up epidemiology. This was in her wheelhouse, something that would interest her, but discussing it would require him to provide specifics such as location, and she hadn't responded well to Lakotsi's emails. If he mentioned Thisolo at the wrong moment, in the wrong way, he would also have to drop the news of her past on her like a hippo from a tall building. It would crush her in the messiest way possible, and whatever it was that was growing between them as well. His resistance to telling her had grown instead of diminished. He liked the way Naledi looked at Jamal. He liked being able to talk and joke freely. Once she knew who he truly was, all of that would change. What else is on the docket for today? He asked. Best to focus on his actual reason for being in New York, improving the welfare of his country. After your lunch with the representatives from Pharma Mundial this afternoon, there's a General Assembly at the UN that requires your presence. Cocktails at the South African consulate afterward. Thabiso grimaced. Does that diplomat still work there? The woman who wouldn't stop calling after our liaison? You mean the woman who you made think she might have a shot at princesshood? No, she requested to be relocated. I believe she is at the consulate in Iceland now. Thabiso wasn't fond of the censure in Lakotsi's words. I didn't make her think anything. I told her that our arrangement was temporary, while I was here hammering out the details of our environmental treaty. And then you turned on your charm, Lakotsi said, keeping her gaze fixed on the cars passing by. Just like you're doing with Naledi. Charm? Aren't you the same Lakotsi who tuts at my supposed rudeness every chance she gets? Lakotsi made a sound of impatience. You're rude and demanding, but that has nothing to do with charm. I don't know what happened last night to make your betrothed smile at you like that today, but I'm quite certain it wasn't a confession of your true identity or hers. Thabiso's anger flared. Hectoring me about my interactions with women doesn't fall under the auspices of your assistantship. What happened last night was wonderful, frightening. None your business. Lakotsi snorted, but her smile was sincere when she looked at him. Your honor and your sanity are both under my purview. If you hurt this woman the way you've hurt others, you will not brush it off and be the same Prince Thabiso. What started as a search for a shirking betrothed has turned into something entirely different. Lakotsi shook her head. She doesn't even know who she is, sire. Is it fair to her to continue on this path? Remember what they say. Sometimes it's best to bind the finger before it is cut. The suggestion made sense. If he ended things now, Letty would escape unscathed. She would continue living her life, unburdened by the news of who she truly was. He immediately rejected the idea, though. Lakotsi might think he was engaging in a strange form of nostalgia, but being around Letty made him happy. Happiness hadn't been something he thought was within his reach. Infatuation or not, he wasn't ready to give up the possibility of what he couldn't rightly say. He refused to discuss the matter further. Is the limo coming to take me to the meeting? Given your ongoing deception, I did not think that would be wise. You can live as the humble Jamal would, just in case Naledi sees you in transit. She glanced at her phone just as a beat-up sedan pulled up. Are you from Superlifts? She asked the driver. The man behind the wheel wore a Yankees cap and a hoodie instead of the chauffeur uniform Thabiso was used to. He nodded. Yeah, gonna be around $30 with the surge right now, I think. 20. Lakotsi was haggling like an auntie at the marketplace with the person who would be keeping him safe during his ride. Unbelievable. You booked the ride in the app. You know I don't control the price, the man said. Lakotsi gave a harried sigh. I thought it wouldn't hurt to try. It seems I'm a bit old-fashioned. She turned to Thabiso while pulling the back door open. Get in. You'd send me off in a stranger's car? Thabiso asked, horrified. It's a taxi, sire. Taxis are yellow. This car has no bumper, a ripped seat, and a strange fluid smeared on the windows. You getting in or what? The driver asked. He was looking at his phone, probably searching for the next fare. Lakotsi pulled the door open a bit wider. Have a pleasant day, Jamal. I'll text to update you of any changes to your schedule, and I'll meet you at the consulate at 5. Thabiso grimaced and slipped into the car. Lakotsi waved happily from the curb as it pulled away. She's lucky she's the best assistant in Thisolo, he muttered as he inhaled the scent of fake pine and leather. And because she was, he knew her advice about Naledi should be heeded. But when he'd watched Naledi walk off arm in arm with her friend, his only concern had been how many hours would pass before he saw her again. He rarely disagreed with Lakotsi when she presented him with the facts. But just this once, he hoped she was mistaken. Chapter 11. Letty couldn't remember the last time she'd had such a relaxing day. The cheese bread and mountain of meat at the Brazilian restaurant had left her and Portia in a stupor. so they'd people-watched in Central Park before checking out the museum exhibit. Portia had filled Letty in on her latest hookups and her newest obsession. She was taking a course on social engineering. Portia generally stuck to arts-related fields, but she changed interests more often than some people change shoes. She could afford to deep dive into whatever captured her interest. It was occasionally frustrating, but it was one of the things Letty appreciated most about her friend. She always had something new and fascinating to discuss, and she was always genuinely excited about whatever Letty wanted to discuss with her. She'd forgotten how good it felt to just sit in the sun and talk without worriedly counting off how many drinks Portia was having. She'd missed that. After getting their second win, they'd gone to the museum, one of the many places around the city Portia had interned. Letty had gotten to talk about the history of epidemics in Manhattan with the exhibit's curator, and Portia had casually introduced the idea of a future event, and Letty and the curator had exchanged information so they could discuss it more formally. Afterward, Letty had met up with Trishna for a study date. Hours of force-feeding each other the information they needed, not only to pass but to ace their exams, had left Letty feeling surer of herself. She was confident about the following week's exams, but Dr. Krillig was still MIA, and even a great day couldn't negate that. Everyone else had received instructions about travel expenses and where to meet and what to bring for their practicums. Letty hadn't. After hearing Trishna gush about her plans for a summer spent at a rural public health office in Maine, Letty had finally accepted she needed to take action. Drafting an email to Dean Bell, her advisor superior, with Trishna's help, had sapped the last of her energy. She knew it had to be done, but the moment she'd hit send had brought a horrible flashback. Sitting in the child welfare office, scared and confused, talking to the older boy who'd sat down next to her. She couldn't remember his face or what his voice sounded like, but she remembered his words. If you tell on an adult, even if they do something really bad, they always make you pay for it. Then his caseworker had called him into her office, brows drawn, her mouth a thin slash of red. The boy had walked toward the office slowly, like every frightening creature a child's imagination could muster waited behind the smoked glass, and then the door had shut behind him. Letty had taken that advice to heart, and old habits were hard to break. She'd thought of Jamal when her finger had hovered over the send button on her screen, trying to find an excuse not to involve her dean. Doing everything yourself isn't really sustainable, is it? Of course, Jamal had been talking about chopping vegetables and not her career, but it wasn't as if she was great at delegating in any sphere of her life. She'd taken a deep breath and hit send. What was done was done. She wasn't a child, she wasn't in the wrong, and she wouldn't feel guilty about asking for help. She was almost at her apartment building's door when she noticed the man standing out front. She repositioned her key for best eyeball jab ability, just in case. But when he turned at the sound of her footsteps, she recognized the delivery guy from the night before. He held another yellow spatula box. "A little late for dinner, huh?" She loosened her grip on her keys, but only a little. "Traffic was a bitch tonight. Someone rear-ended my van, then jumped out of their car and booked it. The police showed up, and getting information to them took forever. Hell, I've got angry customers blowing up my phone, and no one will buzz me in." "Is this going to 7N?" she asked. He nodded, the hope of a man who doesn't want to walk up 7 flights of stairs flashing in his eyes. "I'll take it," she said. "It'd be the neighborly thing to do." "Thanks, miss." He handed over the box. "You're a lifesaver." She was a little excited at the possibility of seeing Jamal. But by the time she reached his door, she was rethinking things. Plus, although she'd looked cute that morning, After a day spent shuttling from subways to museums to park benches to coffee shops, she felt like a wrinkled, smudged facsimile of the woman who'd left her apartment with a jaunty step. She'd have to do this smoothly. She looked down the hall. No other neighbors were around to see her acting like a weirdo. She placed the box in front of Jamal's door, turned and unlocked her door, then crept back to his and pressed the doorbell. A sound that Letty imagined was similar to a gnome crying out in pain echoed in the hall, and she whirled and ran toward her door. It was cowardly, but her sense of self-preservation was strong, just not quite fast enough. "Now, Letty." She stopped in her tracks and turned guiltily at the sound of Jamal's voice. "Hey, I ran into the delivery guy again. You know how this city is. Millions of people, but once you meet a person, it's as if you swap some kind of chemical attractant that draws you together. Like you and me. Not that I'm saying you're attracted to me. Oh, come on." Letty remembered the research she'd read for class that concluded that fatigue had more serious side effects than alcohol consumption. Jamal grinned and picked up the box. "Have you already eaten dinner?" He didn't acknowledge her gaffe, and she was grateful for it. "Perhaps you dined out with a friend or had a date?" "I was out studying with a classmate, and I haven't eaten." She'd splurged on a fancy latte while out with Trishna, but had still been full from her huge lunch with Portia. Jamal sighed and relaxed a little. In relief? No, that would be bizarre. "Well, bon appetit," she said, turning back to her front door. Her shower was calling her name. Perhaps she would explore the high-intensity setting on the handheld showerhead instead of rambling to her hot neighbor. "You're not curious about what the meal is for tonight?" he asked. He held the box toward her enticingly, as if what was inside could possibly be more appetizing than the man holding it. "I don't feel like cooking," she said reflexively, and Jamal frowned. Smooth. "Sorry, it's just, I'm tired." For some reason, her voice wobbled on the word tired, making her feel even sillier. Sure, she had studied, but she hadn't even worked either of her jobs. She should have been able to take on the world. Instead, she just wanted to curl up on the couch and veg out. This was what happened when you slowed down. It was one of the reasons she rarely did. "You are tired, and you were last night. I shouldn't have let you take over from me. It was thoughtless. I'll prepare the meal on my own, as long as you're willing to take a risk and eat it." She inhaled deeply. He didn't understand just how much of a risk she'd already taken just by talking to him, just by not running away as soon as she realized his effect on her. She had exams and a possibly fucked-up practicum to worry about. There was no time for a handsome, bearded foreign man who wanted to cook for her. Wait, when you put it like that. His back went straight, and he suddenly didn't meet her eye. "I don't have much cooking experience, as you know, but I watched some instructional videos between appointments today. I think I have the basics down, but I need a test subject." "I know what happens to test subjects," she said softly. Now she was the one avoiding eye contact. She told herself he hadn't watched the videos because of her. Then she remembered how expectantly he'd looked at her after setting the table, right before she'd left him to sit at that table alone. There was only one thing that could have made it better. "I have wine, too," Jamal added, sensing her indecision. "It was a gift from a meeting I had today, a door prize, if you will." "What kind?" The offer of dinner alone was already tempting, but she wasn't going to give up precious sleep over some $2 chuck. "Malbec 1997. Letty wasn't a wine snob, but she knew from years of waitressing that it was a good vintage. "Fine," she said. "You've convinced me. I have to check in with the Grahams first, though." "Grahams?" He startled and fumbled the box. How? I thought you didn't know your family. Well, I guess you could say they're my family, in a way. Want to meet them? She nodded her head toward her apartment, then stepped in and turned on the light. His eyes widened. That's a very small space for more than one person, he said diplomatically. Then he heard the squeaking, and his eyes darted toward the window. Vermin, I'll take care of this. He pushed past her, and she quickly replicated his motion, pushing him behind her as she moved toward the mouse cage. Not vermin. Well, not unknown vermin. These are my grams, gram-negative and positive. One is evil, but they look exactly the same, so I'm never sure which one. The two mice ran joyously around the cage as she approached and dropped some food pellets in. When she turned, Jamal was regarding her with wide eyes. You allow them to reside in your home and provide them sustenance? She laughed at the horror lacing his tone. This is my penance. I've killed a lot of rodents in my day, you know. His face scrunched in horror. For science, it's part of the lab work, she explained. The part no one likes to talk about. I didn't want mice, but these guys escaped from their cages and no one could tell which experiment they'd been a part of. Sacrificing a rodent for an experiment is one thing, but I couldn't just let them die, or worse, find a glue trap. You're remarkable, you know that? He asked. The tone of his voice sounded like he was talking to someone working for an NGO, not a woman with questionable taste in pets. She looked up at him, the heat in her cheeks moving faster than the speed of light, so that she was already blushing before he came into her line of sight. They're just mice, like genetically engineered mutant mice, so I guess they're more remarkable than I am. He shook his head. Come to dinner, but wash your hands first. The grams are cute, in a way, but I'd rather you not contract the bubonic plague. Or share it with me. You're thinking of rats, not mice, and that's actually a smear campaign against them. I'll wash my hands because I touched a subway pole on my way home. You really don't want to know what kind of disgusting bacteria use the subway as a means of transportation. Jamal shuddered. Yes, I've heard the subways are covered in filth and that beggars accost you at every turn. Letty laughed. It's not quite that bad, Jamal. Only people who've never taken the train say things like that. He focused his attention on the box in his hands, and Letty was dumbstruck. No, there was no way. Have you never taken the subway before? He shook his head back and forth stiffly, as if he were unsure whether to express embarrassment or pride over the fact. Letty had figured he was a rich kid slumming it. But even the richest people she knew had taken the train at some point in their lives. What was Jamal's deal? How is that possible? She asked, not caring if the question was invasive. He dug into her most painful memories. He could stand a query about his transportation methods. It's not that strange, he said after a long pause. Have you personally tried every means of travel? I've traveled by blimp, have you? Well, no, she said. Who the hell had been on a blimp but not a train? Hot air balloon? He asked. No. Helicopter? What? No. Plane? He asked that the same way she would have said city bus. No, I've never flown anywhere before, she said. She met his gaze in challenge. But a flight is way more expensive than a train fare. Well, slightly more expensive with all of these MTA fare hikes, but not the same thing at all. And all of this just raises more questions instead of answering mine. Aren't you hungry? He asked. There aren't any trains where you're from? She pressed. She could sense that he was holding something back. And where exactly is that since you dodged the question earlier? My country has an above-ground light rail system in the main city, not a subway. I'm from Africa, he said. Letty's stomach jerked as she remembered the strange emails she'd been receiving. The emails that had mysteriously stopped when Jamal arrived. "Africa isn't a country," she said as dread tingled in her fingertips. It didn't seem possible, but could the scammers have found her somehow? Was this some long con? Worm their way into her life and then rob her of what little she had? That would be crazy. But she enjoyed putting on true crime podcasts as background noise while she worked. Stranger things had happened. "I'm from the south of Africa," he said. The vibrating of her phone distracted her, and she pulled it out hoping it was an email from Dr. Krellig. "Today was so much fun. If you hang with Jamal again, make sure you do some vetting. He might not be a serial killer, but the fuckboy pandemic is too real." She wondered if Portia's bestie sense had been tingling. "Interrogating him now." Detective emoji. "Yes, interrogate him like you're peer-reviewing that ass." Naledi laughed, then glimpsed the notification for a new email. She felt a surge of hope, but when she navigated to her inbox and saw the subject line, she groaned. "The people of Thesolo welcome you. Our history." It seemed Lakotsi, the scammer, hadn't given up and moved on to greener bank accounts. Frustrating, but her suspicions about Jamal eased. Africa was a huge continent. It was like someone assuming she knew their cousin in Toronto just because she lived in North America. "So you're from South Africa? That's interesting," she said as she put her phone away. "Yes, very interesting region," he said. "Let's see, what's for dinner, shall we?" "Sure, we'll cook at your place again." She guided him to the door of 7 Inn. In addition to not cooking, she also wasn't going to do dishes, she decided. She was really starting to enjoy this delegation stuff. Her night was going to be awesome. "What's for dinner?" She saw his relief in the loosening of his shoulders and the way his smile made a tentative return. "Gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches," he said. "I doubt even I could mess that up." Chapter 12. It was the wail of a fire truck screaming past, the harsh siren reverberating off of brick and asphalt, that jostled Letty from sleep. It was a sound that she should have been used to after a life in NYC, but it still made her heart beat fast sometimes when it caught her unawares. Her brain searched for a foothold in time and space. Where was she? Mommy? Daddy? There was no response, just as there had been none all those years ago. Mommy? Daddy? No, she hadn't called them that. It had been something else, foreign words on the tip of her tongue, and a scent that smelled like home surrounding her. She awoke fully and moved to get up to escape the panic that a sudden scrap of memory had elicited, when the sound of squelching plastic alerted her to the fact that she wasn't in her bed. That, and the weight of a large, muscular man slumped against her. Her dream faded away, details forgotten, as she realized she was still in Mrs. Garcia's apartment. The room was lit by the muted flat-screen television, where a woman was excitedly chopping vegetables with some weird contraption that was available for 3 easy payments of $9.99. Letty risked a glance to her left. The flickering blue light revealed Jamal to be fast asleep, his head resting on her shoulder. He's gorgeous. His skin was smooth and unblemished, his brows thick and well-shaped, his lashes dark shadows jumping against his cheeks in the light from the TV. His beard was immaculate as always, despite the gooey grilled cheese he prepared for them, all on his own. The pride in his eyes when he'd presented the only slightly burned mozzarella, tomato, and basil sandwiches had been cute, but it had nothing on sleeping Jamal. She hadn't ever been one for watching a man sleep. It was creepy, and sleep was a necessary function to ensure optimal bodily health, like using the bathroom. But looking down at him, she had an inkling of why people deigned to share their bed with the same person night after night. It was nice, intimate. Letty wasn't sure she'd ever fallen asleep so easily next to a man. And it wasn't just because she was tired. Jesus Christ, you need to stop eavesdropping on Mrs. Garcia's telenovelas. Letty moved to get up again. She was fairly certain staring creepily at your neighbor as he slept placed her squarely in the weirdo zone. Playtime was over. She had a lot to do the next day, and getting a few more hours of shut-eye wouldn't be the worst thing that could happen. I can think of the best thing. She was suddenly all too aware of the feel of Jamal's arm resting against hers, of all the places where he pressed into her. She knew the weight of him now, could imagine how it would feel anchoring her into a mattress as he... His arm went around her waist as his lashes fluttered, then his eyes opened. He just looked at her for a long moment. Then a sleepy smile tugged at his full lips. It's not often a man can say that reality is better than the dream he was having, and my dream was very good. His hold tightened, and Letty swallowed against the dryness in her throat and wished she had taken it easy with the garlic powder on her sandwich. "Sorry I fell asleep," she said. "You could have woken me up." "You needed rest," he said. He sat up, but didn't shift away from her. "And in case you haven't noticed, I like having you here." He was looking down into her eyes, heat and intent in his gaze, and his body and its delicious weight were so close. If she swung her legs to the left, she could easily slide into his lap. She could press her mouth to his and see if his lips were as soft as they looked, and if his kisses would live up to the way he was looking at her. She could think of lots of things she might explore with Jamal, but she wasn't sure she could bring herself to take that first step. She stared at him, hoping he would understand that though she didn't move, she was trying her hand at unspoken delegation. His hand slowly slid up her denim-clad shin, fingers curving down over her calf. When his palm reached her knees, he tugged at first one and then the other, guiding her legs over his thighs. His other hand slid behind her back, cradling her. Maybe she was still dreaming. What the hell had been in that grilled cheese? Letty felt as if her entire body was under a magnifying glass in the midday sun. She was pretty damn sure that her clothes might turn to ashes and fall off at any moment, and from the way Jamal was looking at her, he wouldn't be opposed to that. "I'm going to kiss you," he said. She could see the reflection of the television screen in his eyes as his mouth moved toward hers. Limited time offer was emblazoned there, in reverse, then as seen on TV, which made sense because no way was hooking up with sexy neighbors something that happened in Letty's world. "Okay," she whispered. His lips pressed into hers, proving her theory that all it took was a millisecond for a world-changing discovery to take place. Hooking up with sexy neighbors was something that was possible on this plane of reality, and it was fantastic. His lips were incredibly smooth and lush as they brushed over hers, just the lightest touches of skin against sensitive skin that shouldn't have sent a rush of sensation through her body, but did. His beard was rough against the sensitive skin of her chin and cheeks, a counterpoint to his gentle kiss. Her mind blanked at the intense reaction to just that slight pressure. And then her reflexes kicked in, reminding her that being kissed was one thing and kissing was another. She returned the pressure of his mouth, tongue darting out the slightest bit to allow herself just a taste of him. A taste was all she could afford with a man who affected her like this. Fuck. She pressed into him harder, trying to regulate the sensation, control it in some way. But his fingers stroked her back, and she moaned, her self-control slipping away when he groaned and gripped her thigh more tightly. His tongue lapped over her bottom lip, and she parted for him, welcoming him in. He moved slowly, but there was nothing tentative about his technique. The stroke of his tongue was warm and strong, probing, insistent. He kissed her with a deliberateness that had her moaning into his mouth, not just from the sensation, but from the possibilities they opened up for her. Oh, the things that tongue could probably do. Jamal's hand moved over her thighs and rested at the curve of her hip, grasping a handful of her sweatshirt as he finally kissed her full on, without reservation. A sharp, delicious pressure thrummed between her legs, and she slid farther onto his lap, returning his kiss as well as she could. There was no trace of the bumbling Jamal who hadn't even known which knife to use to cut a loaf of bread at the Institute. His hands and mouth and body moved with assurance, with finesse. Apparently there was at least one thing he was really, really good at. She pressed her body against his, reveling in the solid feel of him. Lady. He breathed into her mouth, and holy shit, no one had ever said her name like that. Like she was oxygen, and he was desperate for it. I want to touch you. Badly. Can I touch you? That was when she realized she was likely in over her head, because she was already lost in a haze of sensation, ready to risk it all, and Jamal had barely put his hands on her. Double fuck. Definitely. Yes. Go for it. She'd barely gotten the words out when the hand that had been bunched in her sweatshirt tugged harder, the fabric that had rested provocatively on the swells of her shoulders all day slid down her arms. He pulled until the fabric was taut over her aching breasts, the friction of it both restricting and teasing, until finally the soft cups of her bra were revealed. The new position of the shirt forced her arms to her sides, with just enough pressure to hold them there. And for some reason, Letty's response was a clench of the pussy and an unprecedented gush of moisture that she hoped wouldn't seep through her jeans. Jamal ran his fingers down the nape of her neck over her exposed shoulders. He traced his finger over her jawline, her collarbone, and she moaned and arched her back, greedy for the touch that left sparks of sensation in its wake. Do you like that? When his hand stopped moving, she looked up at him and realized he was asking a question, not just making idle dirty talk to fill the silence. His gaze was hot and intense, and she almost closed her eyes against the feeling it caused in her chest. Yes, I like it, she said quickly, because she wanted his hands moving again, wanted the distraction of a sensation that wasn't the pressure beneath her rib cage that she hoped was heartburn. Brilliant, Jamal said. His thumbs brushed over her hard nipples through the soft fabric of her bra. She expected him to lunge, to get right to it like so many of the men she'd been with. But he moved so slowly that after a moment, Letty wanted to scream with frustrated pleasure. His gaze was locked on hers as he brushed and squeezed and twisted, like he was calibrating her to the right frequency, one that left her gasping and trembling for him. Waves of pleasure rolled through her as he alternated soft brushes with hard pinches. He wasn't driving her crazy because of lack of technique. That was the technique. Oh, God. She squirmed in his lap, scooting herself right up against the erection that tinted his pants. If he was searching for the right frequency, she'd found his antenna. The length of it pressed up against her through his jeans, twitching and hardening in response to her soft cries, as he teased her to the point of insanity with his hands. Her arms were still against her sides, but she could move her ass, and she did, gliding it over the length of him. Jamal hissed and rocked up against her, but both of his hands were busy with her breasts. His fingertips traced the cheap material edging her bra reverently, making her feel as if she was decked out in lace and silk instead. He hooked an index finger in each cup, pulling them down and exposing her. "So lovely," he said, hefting the weight of each breast in his hands. Then he bent down. He lapped at one breast and then the other, the strokes of his tongue alternating between punishment and adoration. He licked and sucked, and when she thought she couldn't stand any more, he brushed the rough hairs of his beard over her sensitive nipples. "Oh, fuck." Her voice was strained, caught between a scream and a whisper, as sensation threatened to overwhelm her. Letty pressed her chest up toward his torturous beard, then away, then back up, as if her body couldn't decide what was worse, the excess of pleasure or the lack of it. His hand slid up behind her back, holding her in place now, as he teased her with tongue and lips and beard. His hard length pressed against the seam of her jeans as he worked his hips. Oh, fuck. Pleasure threaded through her, spreading over her body and pulling tight until she was caught in the web of her desire for him. She wanted to touch him, but her arms were pinned against her sides. Her ass ground against his groin, though, and if she stretched her fingers, she could stroke the confined length of him through his jeans. The sound rumbled out of him, and his head dropped back as he ground up against her hand. She was just getting a hold of him through his jeans, but then he shifted his hips so that he was just out of reach of her hands. "I'm taking care of you tonight, remember?" he asked. Letty's throat went tight at the words she rarely heard from anyone. "I'm taking care of you tonight." She couldn't forget that crucial part, limited time offer. "Then do it," she said. Her body ached with need, and she didn't want him to say anything else. She wanted to feel. One of his hands left her breast to unbutton her jeans, to roughly slide the stretchy denim down until it was around her ankles. His hand traced the path up her shin and took a detour at the knee toward her inner thigh. Letty gasped at the gentle friction of his advancing fingertips, at the way they traced her slit through her underwear. He rubbed his palm over her mound, through the thin fabric, and Letty's whole body tensed at the sudden direct pressure. His other arm was behind her, and she felt the flex of his biceps, supporting her as she arched wildly in response to the intense pressure of the heel of his palm. Her hand splayed against his hard chest, curling into the fabric of his shirt as sensation shuddered through her. He slid his thick fingers through the side of the underwear, tracing her clit down to her slick opening. "Goddess, you're so wet." "It's a somewhat common physical reaction to arousal," she muttered around a gasp, and he laughed. "I guess I won't get too cocky about it then," he said, leaning in to kiss her. She moaned into his mouth. "No," she said, "not about that, at least." He teased her like that for much too long, murmuring as he slipped his fingertips firmly over the hood of her clit until she had no idea what he was saying, could only focus on the pleasure his hand was giving her. Finally, he worked one thick finger inside of her, and then another. He slicked his fingers in and out, slowly then, quickly, alternating speeds. He worked some kind of magic from the inside, caressing her in a way that had her riding his hand unabashedly. The damp fabric of her underwear was one friction, and the drive of his fingers another. They combined to completely undo her. Her breath came in gasps, and she wanted to beg him for release, but she was unable to make more than desperate high-pitched noises as he drove her toward climax. It wasn't just the way he touched her. His gaze was on her the entire time. He looked at her like she was a goddess, a queen, his queen. "Oh, yes, Jamal," she cried out, and his brow creased. His thumb pressed into her clit then, joining forces with the 2 digits that were already sending desire arcing across her body. He lowered his head to her breast again and sucked just roughly enough to make her cry out and clench around his fingers. He was working her like he had something to prove, and as her body bent, and finally broke, as release surged through her, her sobs of pleasure heralded his success. Letty had had good sex before, but the rush of heat up her spine, and the toes curling, and the wave after wave of goodness, even as he withdrew his fingers, that certainly hadn't happened before, certainly not all at once. Her gaze met his as the last tremors of her orgasm shook her from head to toe, and the fierceness in his gaze shocked her. He smiled, but there was worry in his eyes, and something else. She sat up and shimmied her sweatshirt back up her arms, then pulled her bra up and pulled the front of her shirt back up over them. Maybe I should wipe down Mrs. Garcia's couch," she said, voice still shaky. Jamal closed his eyes and chuckled. "Let me handle that," he said. "You should go get some sleep." She jumped up as if scalded, buttoning her pants as she searched for her keys. "Oh, yeah. I was going to leave anyway." Jamal raised a finger, one that hadn't just given her an orgasm that still had her thighs shaking, and held it against her lips. "I'm not kicking you out. Well, I am, but only because if you don't leave, I'm going to be tempted to fuck you senseless." He exhaled sharply and ran a hand over his short locks as if that temptation was a bad thing. He'd just finger-banged her senseless, so Letty couldn't understand how his penis could possibly add anything else to the equation, unless he was one of those penetration equals commitment kind of guys. Commitment? Yeah, that sounds terrible, horrible even. Definitely need my senses, so... She made the sign of the cross using her index fingers and pointed it toward his crotch. He stalked toward her, grabbed her by the chin, and kissed her. This kiss was better, and maybe worse, because of the betterness, than the one they'd shared on the couch. That had been explainable. He'd gotten the middle of the night hornies, and she'd been right there. But this, the way he kissed her slowly and reverently, but also like he was about to fuck her against the door. This meant that their ruination of Mrs. Garcia's couch hadn't been a sleep-induced aberration for him. "Do you work tomorrow?" he asked when he pulled his mouth away. His commanding air was back. "I have to go into the lab in the morning and check on some experiments," she said, willing her chest to stop heaving like she'd run a marathon. "And study. Are you free in the afternoon?" Letty looked away, then back at him. "For a couple of hours, maybe." He nodded. "I would like... Afternoon delight? Please say afternoon delight. An escort. On the subway. I hear it can be very dangerous, you see." Letty's excitement faltered. "Where do you have to go?" she asked. Of course, he'd only asked because he needed something from her. What else was new? "Nowhere. But now I feel foolish for never having braved the subways, and I want my first time to be with you." so we can go anywhere you want. Maybe someplace that makes you happy." He grinned at her, and that cut right through her disappointment. "I know you're very busy, lady. If you can fit me in, I'd be honored to be one of the many things that take up your time." Letty didn't know what to say to that. Why couldn't he call her a Saint Bernard again so she could flip him off and go back to life as she knew it? "We'll see," she said carefully, and then slipped through the door. That was not okay. She wasn't supposed to be feeling butterflies in her stomach and doing a happy shimmy as she crossed the hall. She let herself into her studio, the vibration and flash of light across the room a reminder that she'd left her phone at her place. When she saw the solid block of message notifications from Portia, she wished she hadn't. "Hey, I have to ask you something. Urgent. Call me." The text started off normal, growing more annoyed as the night wore on. Probably commensurate with Portia's alcohol consumption. Letty scrolled down, reading the increasingly hostile messages with numb acceptance, until she reached the last one. "Wow, the dick is that good? Thanks for making it clear what your priorities are. Never mind." Letty knew Portia was drunk, knew she didn't mean what she'd written, but the unfairness of the accusation cut through her like a hot knife, melting away the residual giddiness of her orgasm and of Jamal's clear interest in her. After all the sleepless nights keeping an eye on her, making sure she didn't drunkenly stumble into either the East River or the Hudson, Letty fought against the sudden urge to cry. She had never done anything for Portia with that expectation that Portia would owe her. She did things because Portia was her friend, and usually a good one. It was when she drank that this negative side sometimes emerged, but drinking had become too common a pastime for Portia. Her friend's bad habit had become Letty's albatross, and she was tired of carrying that particular weight along with her own. Letty started to type in a response, out of habit, to ask where Portia was and if she was all right. But then she held down the power button on her phone and swiped it off instead. She thought of Jamal's face when he'd asked her to take him somewhere that would make her happy. When was the last time someone had really cared about that? Not to assuage their own guilt, but sincerely. She pushed away the tension that came with breaking years of habit and headed to the shower. Sleep came first. She would deal with everything else in the morning. Chapter 13. Thabiso shifted in the ridiculous and uncomfortable chair in the fancy restaurant where his lunch meeting was being held. The chair was composed of various parts of animals you'd see on safari in Kenya. The legs were those of a zebra's, the back a lion's hide, stretched across two large horns that curved up and back. An unironic display of how, when it came to Africa, foreigners had no qualms about taking the pieces they wanted and rearranging them as they saw fit. The two representatives of Omega Corps who sat across the table from him were just such men. They stared at him with smiles on their faces that were just as contrived as the Nouveau Africain meal they'd just shared. Thabiso had tried to maintain his composure, but the backing track to their conversation had been that first conversation he'd had with Letty. Not the kale plating confusion, but about power and what one did with it. As he listened to the men hash out the details of the deal to begin excavating in Thesolo, he'd been acutely aware that though he hadn't asked for it, he had the power to change the world, or to change his kingdom. Was this how he wanted to use it? Thabiso took a sip of his bitter coffee and placed it down in the asymmetrical saucer with what he supposed was someone's idea of a kente cloth pattern. "So, what do you think?" one of the men said. "Todd? Thabiso could not remember these silly American names. "I think I need time to mull this over," he said diplomatically. He really wanted to tell them to strap themselves to the 20 tons of condescending bullshit they'd just tried to sell him and jump into the nearest body of water. But he gave a short nod that he supposed looked thoughtful and gracious. He'd promised Alec that this deal would go through, but there was a smugness about the men that raised the hairs on his neck. He needed more time. "There are a great many factors that influence a decision such as this, but I will relay this message to the King, Queen, and High Council at my earliest convenience, and contact you as soon as we've reached a final decision." What he'd really do at his earliest convenience was get back to apartment 7N so he wouldn't miss Naledi. If she even showed up, he told her to stop by if she could. She very well might stand him up, given the way she'd fled while she was still flushed from the afterglow. He'd seen poachers caught in the glare of a military lantern shove off with less haste. He held out hope she would come, but that hadn't made the last few hours of inane business combat any less torturous. It also didn't mean he would give in to the demands of these men, just to be done with it. The two executives glanced at each other, their grins slipping. "We were really hoping to settle this today," Tad/Todd said. "When we spoke to Minister Jerami, he indicated that things would be settled while you were here, that it was, in fact, the purpose of your trip." "I see," Thabiso said. "There must be some confusion, as Minister Jerami does not have the final say in this matter." He wasn't happy to hear that there had been discussions which he hadn't been kept abreast of. "We're positive that this deal is something that would benefit this Solo greatly, especially given the economic decline in the region," the other exec said, steepling his fingers and holding Thabiso's gaze. Thabiso ran his fingertips over his beard, glad that the facial hair hid the sudden tightness of his jaw. "What economic decline?" he asked. "I'm not sure I follow." "Well, the data speaks for itself," one of the execs said calmly. "Outdated practices and dwindling natural resources present a pretty bleak forecast for Thesolo's future." Thabiso remembered the gaslighting Naledi had told him about, and was fairly certain that was what was happening. He had no idea what bleak forecast the man was speaking of, but he still felt pricked by dread, by the possibility that if he didn't go along with their plan, he'd be hurting his people in the long run. Unfortunately for the men, one benefit of being the sole heir to the crown was a fairly large ego. Thabiso had the mushushu stubbornness to boot. He laughed as if the man had told him a mildly amusing but offensive joke. "Thesolo's economy is the strongest it's ever been, having experienced explosive growth in the import-export tourism and renewable energy fields, to name just a few," he said. "We are not some stripling nation ready to jump on the first piece of meat waved in our direction. Chinese, Korean, and Brazilian companies have also submitted proposals for coltan extraction, and a few local outfits as well. We're currently assessing all of those, as well as the long-term environmental impact such an undertaking would have on the country." The men didn't look at each other this time, but their expressions both hardened. "Omega Corps is the #1 producer of smartphone technology in the world. We have coltan mining operations in 6 African nations, and several in South America. Considering partnering with anyone else would be absurd and dangerous." He wondered what Minister Jerami had promised these men, what he'd told them he could deliver, that they thought escalating from gaslighting to full-on threats was a sound plan. Thabiso's anger flared. "I'm well aware of Omega Corps' worldwide interests, as well as the civil wars, unexplained maladies, and governmental strife that seem to follow your operations like flies on shit. So much for diplomacy. But if they wanted to discuss data, Thabiso had done some research outside of the dockets that Alec Jerami had given him, and thank goodness for that. I cannot know what Minister Jerami has discussed with you, but my interest is and will always be the well-being of my people. He checked his wrist, although he wore no watch, and then stood. I must be going. Thank you for the lunch, and I'll be in contact. Thabiso shook their hands and then strode out of the restaurant. A nice but basic compact car waited out front, its driver half-heartedly holding up a sign with Jamal scrawled on it. Lakatsi was still having her fun, it seemed. He nodded at the man, who opened the door for him. Thabiso exhaled around the pressure in his chest. He wasn't sure if he'd committed his first major political misstep. He was the sole heir, in truth, but just as that meant that his people didn't have another option, neither did Thabiso. If he did something not to their liking, he would bear the full brunt of it for so long as he reigned. His suit suddenly seemed too tight, and he fidgeted with his cufflinks. He didn't believe himself to be wrong, but he knew he'd have to defend his behavior. If the deal was sound, why the rush? Why the anger? Shouldn't vetting it and examining all possible outcomes, good and bad, be a priority instead of a hindrance? Work got you down? The driver asked as he pulled into midtown traffic. Thabiso wasn't used to his drivers speaking to him. The palace chauffeurs certainly wouldn't dare be so unprofessional, but things were different in America. When in New York? Yes, he answered. The world is full of opportunistic parasites looking for their next resource to suck dry. Dealing with people such as this becomes tiresome. Don't I know it? The man said, meeting Thabiso's gaze in the rearview mirror before focusing on the road. You know how much a taxi license costs? 100 grand. Nobody who has 100 grand lying around wants to be a driver. So poor guys get together and pay our little part, share the license with others, but every day there's some new law, some new bullshit to deal with. Someone always wanting something from you. That's why so many people are switching to working for these app companies. It's a kick in the ass to everyone who shelled out money for a medallion, though. Thabiso had never considered that a job driving a car would be so fraught or costly. 100,000 was a significant amount, even to him. He couldn't imagine how many drivers it took to scrape up that much, and they didn't get to go home to a palace afterward. I did not know that, he said. I'm sorry that your job is vexing. The driver scoffed. Hey, everything is vexing. Climate change, government trying to kill us, education standards dwindling. Sometimes I wonder why my parents came to this country. The way things are now, but you know, every night when I get home from work, my Divya is waiting for me. We cook together and I tell her about the people I've met during my shift, and she tells me about the people she met during hers. And those moments make everything worth it. She's also a driver, Thabiso asked. A nurse, the man said, the pride in his voice unmistakable. She studied very hard for a very long time. Those loans will take forever to pay off, but she's never been happier, so I'm happy too. They pulled up to a red light, and when the driver looked over his shoulder at Thabiso, the glower that had been in his eyes was gone, the creases smoothed from his forehead. His eyebrows rose as if he'd had a revelation. Actually, I need to change what I said. Everybody wants something from you, but sometimes there's a person you want to give to. Sometimes what you give them makes you better for having given it, and it makes having to give to everyone else not so bad. The driver turned back to the road just as the light switched to green. Thabiso sat back against his seat as if a gust from the summits of the Solos Mountains had swept down and bowled him back. Giving of himself had always been a job requirement. His education, his travels, his public persona had all been calibrated in the way that would best benefit his people. In return, he got to be a prince. That was nothing to scoff at, but of late it had felt like bits of him were being pecked away, bits that he could never get back. Was there anyone he wanted to give to? The answer echoed in his head before the question was complete. Naledi. She had come home to him, like this man did to his Divya, for the last 2 nights. And the night before, she had come on him. His fingers twitched at the memory of how tight she'd been around them and how the scent of her had filled the apartment after she'd gone. But it was more than that. Just a few conversations with Naledi had made him want to give more to his people as well. He wanted to do more than go along with the minister's plans. He had always cared a lot, but now he didn't feel hemmed in by that caring, so afraid to make the wrong move that he made none at all. "You got anyone like that?" the driver asked. "I'm working on it," Thabiso said. He wished he could say yes, but all he could think about was the way Letty's eyes had squeezed shut and her mouth had stretched wide in ecstasy as he touched her. He wanted to take her as she writhed on his hand, to lift her up and guide her onto his cock, but then she'd cried out, "Jamal," and he'd realized he was behaving like a craven thief at the market. She gave herself to him willingly, took pleasure from his touch, but she didn't even know his true name. He couldn't touch her again while this comedy of errors played out. He thought of the Omega Corps executive smiling greedily across the table from him, already imagining how they'd slice and dice his country to increase their profit margin. Were his fantasies about Letty any less selfish? He pulled out his phone and sent a string of messages to Lakotsi, letting her know what had happened at the meeting and that he would be back at the apartment soon. "Good luck," the driver said when he pulled up in front of Thabiso's building, Naledi's building. Thabiso nodded and left before the man could count out the tip he'd given him. He took the steps 2 at a time and changed from the suit into something more casual as soon as he entered the apartment. And then he waited. "Sire, this is planet Earth calling Prince Thabiso." Lakotsi snapped her fingers in front of his face. Thabiso noticed that she sported a pinky ring now, filigreed gold, with a clear green stone. "New bling?" he asked, grabbing at her finger. She tugged her hand away. "It was a gift from a friend," she said. She tried to be stern, but a smile hovered at the edges of her mouth. "An incredibly beautiful friend. So beautiful, it should be a crime to look upon her. And intelligent and witty and—" She sighed, and Thabiso imagined he knew exactly how she felt. "So, these dating apps work, it seems," Thabiso asked. "Yes, especially when the majority of the people in your dating radius aren't cousins or cousins twice removed," she groused. "But enough about me. Did you really storm out of the meeting with Omega Corps just to skulk around the apartment this afternoon?" Maybe Thabiso should have regretted his behavior toward Tad/Todd and Todd/Tad, but the thought of having spent a moment longer with men who wanted to gut his country for the sake of a microchip made his fists clench. There was nothing further to discuss with them. "Minister Jerami certainly feels otherwise. He called immediately after the meeting to voice his displeasure about how it was handled. An emergency meeting of the finance ministers has been planned for tomorrow." "Pardon?" Thabiso couldn't have possibly heard correctly. "Minister Jerami feels this was a grave blow to the people of Tesolo and has called an emergency meeting." Lakotsi's voice was calm, but anger blazed in her eyes. "This is unprecedented," Thabiso said. His stomach tightened as if preparing for a blow, and shows a lack of respect that cannot be tolerated. What will you do to Alec Jerami to put him in his place? Right now you court his niece, a niece he does not know is still alive, while he spreads malicious rumors about you to your people. Thabiso got up and began to pace. Do you know what my meeting with Omega Corps was about? I do not know the details, sire. They want to dig. They want to excavate. Every plan they proposed involves uprooting some portion of our people from their native land and doing damage, likely irreparable damage to our environment. Lakatsi looked at the ground, a frown tugging at her mouth. Minister Jerami has promised them this? How can he plan such an affront to the goddess? Ngoka aside, Thisolo was a small kingdom. Disturbing even a portion of it for such an endeavor would have ecological ramifications. The worship of the ancestors was sacred, but so was the preservation for those to come. Thabiso wanted to be worthy of any worship given to him by an accident of birth. The man is persuasive. He makes it seem as if this is our only choice, Thabiso said, but it isn't. We have fought off colonizers and invaders for generations. I am not yet king, but I will not have my legacy be the man who let this solo be ravaged. And to think I thought you'd rushed from the meeting because you had a date with Naledi, Lakatsi said. I hadn't realized the gravity of this matter. It is indeed more serious than even I imagined. And I have nothing definitive planned with Naledi at this point in time, Thabiso said. That wasn't entirely false, or rather it was more true than several other things going on in his life. Will you tell her today? Lakatsi asked, seeing right through him. It's not quite that simple, Thabiso began, then stopped at the chilling look his assistant gave him. She sucked her teeth. Telling her is simple. Her reaction, which is what you fear, is what will not be simple. But how long can this farce go on? Actually, I can tell you exactly 4 more days. The same thought had been circling in his mind all morning. He had to tell her as soon as possible, or he risked losing her trust for good. How is Annie doing? He asked. It wasn't smooth as subject changes went, but it was something he needed to know. Another 2 people from her tribe have fallen ill, Lakatsi said quietly. They do not know why. Yes, our medical specialists have been working themselves to the bone trying to figure it out. Thabiso stood and began pacing. Between this and Alec's scheming, he had a definite sense of unease. Should we go back? Lakatsi shook her head. As you said, you are not yet king. Your parents have the problem in hand, though you should let them know about your meeting with the Megakor yourself. The only thing you can do apart from that is make sure that your decisions here reflect well on this solo, and that they are being made with our people's, and Annie and Makalele's granddaughters' best interests in mind. She didn't have to add, and not your cocks. The lift in her brow was enough. I will. Just then, the hideous buzzer squawked, and Thabiso's heart thumped harder in response. He turned and jogged to the door and opened it before it could sound again. Letty stood there, eyes wide and a nervous smile gracing her lips. The unease that had seized him after hearing the news from home receded just a bit. There was something comforting about her presence, in the way she always seemed to know what to do if presented with a problem. It made him think maybe he could do the same if put to the test. Hi, she said. The word was barely a whisper, and the rasp of it unlocked the desire to draw her into his arms and kiss her. It was as if she'd made him her Manchurian candidate when she'd moaned and shuddered in his lap only hours before, and now she was calling him to action. But there could be no more shuddering or anything else until he told her the truth. "Hey," he replied, gripping the doorframe instead of her hips. Her hair was down, a billow of curls that framed her face. She wore a purple T-shirt with a cartoon image of a brown-skinned woman in a lab coat holding a test tube on it. Tight black jeans accentuated her curves, and he supposed she was wearing shoes of some sort, but his gaze had retraced its path back up and over the form-fitting jeans and T-shirt. Desire stirred low in his belly, but when he met her gaze, there was that distance again. Thabiso's Adam's apple suddenly felt too large for his throat. What was this nonsense? He wasn't a boy being asked to go to the flower festival for the first time. "Are you still up for a train adventure?" she asked. "I've been studying and doing Western blots since 5 a.m. and I could use a break." "Yes, I'll be just a moment." He walked back inside, grabbed his keys and wallet, and rubbed a dab of scented oil on his neck. It had been blessed by the royal priestesses of Thesolo and was supposed to bring luck. He'd need it if he was truly going to reveal his perfidy. "Make sure you tell her," Lakatsi whispered harshly. "And remember that your schedule is packed before the gala tomorrow evening. No running off like a boy shirking school." "Okay." He held up his hands. "Later, drill sergeant." When he stepped out into the hall, Letty turned to him, then wrinkled her nose. "What is that smell?" Thabiso froze, embarrassment stopping him in his tracks. Perhaps he'd applied too much of the oil. He lifted a hand to his beard, sniffing surreptitiously. He thought it smelled fine. "You were wearing it yesterday, too," she said. "It seems so familiar, but I can't pin down where I've smelled it." She moved closer to him and went up on her tiptoes, her nose close enough to his neck that it tickled him, and inhaled. Thabiso clenched his hands behind his back, although he craved to pull her warmth closer, or perhaps to rub the oil over her body so her skin was slick and pliant under his fingers. "It's Inge oil," he said, taking a step back from her as he reined in his racing imagination. "Made from a plant native to my country. It's very common there." Common enough that her parents would have worn it. He and Letty were surely doused in it during their betrothal ceremony. "Now, tell her now." Thabiso struggled to find the right words and kicked himself for wasting his time before her arrival fantasizing about her body when he should have been planning how to break the bond that had been solidifying between them and how to mend it afterward. "If you can mend it." "Strange," she shook her head. "Maybe one of the street vendors around here sells it." "Perhaps, although it's quite rare in the States." He glanced at her and dipped his toe into the waters of truth. "Or perhaps it's a scent from your childhood. Maybe your parents. Let's go," she said. "We only have a few hours before I have to study again." Then she was marching down the hall, leaving him and his question behind. Her reaction to a simple inquiry about her parents didn't bode well for his confession and all that would come with it. For the first time since he'd assumed his false identity, Thabiso wished he actually was Jamal, an American boy who had fallen for his coworker. If he were, there would be no lies to dispel and no truth hanging over his head, like the sword of Damocles. Chapter 14. "Why is it so hot down here? What is that strange smell? Are those cats frolicking on the tracks? Dear goddess, they're rats." Letty rolled her eyes, though it was hard not to be amused. Jamal had been acting like a lamb, taking its first steps from the moment they left the apartment. When they'd stopped at the bodega on the corner and she'd ordered them sandwiches, his nostrils had flared in alarm. He'd stared in horror at the line of people calling out their daily lottery numbers near the cash register, and had recoiled from the display case of deli meats as she ordered their food. "What's your deal? These are the best sandwiches in the city," she'd said under her breath. "Best?" Jamal's nose had wrinkled in disgust. "Who knows how long that meat has been idling under glass? And the meat slicer looks like it hasn't been cleaned since Bush was in the White House." Julio, the co-owner of the store and the man making their sandwiches, had looked up with an angry glint in his eyes. "We've got a 4.5 Yelp rating, homie. You want some fancy shit? Go to Gentrification Cafe or whatever down the street." "Ignore him," Letty had said to Julio, pushing Jamal farther into an aisle. "We're going to buy more stuff. Definitely don't spit in our sandwiches or anything, okay?" Julio had nodded while glaring after Jamal, who was wiping a film of dust off of a box of grape nuts and holding his finger out to Letty for inspection. Now they stood on the subway platform with a bag full of sandwiches, beverages, and random items she'd pulled off the shelves just to appease Julio, waiting for the Uptown A train. Jamal was still looking after her after his barrage of questions, so Letty held up 3 fingers. "To answer your questions, it's hot because the subway has its own weather system that varies by station. It can be a beautiful day outside, then you step onto a train platform, and it's like you're standing in the devil's ass crack." She folded one finger down. "That smell is probably stagnant water, or the decomposing body of one of the mole people who live in the tunnels." She folded her middle finger down, leaving her index finger, which she pointed in the direction of 2 rats who were circling each other, about to engage in fisticuffs over a half-eaten slice of pizza. "Definitely rats. This is their kingdom, and we're just passing through. Don't ever think you have priority on these platforms, because they don't back down, and despite the bubonic plague smear campaign, a rat bite will mess you up good." "You're kidding, right?" he asked. The rats on the track in front of them started squealing and rearing up. Letty shuddered and dragged him down the length of the platform. The grams in their cage was one thing. Wild sewer rats were entirely another. "Honestly, this station looks like it could collapse at any moment. I've read reports of America's crumbling infrastructure, but I'd assumed it was exaggeration." He looked around at the stained ceilings and cracked, flaking paint. "This city is held together by hope and insomnia," she said. "Who needs infrastructure?" "Americans," he muttered, shaking his head. Letty shrugged. "But seriously, though, I hope you have traveler's insurance because there've been some derailments lately." Jamal's head whipped toward her. "Wait, what?" A gust of warm air carried the familiar subterranean scent that preceded the rumble and screech of the train as it pulled into the station. Then a rectangular steel car emblazoned with a circle of blue and white appeared. Jamal made a perplexed grunt. "It looks like the trains in movies, but the movies I watched as a child. I imagine they'd be more modern by now," he said as it pulled to a stop in front of them. One crowded car passed, but the one pulling up before them was empty, which set off Letty's subway sense. She grabbed him again and jogged to the next car down, which held a good number of people, but wasn't sardine can packed. "Why did we run?" he asked. "More rats." "Maybe. Never get on the empty train car when the ones on either side are full," she explained. "That means that something not okay is going on in there. The doors between train cars are locked sometimes, and you don't want to be trapped in a car with rats, random human excretions, or something worse." Why do I feel like I'm navigating some kind of dystopian nightmare instead of one of the most famous cities in the world? Jamal asked with an incredulous laugh. He was smiling that big smile of his again, like they were on an adventure, and Letty's stomach fluttered in a way she couldn't blame on the rickety train. His fingers curved around the train pole, and heat stroked through her as she remembered the press of them into her body. She looked away. They were just two friends out for a day at the park. It didn't matter that he had seen her O-face, had touched the embarrassing underwear she'd been forced to wear because a neighbor had been hogging the building's shared laundry room. She glanced at him and realized he was studying her face. One fun thing you learn when you study public health, especially infectious diseases, is that most societies are one step away from dystopia, really, she said, trying to sound deep and like she hadn't been thinking about their trip to Fingerbangville. You really know how to put a man at ease, he said. Next, you'll tell me the mole people who live in the subway tunnels are real. Letty widened her eyes in mock horror, looked around the car, and then leaned in closer to him. Someone told you the mole people weren't real? Oh, you poor little lamb. You don't stand a chance. He leaned closer, too. I'd say my chances are pretty good. I'm quite lucky, you see. At least in my choice of shepherdess. The stale air of the train car caught in Letty's throat. It wasn't Jamal's words. It was the way he looked at her when he said choice. Every interaction with another human was a choice, really. But the way the word rolled off of his tongue seemed intimate. She'd never really known the feeling of being chosen. It had been denied to her each time a foster parent sat her down with a guilty expression on his or her face. But Jamal said it like choosing her was something anyone would do. You're reading too much into this. It's not like he chose to be your neighbor. That was a fluke. Don't get excited. You know what happens when you do. Suddenly, an adolescent voice boomed through the train car. Showtime, showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Jamal jumped, startled by the obnoxious shouts of a group of teen boys on the other side of the car. What's happening? Jamal asked, stepping protectively in front of her. Letty laughed, although she appreciated his chivalry. Oh, perfect. You'll get the full New York City experience, she said, tugging his arm so he was flush against the doors with her. Stand back and watch out for flying limbs. One of the teens tapped on his cell phone and held up a small wireless speaker above his head. A second later, the train was filled with the thumping bass of the latest Top 40 hip-hop song. Letty hadn't been listening to much music lately, but she'd heard strains of it from the windows of passing cars in her neighborhood and at the bodega as she waited for coffee, and bopped her head along to the familiar beat. One of the teens took off his fitted hat and began a popping and locking routine, tossing the cap up and around, spinning and catching it. Hat dancing? He asked, leaning close to her ear. Is this what the youth are doing these days? Just keep watching, she explained, curving a smile in his direction. She had grown up seeing these train performances, different boys, different dances, but always the same amazing athleticism. She'd long ago grown tired of them, but getting to be with Jamal as he watched for the first time made it all new for her. She kept her gaze locked on him, waiting for it. Go, 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 the boys shouted as they began clapping. Jamal looked on skeptically, brows furrowed one moment and then shooting up toward his hairline the next. She heard the telltale thump and looked back at the teen who had just flipped forward and landed on his feet in time to watch him milli rock for a few seconds, then segue seamlessly into a tight front somersault, followed by 2 backflips down the center of the moving train car. The dab he hit after that combination was well earned. Holy shit, Jamal said. Is this normal? Boys flipping about on moving subway cars. I can barely stand without holding the pole, and this child just reenacted an Olympic gold medal gymnastics routine. It's pretty normal, Letty said. It's amusing until the first time you accidentally get kicked in the face. Brilliant, was all he said. his attention locked on the dancers. He laughed and clapped along as each of the 3 boys cycled through their particular routines, doing a little two-step along to the beat, and occasionally pressing his shoulder into Letty's as if urging her to join him. She couldn't quite bring herself to let go enough to dance, though the rhythm of the music pulled at her. She clapped along instead. The song wound down and Jamal cheered, drawing a few looks from some of the jaded New Yorkers sharing the car with them. He was particularly impressed with the last boy, a breakdancer. Anyone willing to fling himself on this floor after the information you've given me about bacteria should be considered an artiste of the highest caliber, obviously prepared to suffer for his art. I'd never thought of it that way, but I guess you're right, Letty said. One of the boys walked by with an open backpack, holding it out for donations. People who had been wrapped a moment before suddenly had their faces resolutely stuck behind e-readers and books, ignoring him. Letty could see the bag was empty, but she rarely carried cash on her. She searched her purse, hoping she had a couple of bucks. I've got it. You paid for lunch after all. He rifled through his wallet and casually tossed in a few bills as the kid went by. Thanks, mister, the kid said with a nod and kept walking. Then he stopped and turned back, confusion on his face. He looked into the bag, then at Jamal, and then back into the bag. Jamal waved a hand. Thanks for a great show. Thanks, mister. The boy turned and ran toward his friends on the other end of the car as the train pulled into the station. Yo! They ran out through the open doors, congregating behind a pole that blocked them from view. What was that about? Letty turned and peered through the window as the train pulled away. The boys were peering into the backpack and shouting, the sound amplified by the acoustics of the train station. She leaned back against the door and crossed her arms over her chest to look up at him. You know how children are, he said, shrugging it off. By the way, the sign instructs you not to do that. He pointed to the peeling, scratched-up "Do Not Lean on Door" sticker over her head. Okay, now that I have you trapped on a train, I have to ask. How have you never taken the subway or gone to a bodega? Never seen train dancers before? I know rich people, like pretty rich, and they're not quite as disconnected as this. She tried to cushion the bluntness of the questions in a teasing tone, but if she was going to give him some of her valuable time, she deserved to know who she was dealing with. The laughter left his eyes. It was strange to see him tuck away his emotions so quickly. It reminded her that she didn't know him at all, despite the fact that she talked to him and let him touch her as if she did. I'm just used to traveling in a rather different style and moving in different circles when I'm here. The train began to slow down again as it pulled into the next station, the loud screech of its brakes against the rails drowning out the sound in the train car and drowning out the rest of his response. She moved aside to let a man off of the train and then resumed her position in front of the door. So, that different style you're accustomed to? I'm guessing it doesn't mean you're usually at an alpaca farm upstate. He chuckled. No. So you haven't been traveling around the city via dromedary instead of train? I guess I would have seen video of that online. She resumed her position against the door. I had chauffeurs. He took a deep breath, and when he looked at her again, a familiar fear sprang up in her. He was wearing the expression, the one that looked the same regardless of skin tone or age or gender. It was the expression her various foster parents had sported when they called her into the kitchen or living room, avoiding eye contact as they explained she would be leaving. Guilt. I was hesitant to tell you about my wealth and my background because I wanted you to see me for me, he said. I'm used to people judging me for everything I own and represent, and not me as a person. His brows drew together, and Letty ached to reach out a hand and smooth away his worries, but she was still waiting for the other shoe to drop. He opened his mouth and then closed it. "It's just—" He sucked in a deep breath. "Here it comes." Letty steeled herself for the impact. Why had she stepped out onto this thin branch of possibility, knowing that when it came to her dating life, any experimentation always yielded the same results? She should have stayed home to study. Reading case studies about a flesh-eating virus would be a step up from her imminent rejection. "I'm just going to say it." Jamal's mouth twisted beneath the bristles of his beard. "I like you." Letty wasn't expecting that. 3 words imbued with confusion and fear and hope, all woven together like strands of DNA. She stared at him, waiting for the "but," and got his consternated gaze instead. "I'm rubbish at this." He shook his head. "I've never had to divulge my feelings, or really had any to divulge for that matter. I've spent most of my life focused on preparing for the job that awaits me. Relationships were just an extracurricular." Letty was a bit surprised at that. It didn't sound very different from her own life. Jamal's fingers were trailing up her arm now, leaving goose flesh in their wake, even though the train car was a bit warm and stuffy. She leaned back into the door, farther away from him, as if trying to escape his gravitational pull. He wasn't trying to resist hers, though, not with those feather-light touches that made her want more. His gaze on her was so intense, like he was truly trying to see her and willing her to return the favor. Letty had never felt more exposed. She wanted to run screaming, but that feeling of recognition that had briefly grabbed her when she'd first met him returned even stronger than before. Jamal smiled, though his gaze didn't soften. "This, at least, is the truth. I like you, Naledi. I like who I am when I'm with you, the man you make me want to be. I want to get to know you, and I want you to know me, the real me." His mouth set into a firm line, the way it had been at the Institute the night she trained him, like he was waiting for her to reprimand him. Letty didn't know what to say, and his fingertips moving on her arm were as distracting as his words had been. She didn't know how to respond. Her defenses should have kicked in, but this type of attack was unknown and crept around them. His gaze suddenly became serious. "And that's why you should know." It was silly, but she suddenly felt weightless. And that's when she realized she was falling. "Dykeman Street!" the conductor called out. The doors had opened behind her with no warning, or no warning she'd been capable of hearing in her state, and she was about to ass plant on the platform. But then Jamal's hands were on her shoulders, and he was stumbling forward into her ungainly descent and pulling her upright and close against him. The chimes sounded the close of the doors, and they snapped shut with both of them safely upright. He didn't let her go, though, and she was getting a refresher on just how warm and solid his body felt pressed against hers. "That's why you're not supposed to lean against the door," the conductor called out from her small window as the train pulled out of the station. Jamal laughed and looked down at her. "Told you so. Score 1 for Team Lamb." The muscular length of him was pressed against her, holding her close, but his expression wasn't seductive. He looked at her like a man who really liked her, and she was sure she was looking at him the same way, because she did like him. Even though it was illogical, even though she was defective Velcro, and Jamal would figure that out soon enough. In that moment, pressed up against him on a dirty subway platform, Letty took a deep breath and decided maybe being out on a limb wasn't the worst position in the world. "I'm probably breaking some kind of shepherdess ethics law right now, but—" She leaned up and kissed him. His soft lips molded to hers, and his hands went to her hips and gripped hard. His tongue slipped into her mouth, searching. and he groaned when her tongue slicked against his. For a blissful moment, her mind was blank. No worries about busted friendships or missing advisors or skipped shifts. Just the scent and taste and feel of Jamal. Jamal who liked her. Studying was overrated. Chapter 15. Thabiso focused on the feeling of lightness that had buffeted his steps since Letty had kissed him long and hard in the dirty, leaky, rat-infested bowels of New York City. His adrenaline had died down, but he still felt like lifting Letty up and spinning her as the string section of the National Orchestra of Thesolo played behind them. But that would have been over the top, even for a prince, and the only backing music they had was the reggaeton bumping from the cell phone of one of the men playing dominoes at the rickety table nearby. Thabiso repressed the urge to act out cheesy romantic cliches, all save one. He lifted the hand he held in his own, the one that was softer than he'd imagined given how hard Letty worked, and kissed the back of it. She smiled, and then pushed her hair behind her ear with her other hand. She was obviously nervous. She turned into a neighborhood tour guide as soon as they left the station, giving him a detailed overview of the neighborhood and avoiding meeting his gaze. They'd done a round of the park, Fort Tryon, an oasis of unexpected green that was still filled with all of the noise and liveliness of the city. She'd shown him the outside of the cloisters, a French monastery transported to the city stone by stone because America had to import its antiquity. Letty had filled him in on the history of the neighborhood, its role in the American Revolution, the vibrant Latino enclave that had sprung up in the area, and the gentrification that threatened it. He noticed that she was quite talkative when she spoke of something other than herself. He doubted that was a coincidence. They were nearing the top of a steep incline, but that didn't stop her skillful avoidance technique. And in the summer, sometimes they show films here, and Naledi. She looked up at him, eyes wide. For perhaps the first time since he'd met her, her gaze was unguarded, and he could see the turmoil there. The turmoil caused by their kiss. He didn't want to know what her face would look like when he revealed the truth, but he would soon find out. "Let's sit," he said, gesturing toward a bench that faced out toward the Hudson. Spring sunlight dappled the muddy green waves of the river, making them as beautiful as the waterfalls that careened over Thesolo's mountains, wild and heedless. Or perhaps it was Naledi exerting that effect on his perception. "I asked you to do something that you wanted to do today, and I highly doubt that giving me a detailed recounting of the local history is your way of relaxing. You're always doing for others. Let me do something for you." He hadn't meant to say that, but as she rambled on and on, he realized she was building a wall of words between him and her, between their kiss below ground and their time in the park. He couldn't abide that. What will she do when she discovers your lie? Letty blinked a few times and pulled her hand away slowly. "Well then," she said. She walked over to the bench, turned and sat down, as regal as the queen she was destined to become. "If that's the case, entertain me." A shiver rushed through him that had nothing to do with the breeze from the river, more with the way her thighs pressed together when she crossed her legs, or the gaze she fixed him with. She wasn't just letting her guard down, which he knew was rather a big thing for her. She was inviting him. "Shall I dance?" he asked. "Did you pick up some moves from the trained performers?" She raised a brow. "I have moves of my own, thank you very much." He hopped to the side, bent his knees, and worked his hips in the traditional dance all Thessalonian boys had to master for the coming-of-age ceremony performed during each spring festival. Letty erupted in laughter, which wasn't the actual effect the dance of manhood was supposed to have, but she couldn't know. If she'd grown up in Thesolo, she likely would have performed her dance of womanhood alongside him at the ceremony, given that she was his betrothed. She hadn't been there, though, and a stubborn Thabiso had danced alone. The fact that he'd imagined a brown-skinned girl with happy eyes across from him as he'd performed the ceremony was his secret. He finished the dance to amused applause from Naledi. "Don't act like that didn't steam your head wrap," he said as he dropped onto the bench beside her, throwing his arm along the back of it in spite of the splinters. Another peal of laughter rang out from her lips, the sound breaking from her like the evening call of the birds surrounding his palace back home. "Steam my head wrap? What does that even mean?" She looked up at him, wiping tears of mirth from her cheeks. Thabiso leaned in a bit closer. "It means to reach a state of arousal such that the heat produced by the body steams the traditionally starched head wrap until it is limp." Letty blinked a few times. "Okay, I need to know more about where you're from, where this is an actual thing people say to each other." His delight turned to panic, and then to inspiration. Maybe there was a way he could reveal the truth to her that would negate the lies he told. It often worked out in the fairy tales. Beauty had still loved the beast once he revealed he was truly a prince, hadn't she? Thabiso had a flash of a story in his mind. The beast in pain and dying alone because Beauty had left him for some reason or another. Not the outcome he was hoping for. Okay, he said, mental wheels spinning in merciless desert sand until finally they caught traction. "You've given me a tour of your local park, and now I'll give you one of mine. Just work with me." He glanced at her to be sure she was giving him her full attention. "We're in a garden full of lush greenery and beautiful flowers, imported from all over the world. That majestic bird over there, you see it?" The pigeon?" she asked skeptically, her brow raised as the bird puffed itself and began chasing a female bird through a puddle. "Pigeon? That's a peacock. They roam the grounds of the park near my home, although they are not a local breed. That over there," he pointed to a pug walking by, bow-legged and snorting. "That is one of the pigs that live behind the kitchen eating scraps and providing compost material. We don't eat them, not because they're unclean, but because they're much too smart." "I'm sure the cows feel some kind of way about that," she said wryly. "The cows live a very good life, as do the goats, even if they can't appreciate it as well as a pig can. Some animals are more equal than others, you know." Her mouth curved up into a smile, and something in his chest moved out of alignment. He loved seeing her smile. He loved being the cause of it. That smile would fade soon. He hoped that she would be able to forgive him. "Is there a playground?" Letty asked as they watched a father walk by with a group of kids on scooters, rushing toward the swings and slides. "My parents had a play area set up for me, yes." He was sure she was imagining a small plastic swing set, not the gymnastics arena and amusement park grade water slide his parents had built for him. "This was my local park for a while," Letty said. "When I was 13, I lived with this family, the Davises, and I'd come here on the weekend and ride my bike around. Sometimes I'd see kids from the school I'd transferred to and hang with them. Over there, by the monkey bars, is where I had my first kiss." "Romantic," Thabiso said. "Disgusting," she replied with a small grin. "He had braces and we'd just eaten takeout Chinese. That's all I'll say about that." Thabiso wasn't jealous, exactly. But he wondered what would have happened if her family hadn't taken her from Thesolo. There were no true constraints on the betrothed of a prince that said she must date only him, but might her first awkward kiss have been with him? I didn't even like the guy, really, Letty said. My foster dad got wind of what happened, though, and said he didn't want a fast girl under his roof because they were too much trouble. So all that kiss got me was some pre-chewed chunks of sesame chicken and a new foster family. She looked up at him. It's funny, I'm so sure that none of this stuff bothers me. And then you bat your lashes at me, and I take a left turn into Emoville. She looked embarrassed and maybe a little angry. She had every right to be angry. Kicking a young girl out for natural exploration was cruel. I'm honored that you trust me to be your co-pilot into Emoville, as you call it, he said, and suddenly the thistled path to the truth that he'd been fighting through fell away before him. He knew how to tell her. He knew how to make things right. I can tell you my own embarrassing story, he said. Have you been involved in other ego-driven acts of arson? She asked with raised brows. Figuratively, yes, he said, leaning close to her. I've only ever tried to burn a building down to get a woman's attention once, though. She laughed again. He took her hand, brushed his fingertip over her palm. When I was a boy, I was certain I had a soulmate, even though many people told me otherwise. For a short period, I required those around me to pretend that she was real. A place was set for her at snack time. I asked that gifts be purchased for her. I was often found talking to an empty chair as if she were beside me. Eventually, my parents became worried and tried to wean me off of this imaginary soulmate. So I tried to run away and find her. I was 7, so this didn't go over too well. Letty smiled. OMG, this is so sweet. I can imagine exactly what you would have looked like as a kid. Her brow furrowed as she stared at him, and he wondered if she was conjuring an image of him or pulling one from the recesses of her memory. What happened to your soulmate? She asked. I stopped believing for a while there, he said. Became too busy with grown-up things and stopped thinking of her. Hey, sometimes you have to do what you have to, she said. I stopped thinking of my parents because it hurt too badly, and then one day I tried to remember them and I couldn't. She stared out toward the river. Thabiso saw the opportunity before him like a neatly wrapped present. He made his move. Would you want to know about them? If it was possible. An expression of distaste passed over her face. Why? They're dead. And I've gotten along just fine on my own. Knowing who they were wouldn't change any of that. But my friend got me one of those DNA tests, and I still haven't looked at the results. I'm Naledi Smith. I eat biostats for breakfast and produce the cleanest gel images on the East Coast. I don't need a past. Damn it. The thorny path to the truth sprang up before him again. He had asked her if she wanted to know, and she didn't. If he told her who he was, in a way, he'd be going against her wishes. What was he supposed to do now? I know you just explicitly stated you don't want to know about your past, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because I also need to explain how I'm a lying prick. Thabiso was scrambling to think of a way to tell her without alienating her even more when he felt a vibration against the bench. Letty pulled her hands away from his and dived for her phone. Sorry, I'm expecting a call from my dean, she explained as she tapped at her phone and raised it to her ear. Thabiso could see the worry in her eyes. Hello? Yes, Dr. Bell, this is Naledi. I hope my email wasn't too... Oh. She stood from the bench and began pacing. That doesn't make sense. How could they? Why would they? She paused, nodding slowly as if the person on the other line could see her. Yes, I understand. I can be there in half an hour. Thank you. When she turned to him, her expression was blank, but her eyes were glossy and her lower lip trembled for just a moment before she pressed her teeth against it to stop the movement. Naledi. Thabiso jumped to his feet to stand beside her, but she backed away from him. Wow. I hadn't been able to get in contact with my advisor about my field of study for this summer. It was supposed to be at the Disease Task Force, this group that monitors infectious disease outbreaks. That sounded interesting and terrifying, though Thabiso had interned at The Hague, which also sounded vaguely menacing, and had been bored out of his mind. I'm assuming something is amiss. My advisor is the director. He hadn't been following up with me, and I just found out that the funding for the task force has been cut. The reason he's been MIA is he's been trying to save as much information as he can, protect vulnerable communities in the midst of possible epidemics, and whatever else you can do when a major governmental agency is shut down without warning. Thabiso was concerned on several levels. For Naledi as a friend, and for what cutting infectious disease outbreak detection could portend as a leader. I'm sorry. Do you know why? It was simply bad governance, and he couldn't understand what would drive such a decision. Then he remembered Tad/Todd. He remembered Naledi's uncle, Alec. Money. Somewhere along the line, money was involved, he was sure. Because the government has been hacking at science funding indiscriminately. Forget my practicum. They're cutting funding for research that will stop people from dying. Her expression was blank, as if she couldn't fathom it. I just need... Thabiso prepared himself to comfort her. He was opening his arms when she stepped away from him. I need to go. Thabiso shoved his hands into his pockets. Sure, do you want me to... He looked at her, brows raised in question. Can I help? She shook her head. I just have to get to school for this meeting. She touched his arm and then took off down the hill, phone in her hand. She had been opening for him on the bench, even after he'd painted himself into a corner. But now she'd slammed shut again. She was in trouble and wouldn't turn to him. Worse, he still hadn't revealed himself to her. He looked around the park and sighed as he tried to figure out his way back to the train. He'd gotten himself into a fine mess indeed. Chapter 16. I'm sorry. Letty ignored the text from Portia that popped up on her phone screen as she sat in her living room, sipping a well-deserved wine cooler. The harbor fog was the best Julio the bodega man had to offer, and even if it was sickly sweet, it was better than thinking of her horrible news. It was also better than thinking of the silent apartment across the hall and how she'd had to fight the urge to go knock on the door and ask Jamal to make her feel better when she returned from her emergency appointment at the dean's office, despite the fact that she'd run off on their date. She knew he could make her feel better, that he would, and that made it even more imperative that she sit tight in her apartment, just as she always had when shit hit the fan. Since when had she needed outside help with anything? Even Portia had no idea when Letty's life got really rough most times, because what was the use of burdening others with her bad news? She'd always kept her deepest feelings more safely hidden than porn on an unlocked laptop. Folder after figurative subfolder of false file names to mask her true feelings from those who might click through. But Jamal had gained access to the folder labeled Nothing to See Here. After just a few days, she'd opened herself to him, and frightening as it was, she wanted more. Oh God, she wanted more. She wanted to curl into his lap again, to let him touch her and kiss her and make her forget that her life was in the midst of derailment. Heat throbbed between her legs, and she pressed her thighs together as if that could ward off thoughts of the man who barged into her life. The one who would likely be just a few yards away from her at some point. The skeptical, superstitious part of her wondered if his presence wasn't connected to her bad luck. You let your defenses down. When you do that, the bad can get in with the good. There was nothing scientific about that line of thinking. There was no way that a few days with Jamal had led to her current situation, but it felt like it. Just like getting excited about the practicum hadn't caused the government to shut down the task force, even though it felt like it. Feelings couldn't be quantified like data and R, but that didn't make their effects any less real. She sighed and took a sip of the sweet wine. It didn't matter in the end. Jamal was temporary. Mrs. Garcia would be back soon, and all Letty would have left of him would be memories of how he'd given her the best and most inappropriate orgasm of her life. She'd regretted having to leave him in the park. But now she was wondering if that wasn't for the better. He was a complication she just didn't need at the moment. That didn't stop her heart from racing every time she heard a sound in the hallway. Her phone buzzed again, and she finally gave in and picked it up to read Portia's message. Look, I was worried and drunk and I acted like a jerk. I went too far. A picture of a growling Doberman came through, followed by a pic of a sad Doberman puppy. Portia knew Letty couldn't resist random dog pics. She sighed and texted back before she could think better of it. I forgive you, mostly because my life is falling apart and I need you to do friend-type things like tell me everything will be all right. Whoa, Naledi Smith is admitting she needs help. Looks out window, sees pig flying, shoots pig with bow and arrow, and brings Naledi bacon. What happened? Did you find out something about Jamal? Let me just call you. Letty tapped on the phone widget in the Messenger app. Portia picked up on the first ring, groveling like the pro that she was. Then she listened sympathetically as Letty explained how her field study had imploded. Damn! Well, I was going to invite you out tomorrow night anyway, but you definitely have to come now. Letty sighed. Going on a bender won't help this. She took a sip of her wine. A moderate amount of booze would, but moderation wasn't a concept that Portia was always on familiar terms with. I wasn't going to suggest one. Portia sighed. My parents want me to go to some fundraiser tomorrow night, and I have an extra ticket. I guess they were hoping I'd magically find a guy who didn't give me hives after one date to drag along with me. Letty was going to point out that Portia didn't do dating so much as hooking up, but it seemed superfluous. Their friend, who works for the Department of Public Health, Dr. Okri, will be there. She's way into mentorship and all that socially upright stuff, so I can make an introduction and see if she can get you an internship or whatever it is you need. Hope fluttered gently in Letty's chest. Could it be that simple? Really? She didn't want to use her friend's connections to get ahead, but she tried playing it straight, and that hadn't gotten her anywhere. She'd avoided all the extracurricular meetings, eschewing the networking that would have provided her with more options, so now she'd have to get over herself and get out into the world. I'd really appreciate that, Portia. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm your friend, and I care about you. Portia's voice had gone serious, and Letty couldn't help but wonder what that was about. Letty, look. I saw something kind of weird on social media yesterday. Letty put her wine down on the chipped particle board surface of her coffee table and sat up straight on her futon. She'd been so busy talking about her own problems that, for maybe the first time ever, she hadn't inquired about Portia's well-being. Everything okay? She asked. Portia was somewhat popular on social media and had cultivated a small following with her artsy pictures, trivia spanning a wide range of subjects, and interest in everything and everyone. It wasn't a problem, but sometimes she drew the ire of weirdos. Yes, it's just something about the fundraiser. Portia went silent then. Okay, and what would that be? There was a long pause, one that was 9 months along, at least as far as tension went. Oh, it's just the dress code is formal, Portia said, following it up with a short, clipped laugh. Make sure you look stunning. I can lend you a dress if you want, or pick something out for you if you want to hit up Nordstrom. I have a dress, Letty said, but thank you. Great, I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow. When Portia disconnected, Letty was tempted to call back and ask what was really going on, but she had to worry about herself first, even if just for that night. She opened the web browser on her phone and continued searching for open epidemiology field studies, as she'd been doing for most of the afternoon. Having a backup for your backup was just common sense. After an hour of searching, she'd compiled a list of 4 positions that were still unfilled and 3 people she could cold email. She wasn't convinced that any of the leads would work out, but she'd at least reminded herself that she was capable of rolling with the punches and handling problems as they arose. She stuck her phone on the charger and flopped back on her futon. She heard the footsteps in the hallway, but her stomach had stopped flipping after several false alarms. It was a busy night in her building. From the smell of weed drifting under the door, the hipster down the hall seemed to be having a party. This time, though, she heard the keys jingle and the door to Mrs. Garcia's apartment open and close. Disappointment diffused through her as she lay splayed on the bed. Sure, she'd ditched Jamal on a hilltop in Upper Manhattan. She still expected that he'd check in. She grabbed her pillow from across the bed and pressed it against her face, embarrassed for herself. A few days and one great finger bang didn't mean anything on the NYC dating scene. Connections in this city were fly-by-night at best, and in this case more than others, but she'd allowed herself to have expectations, like a fool. That was when the knock came. Maybe it's a lost party guest. The knock came again, more insistent. "Who's there?" she called out, wanting to save herself the inevitable disappointment when she opened the door full of silly hope and found some random dude dropping Visine in his eyes instead. "Special delivery for a graduate student having a no-good, very bad day," a rich, accented voice answered. The hope she felt was still silly, but it pulled her up off her futon and toward the door almost as fast as when the UPS guy was waiting outside the building with the package for her. She pulled the door open, and just like that, her protective membrane was pierced, her defenses were down, and the draining events of the day were wiped away by Jamal's bright smile. Her heart beat faster, and elation sped through her. She'd once worked in a lab that researched addiction and had watched as rats provided with cocaine-laced glucose would mope about until a researcher approached with their refill. Then they'd be zooming all over the cage, eager for their next hit. Letty thought perhaps she understood their reaction a little better now. "Hi." Why did she want to touch him so much? Why was she smiling so hard that her cheeks hurt, despite her definitively shitty day? "Hello," he said. He held up a bag, and she didn't have to open it to know what was inside. She could smell the lunch meat, oil, and vinegar of her favorite sandwich as soon as the bag moved. "We didn't get to eat, and maybe you were too busy to grab food since you had meetings, I assume?" "I just happened to pass the bodega." He stopped talking, and his smile faded as he shook his head. When his gaze met hers again, it was intense, insistent. "Enough of these false pretenses. I don't care about these carcinogenic sandwiches, however delicious they might be. I'm here because I wanted to see you. I know you're used to doing everything yourself, but I wanted to make sure you were okay after receiving that news. Are you okay?" Everything Letty thought she'd known about her needs and wants slid away, leaving her open, exposed, and shocked by this gruff demand. She'd had support, she'd had friendship, but she'd never had a man standing before her looking so frustrated on her behalf that he might track down whoever had shut down the disease task force and throttle them himself. Letty thought she might cry, but that was unacceptable, so she did the next best thing. She grabbed Jamal by the front of his shirt, and for the second time that day, she kissed the hell out of him. This time, she didn't intend on stopping. Chapter 17. This was going all wrong, even if it felt all too right. Thabiso had spent his evening distracted at a last-minute gathering at the Thessalonian embassy that Lakatsi had arranged after he'd been left behind in the park. Thoughts of Letty's shattered hopes and the way she'd run before she let him see her break had taken too much of his attention. He'd saluted the Kenyan ambassador in French instead of Swahili, had offered the Moroccan envoy a bacon-wrapped scallop, and then turned and done the same to an Israeli minister. "You're a mess, friend," Johann had noted, handing Thabiso a glass of wine. The tabloid prince of Lichtenberg, Johann, was known in equal measure for his shocking red hair, his weekly brushes with infamy, and for being the stepson of a king. "All the fame, none of the responsibility," he teased Thabiso during their boarding school days. "It's a woman, isn't it? Scheisse de merde." Even the Lichtenberger mashup of French and German hadn't lifted Thabiso's spirits. "Any advice?" Thabiso had asked. Johann wasn't exactly a font of wisdom on creating lasting relationships, but perhaps having a new woman every week had given him some special insight. "Don't get attached," Johann had replied dryly before taking a sip of his own wine. "Sounds like something she would say," Thabiso had said. "My kind of woman. Is she here?" Thabiso had given Johann a playful shove before changing the subject to the upcoming climate talks in Paris. He'd eventually recovered his wits enough to smooth everything over and send the guests of the Thessalonian embassy home happy. Trade deals were unofficially set into motion. Mutually beneficial political discourse had occurred without fisticuffs. He was the only one solemn and sullen after what had somehow turned out to be a success. His return date loomed nearer, and the length of time left for him to tell Naledi the truth and beg her forgiveness was a ticking time bomb that grew ever larger in his mind. Lakatsi's sudden expert opinions on relationships hadn't helped either. She'd been smiling and sneaking text messages all night, and Thabiso was jealous of his own assistant's happiness. So he'd stopped at the bodega on the way from the UN and bought 2 of the sandwiches Letty loved, as well as some beer that seemed much too fancy for the cracked glass door it resided behind. He had a plan. He'd check in on her, make sure her school situation was in hand, and reveal every single lie he told, starting with his name. But then she kissed him. Her soft lips pressed against his, and her tongue grazed over his mouth, which had sealed shut in prudish surprise. When he opened for her, she released such a moan of relief, of want, that it spiraled through him, sliding over his skin and down his spine like a living, hungry thing. With her tongue slicking over his as it did, with her soft cry reverberating through him as it did, Thabiso's cock responded without further prodding. It wanted in on some of the action, his intentions be damned. Thabiso backed her into the apartment and kicked the door shut behind them, his mouth not budging from hers, mostly because she had grabbed his face with both hands to keep him close. Her palms roughed over his beard as her hand slid behind his neck and her fingers interlaced, pulling him down toward the futon. He dropped the bag along the way, not even listening to hear whether the bottles clinked or shattered. His attention was fully directed on the heat of her mouth, of how her shirt was riding up beneath his hands, exposing the bare skin of her waist to his touch, His blood thrummed and his heart was doing some bizarre dance that knew no choreography but the joy of Naledi. She was on the futon beneath him, her tongue tracing his mouth as her hand slid up under his shirt. Thabiso had never really given much thought to the palms of a woman's hands, but Letty's were warm and capable and scorched over his bare skin. He compared her to the goddess of rain, but he'd been wrong. She was pure fire. Oh, fuck, Naledi. Hold on. His forehead rested against hers, and he gripped both of her wrists in one hand. She gazed at him, eyes wide and reflecting lust back at him. I'm sorry, I kind of tackled you. Her brows drew and she moved to roll away from him. But he leaned and caught her lips with his. He kissed her slowly, sipping at her like a butterfly, savoring the sweetest nectar. She arched up beneath him, pressing the V where the seams of her jeans met right up against the hard length of him, undulating her hips as she kissed him back with abandon. I need to tell you, he said between kisses, who I am. I know who you are, she said. She pushed away from him and pulled off the screen-printed T-shirt she was wearing, revealing a soft, worn-looking gray bra cupping her silky brown breasts. You're the guy who learned to cook for me, the guy who's made me laugh harder than I have maybe ever, who made me come so hard I thought I'd peed myself. That shouldn't have made him harder, but it did. Oh, praise the goddess for American oversharing. It did. He ran a fingertip over the frayed faux lace that edged her bra. She shuddered at the merest accidental brush against her skin, and he chuckled. I love that you speak so freely, he said. Her hand came to cover his. And when he looked up at her, she was shaking her head. I usually don't, to be honest. I feel like my entire life has been me trying to keep everything together. But right now, I want to fall apart. And I want you to be the guy that makes me. She was gazing at him hard, and he could see the want in her eyes and the loneliness that he'd caught glimpses of. One of the things he'd grown to adore about her was how in control she was. But now she'd bared herself to him. You're leaving soon, she said, and those were the words that broke him. We still have to talk, he said, but he was on his knees on the futon now, pulling her toward him. He unhooked her bra with one deft flick of his thumb and then eased her bra down her arms. He'd been draped in the smoothest silks, the softest wools, as a matter of course, but her skin was the finest texture to ever grace his sense of touch. Okay, I know you're some kind of runaway trust fund baby, but you have me here saying corny things that will kill me from mortification in the morning. She shook her head and squeezed her eyes shut. Ugh, make sure my last night is a good one, okay? Thabiso ran his hands up her torso and cupped the weight of her breasts in his hands. I can do that. And he did. He pushed her breasts together and licked and sucked at her nipples, wasting no time with soft caresses. He licked at her with his tongue rigid and flat, circled and teased her peaks with its tip, then caught a nipple between his teeth and pulled ever so slightly. Okay, she said, her voice going breathy. You might kill me before my embarrassment does. That works too. Her hands went to his jeans, tugged at the button fly, until she had enough room to work her hand inside and grip him. Thabiso paused mid-nipple as the heat of her hand registered, and then the clumsy stroke as she tried to work over the length of him in such a restricted space. He leaned back and pulled his shirt over his head, stood and shucked his jeans, moving with efficient motions that meant his mouth and his hands wouldn't be away from her for long. On the bed, She was pulling off her pajama pants, revealing underwear that were a different color and material from her bra, but hugged her curves and accented her hips so perfectly, he wondered at the appeal of matching sets. "You're gorgeous." He dropped back down into the bed, pinning the hot, soft length of her beneath him. She giggled but looked away. "Naledi, you have no idea." He didn't think it respectful to compare her to other women or other women to her. She was beautiful, just as other women he'd been with had been beautiful, but they hadn't made him feel like this. "You are lovely, yes, but you make me feel. You make me feel like I can be anything." And it was true. Everyone else had been taught to treat him like a future king, but Letty released him from that confinement, showed him that he was more than the Mashushu lineage he'd been born into. She smiled and her arms went around him, banding him in something that felt like much more than lust. "And you make me feel like I'm already something." He kissed her then, and all the words left them. Her hands rubbed over his back, sending tiny electric thrills coursing through him. He worked his hands between them, to the juncture between her thighs where she was wet and hot. His fingers teased along her slit, and then rubbed hard, and when he could see she preferred his touch rough, he kept at it, kissing her all the while. "Oh, God, yes." She writhed under him, her soft body going stiff as the climax claimed her, bit by bit. First her toes pointing, then her legs pressing into him, and then she arched up and broke with a cry that almost dragged him along with her. She was suddenly pliant beneath him, breathing heavily. "Do you have condoms?" he asked. "I'm a public health student," she replied with a sharp look. She pulled off the top of a small footstool beside her bed and fished lazily around until she came up with a catch, a silvery sleeve of condoms. He took it, carefully tore open a packet, and sheathed himself before resettling himself between her legs and slowly pushing his way in. Her muscles clenched at him immediately, and the squeeze of her against his cock was excruciating. "Letty," he whispered, and then prayed she didn't respond with a name that wasn't his. He paused, reality creeping in at the edges of his pleasure. "I'm fine," she whispered, misunderstanding. "Better than fine." She pulled his mouth to hers and thrust her hips toward him, taking him into her completely. Thabiso couldn't say what happened then. He went up onto his elbows so he could look at her as he thrust like a madman, performing acrobatics with his hips that most certainly could only have been the result of possession. He was fit, he knew that, and he put every ounce of his musculature to work with the single goal of giving her pleasure. And when her eyes went wide with shocked arousal, when her head pressed back into the futon and her hands grasped his hips and the sheets and anything that could provide a purchase, he slid his hand between them again and pressed at her clit. She let out a short, sharp cry as the orgasm crashed into her, but he'd already felt it coming from the deep within. Her inner walls squeezed him tightly, again and again, and he let go a hoarse cry of his own as his senses shorted out from pleasure. He collapsed on top of her, and she swatted weakly at him. So he used his last ounce of strength to roll onto his side and take her with him. He inhaled, taking in the scent of her hair oils, her sweat, her soap. "Are you sniffing me?" she asked, snuggling closer to him. Her kinky curls pressed into his arm, and her breath tickled his chest hairs. "Maybe." He grabbed some tissues from the box next to the bed and disposed of the condom. He heard scuttling across the room and turned to find 2 sets of beady eyes focused on him. "Your mice were watching us," he said as he pulled her back into his embrace. "Voyeuristic vermin, that's a first." I knew those 2 were freaky. She giggled, truly carefree for perhaps the first time since he'd known her. His heart constricted painfully as he looked at her, Being watched by rodents wasn't the only first for him that night. He didn't want to investigate whatever it was he was feeling for her. Not when everything he hadn't said came crashing back down, sucking all of the amazing after-sex feeling from him and leaving him with the realization that she still thought he was Jamal. Just Jamal. She still didn't know about him, or her parents, or her homeland, and she shouldn't have known what he felt like pushing inside of her before any one of those things. His body went cold. His hold on her slackened. Letty, look, we really need to talk. He pinched his nose as he sorted just exactly how he was going to explain himself, especially while sitting naked as a mangy hyena. She stopped laughing and leaned back, away from him. Just like that, the openness was gone. Hey, don't go getting weird now. It was just sex. She hopped out of the bed and headed for the bathroom. He sat up and stared at her, her words dashing away even his own self-loathing. Pardon? Just sex? That was not just sex. It definitely was. Exhibit A, I'm going to pee now so I don't get a urinary tract infection, something you do after just having sex. She shrugged and went into the bathroom. She didn't slam the door. Letty, there is a misunderstanding underway right now. Thabiso paused and then dropped his head in his hands. There are actually several misunderstandings going on. How about we clear up this fairly simple one? That wasn't just sex for me. I like you a lot, and nothing has changed. The toilet flushed, water ran, and he heard her humming the happy birthday song, and then the water stopped. He pulled on his boxers and jeans and shirt, and finally she stepped out, now wearing a pink bathrobe that would have been cute if her gaze hadn't been so wary. Okay, it was pretty good, just sex, she said with a shrug that he supposed was meant to indicate she was indifferent. But she sat down beside him anyway, folding her legs beneath her and exposing a smooth brown stretch of thigh. He traced his knuckle down her knee and over the sensitive skin, then stopped and took her hand. Look. Just then, there was a pounding at the door. Letty squeezed her eyes shut in frustration, hopping out of the bed as a second barrage of knocks sounded in the quiet. Portia, I'm sorry, but this really isn't a good time, she said as she swung the door open. Oh. She looked back over her shoulder at him. It's for you. Dread gathered in his stomach, but he rose and faced Lakatsi's stern glare anyway. Jamal. The single word was rife with accusation and disgust. Hello? He didn't know how to explain her presence to Naledi. This is my friend. Pleasure to meet you again, Lakatsi said with a sweet smile for Naledi, but her dour expression returned when she faced him. There is a problem. I've received news from your family, and before you ask, no, it cannot wait. I'm sorry to interrupt your fun, but this is extremely important. Well, Letty said, obviously uncomfortable. We can talk tomorrow about the trust fund stuff. Wait, you're not like a rich serial killer or an investment banker or anything, right? Thabiso huffed. I already told you I'm not a serial killer. So you're a banker? She asked with mock horror. Thabiso couldn't help but laugh. She could pull that out of him, even though he was neck-deep in shit. I have to study all day, Letty said, and her gaze darted toward the door across the hall. She sighed, and he knew what she was thinking. Mrs. Garcia would be back soon. Lakatsi had received the online check-in info for her flight in an email. Thabiso didn't want to think of going back to his real life. Do you have plans tomorrow night? He asked. You have plans tomorrow night, Lakatsi interjected. I do, Letty said, gaze darting between them. Maybe I can make time for you afterward. Thabiso knew her well enough to understand many men probably hadn't received that grace from her. He was tempted to have Lakatsi tell Letty the truth right then, so it could be done. Wasn't that part of her duties as a royal assistant? But he owed Letty more than that. Lakatsi cleared her throat. Thabiso squeezed Letty's hand, and then stepped out the door and crossed the hall with his enraged assistant. As soon as they got into the apartment, she whirled on him. "You silly, self-important, rhinoceros-skulled man! What are you thinking? How could you toy with her like this?" He noticed the tears standing in Lakatsi's eyes then, but she quickly dashed them away. "Oh, never mind. Some people enjoy playing games with others' emotions, it seems. I'm tired of being your conscience. You'll have to develop your own." Thabiso was unsure of how to proceed. Earlier in the evening, she'd been walking on cloud 9 as she headed off for a date with her mystery woman. "Do you want to talk? Did something happen with the woman you're seeing? Is that why you fetched me?" Lakatsi sucked her teeth. "I would never be so unprofessional as to burst into a room and demand you listen to my problems. That's your job." She sighed. "I'm not seeing her anymore, so there's nothing to talk about." Her eyes glistened, but she kept her face expressionless. "You, on the other hand, have a problem." "I was trying to solve that problem by telling Naledi the truth when you interrupted us." Thabiso gritted out. Why was everyone making this so bloody difficult? "No, actually there's a new problem," Lakatsi said as she pulled her handy tablet out and tapped and dragged. "An email from your parents, Your Highness." She handed the tablet over. Subject: "Your fiancé has been selected." Thabiso glanced up at Lakatsi, whose expression was perfectly blank. "What am I supposed to do now?" he asked, scraping a hand through his beard. He still smelled of Letty. Lakatsi shrugged. "I've offered you romantic advice several times over this trip to no avail. Figure it out yourself, sire." With that, she clicked the heels of her spats and wandered into the bathroom, one of the few places in the apartment where she wouldn't have to look at him. Thabiso dropped down onto the couch. Perhaps he could be Thisolo's first bachelor king. At this rate, his love life was more complicated than keeping a small nation thriving. Chapter 18. Letty spent the following day at the lab and then studying with Trishna, despite the temptation to cancel, leave her door open, and spread herself out suggestively on her bed. But even Jamal and his amazing body couldn't make her forego her studies. She'd worked too hard and had too much still stacked against her to let her infatuation get that deep. Still, her attention span wasn't up to her usual high standards. Her brain was more interested in replaying brief snippets of the most amazing sex of her life than reading case studies. When she could push thoughts of Jamal away and thoughts about having so many thoughts about Jamal, her nervousness about her introduction to Dr. Okri that evening was already lined up and ready to tag in for Team Distracto. When Trishna had finally demanded to know why she was acting so strange, Letty had hedged, but then she remembered Jamal telling her to delegate, that she didn't have to do everything for herself. She'd explained her dilemma, and Trishna had gone into action, emailing her network of friends for help in finding a new practicum for Letty in case Dr. Okri didn't work out. Letty wondered at the strange burning behind her eyes as she watched her classmates' fingers fly over her laptop keyboard. First Portia, and now Trishna, who she'd shielded herself from all of these months. It's almost as if people will help you out if you let them in. A not-so-subtly sarcastic part of her mind chimed in. It's almost like it's okay to need that sometimes. After parting from Trishna with a hug, Letty returned home, fed the Grams, and hurriedly got dressed for the fundraiser. She chose a purple knee-length sheath dress that hugged and enhanced her curves, paired with a black shawl and her fanciest heels. She moisturized her hair and fluffed it so it framed her face and dabbed on simple but elegant makeup. As she prepared herself, she couldn't stop hoping that Jamal would knock on the door with a yellow spatula box and a smile. Maybe nothing else. Even if she'd have to turn down an offer of dinner, there was always the possibility of dessert when she returned. But that brief fantasy was doused by the reality that even if she saw him later in the night, by next week, he'd be another notch on her bedpost. That was all he could be, especially given the fact that he was apparently some rich kid, and she was decidedly not. Her stomach flipped, but she focused on blotting her lipstick instead. Her phone buzzed, letting her know that Portia was outside. She grabbed her purse and rushed out, hopping over a small box that had been left outside her door. She turned her key in the lock and picked up the package as she hurried out of the apartment. Her street was narrow, and she hated the honking and cursing that ensued when a car double-parked. Still, she couldn't wait until she got downstairs to know what was inside. She unwrapped it and pulled off the top as she ran down the stairs. She'd waitressed in heels and was fairly sure she could run at least a 5K in them while balancing trays. Opening a box was nothing. A small slip of rich, heavy paper rested inside. For a moment, she had the ridiculous fear that it would say, "Greetings from Thesolo." But the smooth, beautiful cursive apparently belonged to Jamal. "Lady, I apologize for the way last night ended. Worrisome news from home awaited me, and more arrived this morning. I've spent the day attempting to put out fires, figurative ones. I learned my lesson, O lady, goddess of fire extinguishers. I don't have much time left in New York, and it's imperative that I see you tonight. There is something we must discuss, and it is of the utmost importance. But besides that, I want to see you. I should be focused on my work, but I've spent every free moment thinking of you. You've become rather important to me, it seems. Here is something to bring you luck. Your neighbor, Jamal, for now." When she moved the paper aside, she saw a small glass vial encased in ornate metalwork nestled into the cotton lining the box. A silver chain was connected to the vial, meaning it could also be worn. She lifted it by the delicate metallic links and flipped back the small cork at the top. A strange warmth spiraled in her chest as the scent of the Ing oil hit her, one that wasn't caused by the squeeze of her push-up bra. Why did he have this effect on her? How could a guy she'd only known for a few days and met under the strangest circumstances leave her feeling breathless? She dabbed a drop of oil onto her wrist, then secured the cork and slid the necklace around her neck. She hurried to the giant SUV waiting at the curb and was reaching for the door handle when a giant of a man stepped around her and pulled it open for her. "Well, what's up with the fancy car and driver?" she asked Portia as she slid onto the buttery leather seat. Her friend looked at her, uncomprehending, and she realized that this was part of the life Portia protected as much as Letty did her own privacy. Letty had gone to fancy clubs and fancy restaurants with Portia, had joined her and her artsy acquaintances for a winter weekend at her parents' ski chalet and a 4th of July cookout at the Sag Harbor summer bungalow. Those had seemed like rare, wondrous treats for Letty. But for Portia, multiple homes and drivers who could take on a defensive line were normal. "You smell good, and you look amazing," Portia said, ignoring the awkward question with a refinement born of years of charm school. "That color just pops, and you're glowing. And that necklace is exquisite." Letty ran a finger over the metal vines encasing the glass vial. Well, I'm guessing Dr. O'Cree won't be that interested in my looks, but every little bit counts. You bet your ass it does, Portia said. Eyes narrowing, she opened a small cooler compartment and pulled out a can. Soda? Letty asked. Her public health side was already tisk-tisking at the high sugar levels in the drink, but Portia laughed and shook her head. Champagne in a can. I think my dad is an investor in the company or something. No thanks. Letty shook her head. I can't be slurring my words while begging for a practicum. Portia chattered away as the car moved through the Friday night traffic. She'd signed up for yet another art internship after deciding she didn't like her current gallery. She was taking a metalworking class in addition to the social engineering course and was thinking about getting into social media management. She presented these new possibilities with the unvarnished optimism that she always had for new endeavors at the beginning. Letty hoped one of the projects would hold the key to making her friend happy. What kind of fundraiser is this? Letty asked abruptly, realizing she had no idea what she was walking into. Portia pulled out a compact and reapplied her lipstick. It's an annual charity event for a Pan-African organization. I usually just go for the jollof rice, but they actually do really important work. Vaccinations, microloans, PTSD counseling in countries recovering from strife, etc. And everyone always looks stunning. I've made some great connections with artists and educators here, too. That actually sounds really interesting. Thanks for inviting me. Portia eyed her speculatively, and then put the compact away. I think interesting may be an understatement for tonight, but we'll see. Letty turned and looked out of the window, glancing up at the tall buildings that lined Park Avenue. She inhaled deeply. If luck was on her side, what happened at the benefit would change her life. Chapter 19. Letty had thought herself dressed up, but as soon as she stepped into the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria, she felt like a dull black-and-white microgel next to beautiful color-stained cells. Beneath the high ceilings and Corinthian columns, throngs of women in elaborate head wraps and wax-print dresses in patterns that put peacocks to shame chatted in a variety of languages. Men wearing equally elegant and bright African print suits stood by their sides or wandered into the lounge area. One woman floated toward the elevator bank in a skirt that billowed out behind her like a blazing orange phoenix tail. "Oh my goodness," Letty said. "It's like Africa's next top model up in here." Letty was still dazzled as they rode the elevator up to the ballroom on the hotel's top floor. Music with a heavy drumbeat tugged at her hips before she even got through the door, and serving staff in aprons of kente cloth bustled with plates of delicious-smelling hors d'oeuvres. Letty grabbed a small meat pie, and then another, partly because she was hungry, and partly because she knew that parties where no one ate the appetizers were hell on a server's wrists. It was also a cardinal sin to let free food pass her by. They moved against a wall as Portia searched out her parents. My dad should be somewhere around here. Mom and Dad are playing musical chairs right now. We have to move because someone fucked up the RSVP and there's no way I'm fitting between those tables. The voice was low, its cadence a bit slow and over-enunciated. Letty looked down into a face that was so similar to Portia's that she startled. Regina, Portia's twin sister. They weren't identical, but it was close. Her hair was much shorter, her curl pattern tighter, but it was the same dark auburn. Her eyes were the same shade of maple, and her mouth wore the same smile, except where Portia's was sad, Regina's was sharp. She sat in a sleek, high-tech wheelchair. The wheels were encased in fire engine red rims and looked like something out of a comic book. Letty was certain that was on purpose. The bright dresses weren't the only things that would draw people's eye at the gala. Portia sometimes referred to a time when my sister was sick, when she was drunk, but she was pretty tight-lipped about her sister otherwise, despite Regina's rising internet stardom. Letty had thought it sibling rivalry, but now she wasn't sure. "Hey, sis, good to see you." Regina looked up at her sister with an inscrutable expression. "Reggie, I didn't know you'd be here," Portia said, bending down to give her sister a peck on the cheek. "You would know if you ever answered my texts," Regina said, another sharp smile. "Sorry, just, you know how it is." Regina did not seem to know how it is. She raised a brow. Instead of elaborating, Portia gestured toward Letty. "This is my friend Letty." "Oh, this is the Letty you're always hanging out with." Regina sounded jealous. A little rush of nerves went through Letty, despite the obvious sisterly tension she was smack dab in the middle of. She tried to be cool, but that lasted about 5 seconds. "It's so nice to meet you, and also, OMG, I love your site so much. I read it every day. Thank you so much." So much for playing it cool. Regina reached a hand up toward Letty, and even though her hand shook en route, her grip was strong. "You're welcome. Is that the right response? I don't know what to say when people are excited about the site. This is why I hang out online instead." She squinted up at Letty. "Wait, you look familiar. Do you comment as Hella Hoop?" Letty's face warmed, and Regina looked embarrassed. "Oh shit, I shouldn't ask that. Just, you have a cool avatar photo wearing lab gear, and you always have such smart things to say on the science posts. So I remember your picture. I was thinking about asking if you, well, Hella Hoop, wanted to do a column on lady scientists. We pay our columnists, in case you were wondering." "Oh, that sounds like it could be fun," Letty said, both shocked and flattered. "And I could always use extra cash." Oracle, take note. Email Letty about lady scientists. An LED screen on the arm of the wheelchair blinked red, then green. A robotic voice styled after Hal from 2001, A Space Odyssey, piped out of the armrest. "Note taken, Reggie." "Did your chair just talk?" Letty asked. "That is amazing. Your phone talks too, I'm sure," Regina said dryly, but grinned at her. Letty felt a hard tug on her arm. Portia. "Dr. O'Cree is over here. I should go introduce you." Portia smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes, and Regina frowned and looked down. "It was great meeting you," Letty said before Portia could respond. "I'll see you at the table." "Yeah," Portia said. "We'll be back." Regina's expression lightened. "Okay, I'll just wait for Mom and Dad, I guess." Then Letty was being dragged toward an imposing woman who held court in front of a small group of admirers. She wore a royal blue gown printed with bright yellow images of birds in flight, paired with a matching head wrap. Her face had that smooth brown agelessness that meant she could be anywhere from 30 to 70, and her eyes were bright with kindness. "Why, hello, Miss Portia," she boomed in an accent that could only be described as rich New Yorker. Once you've made a certain amount of cash, you could make up any accent you wanted, and no one would call you on it. "And is this lovely lady the friend you told me about? Where are you from, dear?" The last question was directed at Letty. "I bet she's from Eritrea," a woman in the group said. "She's the spitting image of my auntie." "No," another man interrupted, his accent thick. "Look at those cheekbones. She has to be from Sudan. I'd know my people anywhere. The defensiveness that arose whenever people spoke of their past or their ancestors activated defenses. I'm from Manhattan, she said firmly. Huh, said the Eritrean woman. I guess your people just sprang from the soil here then. Ah, don't start now, Judy, Dr. Oakrey said, then clasped Letty by the arm. This young woman is training to be an epidemiologist, an asset to the community no matter where she's from. We have to go talk boring science stuff now, but please, enjoy the food and the music. I'm very excited about tonight's program. Dr. Oakrey led her to a corner away from the band. So what's this about a practicum falling through? Well, I was supposed to be working at the disease task force, which no longer exists thanks to people who've never cracked a science book in their lives, Dr. Oakrey said. I wish I could say this was the last such closure we'd hear of. She sighed. Well, you're welcome to come intern with me. It's not very exciting, but maybe we'll get another bird flu epidemic, since no one is currently tracking such things to prevent it. Thank you so much. That would be great. The internship, not the epidemic. Letty's body slackened with relief. Her career wasn't ruined. Things hadn't worked out as planned, but Portia had come through for her, and now she could finally relax and focus on her exams. She wondered if she'd get to share the good news with Jamal. Maybe he'd help her celebrate. Oh, perhaps we'll have to figure out a mystery disease like they're dealing with in Tisolo. Letty's head snapped up. What? The woman was in full science gossip mode, completely unaware of the shock she'd given Letty with the mention of Tisolo. It's not Ebola or malaria. The water sources are clean, and there's no discernible contagion pattern. It's been on everyone's tongue tonight, especially given our guest of honor, Prince Thabiso. Letty wasn't sure if the room tilted or if it was her. Prince Thabiso. The man who had been the subject of her emails for weeks was now in New York City at the same event as her? Impossible. And yet, Dr. Oakrey had no reason to lie, unless she was in on it too? A ridiculous thought. But if Prince Thabiso was really there, couldn't anything be going on? Are you okay now, lady? Dr. Oakrey was staring into her eyes, and Letty knew she was checking to see if her pupils were dilated. I'm fine, she said. I think that maybe all the stress of the field study lifting so suddenly made me a bit dizzy. Dr. Oakrey nodded. I understand. Grad school is stressful enough without setbacks like this. Go find Portia. Eat some of the wonderful food and relax. Everything is going to be okay now. Letty took a deep breath. Dr. Oakrey was right. Her academic career was moving back on track. She had at least one more night of incredible sex with Jamal to look forward to. The Prince Thabiso business was nothing to be worried about. In fact, she'd make it a point to find him later that night and let him know what scammers were doing in his name. It would be strange talking to a prince, but she was sure he was no different than any other guy. Chapter 20. Pardon me, Highness, but there is a man from Botswana who is rather insistent that you meet his daughter, Lakatsi said in a low voice. I told him you were occupied, but I'm not certain he won't creep under the table during dinner and pop up from behind your seat. Thabiso closed his eyes against the annoyance. The music provided by the live band was delightful, the food exquisite, but it was so much drone in his ear and ash on his tongue because Naledi wasn't there with him. He still had to reveal his true self to her, although that wasn't entirely right. He'd never felt more like himself than in the time he'd spent with Naledi. The adulation and coy glances from women, the hearty handshakes and admiration from the men, the way everyone treated him like royalty. It grated on him. He wished he were back at the building uptown, on an uncomfortable futon, or in a tiny kitchen, or on a plastic-wrapped couch, as long as Letty was there with him. "You can tell him I'm not available to meet eligible young women right now," he said, pressing back against the wall of the alcove he was tucked into. He'd have to socialize at some point, but no one had recognized him just yet. "My parents finding me a bride has taken care of that annoyance at the very least." "Yes, sire." As Lakotsi strode away, Thabiso noticed a young woman hovering nearby. He almost dismissed her, but then he saw the tray in her hand. She was a server, like he'd been for those fateful few hours when he worked with Naledi. Would you like more sparkling water, Prince, sir?" "Yes," he said, holding out his empty glass, then added, "Thank you." Her hand shook as she poured his water, and a bit splashed onto his shoe. "Oh, I'm sorry, I usually never spill." "Don't worry," he said. "I know this job is difficult. It's not as if you set me on fire or anything. Then we would have a problem." He smiled, hoping that set her at ease, and was pleased when she returned it. "Thank you, sir. And congratulations." "I'm at this fundraiser on behalf of my people, not myself. But thank you." "Oh, congrats for that, too," she said, and walked away grinning. Thabiso was slightly confused, but people often said strange things when they realized they were talking to royalty. A flash of purple fabric hugging a familiar hip in his peripheral vision caught his attention. But when Thabiso turned to investigate, all he saw was the wide, wax-print skirt of a ball gown in the space where the purple apparition had been. Perhaps he was still so enraptured with Naledi that he'd begun conjuring her up. It wouldn't be the first time. He'd done the same when he was a child, after all. It would certainly be disquieting if that were the case, but that didn't stop his sudden sense of unease. He needed to see her, needed to tell her. He'd created a ridiculous set of preconditions in his head, when in reality there was no good moment other than, "As soon as possible, you cowering hyena." Lakotsi returned, chewing something and brushing crumbs off of her lapels. "These stuffed plantains are addictive," she said. "Do you want one before you're announced?" "No," he said, his voice rough from nerves that had nothing to do with speaking in front of a group of people. "What is the earliest time I can leave here?" "Customarily, the guest of honor stays for at least 2/3 of an event," Lakotsi said, disapproval icing over her words. "Don't tell me that you're considering leaving to see her. Do you really think she's sitting around waiting for you? She said she had plans. She could be out with another man, one who isn't lying to her." The thought of it made Thabiso's fists clench. A crown of icy panic settled on his head at the thought of some other man, perhaps the one who'd comfort her when she found out Jamal was really Thabiso. "She didn't mention any other man?" he said defensively. "And you didn't mention living in a palace," Lakotsi said with a Cheshire cat grin. "Funny, the things people omit during love's first bloom." Love? Could that be the ridiculous happiness that settled over him at the mere thought of Naledi? That made him sick with anger at the suggestion of her being with someone else? Impossible. Or inevitable, if the priestesses had been correct in their assessment. The music quieted, and the roar of the crowd grew louder for a moment before the shushing began. The MC took the mic and began joking with the attendees. "You're right," Thabiso said. "I have an obligation here, and I can't go running off because I didn't tell her when I should have. But tonight, I believe you once told me that your love life was not my purview, Lakotsi said. Shall we keep it that way until after you've told her? I'm not feeling very charitable this evening. Do you want to talk, Kotsi? Thabiso was worried by the dullness in his assistant's eyes. When he looked closer now, he noticed the wrinkles that marred her shirt, and that the edges of her short hair were slightly overgrown. She'd had time to get a shape-up before the event, and she hadn't. In the world of Lakotsi, this was catastrophic. If Naledi throws you out on your buttocks, as she has every right to, then perhaps we can commiserate about our failed American conquests one day, she said. But not yet. I'm still a bit tender, you see. Thabiso placed a hand on her shoulder. You're a good woman. I don't know what happened, but I know she's a fool to have hurt you. I seem to be surrounded by fools lately, she said, but her smile was affectionate. For your sake, I hope Naledi is as fond of them as I am. The MC's voice boomed out. Dinner will be served shortly, but before that, allow me to introduce tonight's guest of honor, voted Africa's most powerful man, and formerly known as one of the world's most eligible bachelors, His Royal Highness, bringer of light and love, Prince Thabiso Mashushu of Thesolo. Thabiso wanted to roll his eyes at the honorific, but the man was just reading from a card. Besides, the title had served as a great icebreaker with women in the past. The not-so-distant past, in fact. But the thought of it seemed gauche to him at the moment. Anything but returning to Letty and telling her the truth and getting to his people seemed unimportant. And it seems that we'll also be the first to congratulate the prince on his impending marriage. Congratulations! What? Word spread fast. He couldn't very well deny it. That would cause a scandal. Thabiso gritted his teeth. Yet another thing he'd have to pretend for the moment. He strode toward the stage and had taken his first step up onto it when there was that purple flash just out of view again. This time accompanied by a commotion. He turned, and his gaze met familiar brown eyes that were wide with disbelief. His stomach gave a sick jolt and tumble, as if he'd just gone over the side of Thesolo's highest waterfall in a barrel. Letty, with her friend Portia from the other day seated beside her. Letty was standing, fists clenched at her sides, and fury scrawled into her features. She knew he was a prince now. She thought he wasn't engaged to be married one. He prepared himself for her to scream and shout and make a scene, but she turned from him and glared at her friend. You knew, she said quietly, but the words carried. No! Yes, I suspected. Portia's shoulder hunched guiltily. You suspected? And you brought me here to humiliate me? Letty asked. What are you talking about? Portia's voice rose in a panic. He's the one who lied. He should be the one humiliated. Tell that to everyone watching. Letty growled, then walked around her friend and through the now buzzing crowd. Thabiso felt as if his feet were glued to the ground, as if he were in a silent film watching the leading lady make her escape, but then the noise of the crowd filled his ears, and his legs began to move, carrying him through the slim paths between tables toward the door Letty had just marched through. He was about to break into a full-out run when a wheelchair pushed back and blocked his path. The short-haired woman seated in it gave him a smug look as she pushed a button on her chair. Oracle, text Kelly. Kelly, pick up a friend named Letty in front of the Waldorf right now and take her wherever she wants to go," she said, then released the button and smiled at Thabiso. "You'll have to go around. I hope she's long gone when you get down there." Thabiso didn't know who the woman was or why she was blocking his route to the one thing that was important to him. But he scrambled around the table. The spaces between the seats was tight, and he pushed his way past shocked guests who were starting to stand in their seats and demand to know what was happening. He reached the elevator bank just as the door was closing and shoved his hand into the slim opening, hoping the sensors weren't faulty, but deciding it was a risk worth taking. The doors stopped and reversed their course, opening to reveal Letty, pressed against the back of the elevator car. Her expression was one of terror. Was she afraid of him? And she was shaking her head. "Let me explain," he said. "What are you going to explain first? The crazy emails? How you showed up at my job? How you ended up in the apartment across the hall from me? How you lied to me about everything? Everything!" She shut her eyes and her nostrils flared. She was fighting against pain, and he was the cause of it. Thabiso wanted to pull her into his arms, but that would assuage his hurt, not hers. "Listen, Naledi, don't," she said, the croak in her voice a shock to him. "Please, just don't. Nothing you say can make this right." Tears began slipping down her cheeks, and Thabiso knew then that it was over. He could admit that he didn't know everything about her after so short a period, but he knew she valued her pride and resilience. He had hurt her, and worse, he'd witnessed those tears break free against her will. That may just have been worse than causing them. He released the elevator door, flinching at the ding that announced the door was closing. Naledi's eyes opened just before the doors slid together, the pain in them driving home just how ridiculous and selfish he had been. He leaned his forehead against the cool metal framing of the elevator doors. "Saya." "I'll be back inside in a moment, Katsi," he said. It didn't matter where he was, really. He felt an odd numbness, but he was a prince. Feelings would wait. "I know I have obligations to uphold." "I was going to suggest we leave, actually," she said. "Heartbreak and scandal are sufficient reason for the guest of honor to leave an event, customarily. But perhaps we should wait a moment." She was giving Naledi time to make her escape, however nice she was being to him. She'd warned him that he'd hurt the woman from the beginning, and Lakatsi was always right. "Okay," he said. "Do you think the bodega sells Macallan?" "No, but this is New York," she said. "You can get anything you want." "Almost anything," Thabiso corrected. Lakatsi nodded grimly. He could hear people milling about and voices coming toward the elevator bank. "Let's take the stairs, shall we?" 47 flights of stairs later, Thabiso had almost convinced himself things were better this way.